Chapter 601, Profiting from the Situation, Supreme True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's pupils enlarged and his gaze burned brightly. When the true inheritance light lump was still 1,000 steps away, Fang Yuan felt its surging aura. This was a feeling which ordinary true inheritances and even unparalleled true inheritances did not have. Under the effect of this aura, thoughts started to gather in Fang Yuan's mind. Countless thoughts emerged out of thin air and his memories flashed past continuously. If his mind was like a deep pond during normal times, then right now, the rapidly increasing thoughts were like a huge waterfall crashing down into this deep pond. Thoughts surged madly, creating waves after waves. This feeling was incomparably wonderful, and Fang Yuan was not able to find an accurate word to describe it. The memories buried deep within his mind started to emerge one after another, the dust on them removed as they realistically and vividly appeared in his mind. Great numbers of inspirational lights flashed past and all sorts of lively ideas emerged in Fang Yuan's mind. Some problems and doubts regarding cultivation were being instantly solved under the inspirational lights. An extremely strong self-confidence involuntarily arose in Fang Yuan's mind. This was an indescribably wonderful feeling, as if everything was within his control. As if there were no problems he could not solve. This was a special power that people could not help but be deeply addicted to. Lad, wake up quickly. I also know how intoxicating this feeling is, but if you don't want to die, don't lose yourself in it. Look at yourself quickly. Mo Yao shouted. This voice awakened Fang Yuan, and when he looked at himself, he was pale with horror. In just a short moment, his body had become weak and exhausted. His glossy forehead now had wrinkles, his strong arms gave a feeling of being old and decayed and were turning even more weak. If not for Mo Yao's reminder, Fang Yuan might have lost himself in that wonderful feeling and overlooked the changes to his body. This Gu is. Fang Yuan thought of an incomparably shocking answer, and at the same time, used his movement Gu to quickly retreat. True Inheritance secluded domain did not prohibit the use of Gu worms. The supreme True Inheritance also was not chasing Fang Yuan and just continued to fly on its path. Fang Yuan rapidly pulled distance with it before fearfully looking at this supreme True Inheritance that was flying far away, cutting open the dark space. This is only the aura of a supreme true inheritance and it almost made me lose myself and die. How difficult would its test be? Fang Yuan exclaimed in shock. He could not even get near human Qi Gu, an unparalleled true inheritance. There was no need to speak of supreme true inheritance, let alone approaching it. Just by nearing it a little, the aura it leaked out almost took his life. Just like Mo Yao said, Fang Yuan as a mortal was too weak. This inheritance was definitely a great thing but he did not have the strength to bear it. It was like a bee picking honey. If the honey was as big as a fist, the bee would instead drown to death. The immortal Gu of this supreme true inheritance, could it be that legendary Gu? Fang Yuan spoke with almost 80% certainty. But this answer was too shocking, making him somewhat unable to believe it. He. Mo Yao laughed. Lad, your guess is correct. Even I did not dare to believe it back then, but the truth is right before your eyes. There is no choice but to believe it. Right, the immortal Gu contained in this supreme true inheritance is the rank 9 Gu of legend, Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. It was recorded in. This was a rank 9 immortal Gu which could give endless wisdom to the Gu master, but the price to use it was extremely high. The legends of Renzu clearly recorded that Renzu and Desolate Ancient Moon had to give their middle age to it to obtain its help. In other words, using Wisdom Gu meant using up lifespan. Fang Yuan had not even approached it, but his lifespan had been worn down rapidly. Wrinkles appeared and his body aged in just a short period of time. In regards to Fang Yuan, Wisdom Gu was a true death god. I really don't know how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable obtained it back then and even more, what heaven-defying methods did he use to seal it here? No wonder Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought up all kinds of methods to extend lifespan. He must have used Wisdom Gu a lot. Fang Yuan was deeply moved. Mo Yao instead sighed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable probably used Wisdom Gu for one reason, to extend lifespan. Unfortunately, the more wisdom goo was used, the shorter his lifespan became, and in the end, he did not obtain the solution he wanted as well. According to the historical records, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable lived for over 8,000 years before dying. 8,000 years was already a result on the middle to upper level among rank 9 venerables. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan, lived for 25,000 years. The one with the shortest lifespan was Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who only lived for 3,000 years. Other venerables generally had a lifespan of around 7,000 years. There are 3 supreme true inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Tell me, what are the other 2 like? I really want to experience them. Fang Yuan's eyes let out an indescribable radiance. Mo Yao felt something wrong with his tone, and quickly persuaded, "Lad, don't have stupid thoughts, pick up an ordinary true inheritance quickly and leave. You have the 10 Edge Owner token and can only take away an ordinary true inheritance anyway. Even if you pass the test of an unparalleled true inheritance, you cannot take them. Don't even mention supreme true inheritances. Your weak body that can be blown away by the wind cannot even endure their aura." Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "Your words make me even more interested to see them. This opportunity is extremely rare. I am afraid I won't get another chance if I miss it this time." "Brat, have you gone mad? Do you not know you lost at least 2 years of your lifespan just a few moments ago? If you continue squandering time like this, and the true inheritances start flying with the speed of a meteor, you won't be able to get anything, and you might even lose your life." Mo Yao was anxious. Fang Yuan kept on laughing without being moved. He continued to wander, detouring far away when he saw ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances, with not even a bit of intention to take them. Mo Yao's will became more anxious. "You lunatic! Heavens, what in the world are you thinking in your brain? You are letting so many true inheritances go away just to broaden your horizons, you idiot. If you die, what should I do? What about Water Pavilion? If I die, this will of yours will also not be able to survive, but you can rest easy, you still have a will left in Water Pavilion. You can wait for a fated person and entrust this precious task upon them." Fang Yuan unhurriedly replied. Mo Yao tried to persuade him again, but Fang Yuan was adamant in doing things his own way. He kept on exploring non-stop, and after several days, the true inheritances were moving faster. Fang Yuan went into dangerous situations every now and then. Several times, he faced the danger of losing his life, but narrowly managed to escape in the end. Mo Yao had been trying to persuade him the whole time, the anxiety making her go mad. "Lad, I surrender, you are truly stubborn." "All right, you don't have to continue. I will tell you about the other 2 supreme true inheritances. The first is a luck path inheritance founded by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Using his unique luck path attainment, he was able to become invincible in the world. Second is the control rights of 88 True Yang Building. This tower was refined by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor. It can plunder the goo worms of a region. There would be endless goo cultivation resources for one who obtains it. She was truly anxious. Normally, she might not necessarily be in the mood to provide such inside details to Fang Yuan even if he asked. Now, however, she revealed it, afraid Fang Yuan would continue acting foolishly. But what she was afraid of happened. Fang Yuan chuckled and, as if he had not heard anything, continued to wander. Several days later, the true inheritance's flying speed was already as fast as birds. It was extremely easy for Fang Yuan to evade 1 or 2, but True Inheritance Secluded Domain seemed to be shrinking and all sizes of true inheritances had to fly in the narrowing space. The long tails of all sorts of colorful lights they dragged were almost interweaving a thinly spread light web. Fang Yuan could only survive moving through the cracks of it. At this stage, Fang Yuan was using all his concentration and did not dare to relax for even a moment, for a moment of carelessness would lead to the tragedy of his death. "Leave quickly. You can't even take away ordinary true inheritances now. As long as you continue to stay here, the danger will increase by each second." Sigh. You have actually gone crazy in such a crucial moment. Mo Yao was getting dispirited from all the persuading. Fang Yuan's gaze was burning, suddenly asking, "Tell me, is there a possibility I can find an opportunity to reap benefits when two true inheritances collide?" Mo Yao was stunned upon listening to this. But soon, she shouted in a shrill voice, "You fool, you idiot! Would the grand giant Sun Immortal Venerable commit such a clear mistake?" "So you were thinking like that? I overestimated you. I overestimated you too much. You have clearly become a victim of your own ingenuity. How could there be such an obvious loophole for you to exploit? You have thought too wishfully. You are too naive." So it was just my wishful thinking." Fang Yuan chuckled, his expression undisturbed as he continued to explore. Actually, he had already known this, but intentionally said it to provoke Mo Yao. "Why are you still not leaving? Are you looking to die?" Mo Yao was provoked and was completely driven mad by Fang Yuan. "Whether I die or not is my matter. It is none of your concern. You have already died. Why is a dead person making such a din?" Fang Yuan indifferently ridiculed her, his expression still tranquil as if the one in danger was not him. "Damn it, scoundrel, idiot!" Mo Yao's face flushed with rage and started hurling out curses. Rumble. Right at this time, an explosion suddenly occurred a great distance away. Fang Yuan gazed at the source of the sound, seeing two true inheritances colliding which then sprang towards different directions. Fang Yuan was dumbstruck. He had not expected his nonsensical words to come true. True inheritances actually collided, especially when one of the inheritances seemed to be a supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was also dumbstruck. How is this possible? Her voice rose an octave higher into an ear-piercing sound that had no demeanor of the refinement path grandmaster. "Back then, when I explored this place, why did not I encounter such a good thing?" But soon, her eyes opened wide, coming to a realization. So it was like that. That is the luck path supreme true inheritance. Back then I did all I could to open up a crack in it to obtain the fortune rivaling heaven goo, but in the end it flew away. I could only use the other inheritances I obtained to settle for the second best option, refining calamity beckoning goo. Mo Yao had created a crack in this supreme true inheritance, because it was no longer in a perfect state. The original balance was tilted, allowing true inheritances to collide into one another. Boom! Another sound of a collision. Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide. This collision seemed to have caused a goo to fly out from the luck path supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan was stumped. What is that? Mo Yao was also stupefied before shouting, "That is a luck path goo worm. What are being dazed for? Aren't you going to take it?" Fang Yuan, however, hesitated. "If I try to take this goo, wouldn't I be met with the luck path true inheritance's test?" Luck path true inheritance was a supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan would never be able to endure its test. What damn test? The collision has enlarged the crack in the true inheritance like lump. It is breaking down. Take it and leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you are going to die here." Mo Yao shouted. Fang Yuan chuckled and moved forward, dodging here and there, before being able to approach with great difficulty and pick up that goo worm. This was a rank 5 mortal goo and not an immortal goo. "Lad, you are still not leaving?" Mo Yao was almost howling by now. "Ha ha, what's the rush?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but did not leave, instead staying within true inheritance secluded domain, observing everywhere. Looking at the time, with the current chaos, it is almost ready. He mumbled. "Lad, what did you say?" Mo Yao had just spoken when Fang Yuan sprinkled many goo worms which activated together to form a whirlpool. The whirlpool let out a majestic force of attraction, absorbing all the true inheritance lights. Several breaths later, the whirlpool slowed down and crumbled with a loud sound, revealing a door. All according to plan. Fang Yuan threw himself in without hesitation. The next moment, he saw the land spirit. Chapter 602, Frost Jade Peacock. The scene before one's eyes was that of a grand and elegant white jade hall. 4 huge pillars were holding up the roof. On the ground, light casted shadows on a person. Be it the walls, pillars, or roof, they were pure and white as snow. They were all created using white jade stones. At the center of the hall, there was an elevated area with 23 steps of stairs. On the elevated area, there was a green copper divine bird statue. The divine bird was looking up and spreading its wings, but there were countless black chains, each with the size of an ancient tree, coiling around the divine bird's body, tangling around its long neck, its slim legs, and even piercing through its feathers and lodging itself into its body. The divine bird's eyes were sharp as daggers. It was frowning and had its mouth wide open, almost as if screaming out loud. Its expression was very moving, it looked so real with delicate details, and there was an indomitable spirit of resistance oozing from it. This spirit could leave a firm impression after a single gaze. Fang Yuan appeared on the stairs, looking at the tall and huge green copper divine bird statue covering his vision. His dark pupils seemed to have flames burning within. This. The sudden turn of events shocked Mo Yao to the point of stuttering. She gulped as she pointed her finger, shouting, "This is actually the Frost Jade Peacock, Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit." "Ah, what's there to be surprised about?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He said, "Imperial Court Blessed Land originally had a land spirit. Otherwise it would not have recognized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and made him its master. The land spirit is formed by the combination of an obsession and the blessed land's heavenly power. To get rid of the land spirit, you will have to deal with the entire blessed land. If the land spirit dies, the blessed land will be destroyed. If the blessed land is destroyed, the land spirit will die too. Currently Imperial Court Blessed Land is still in good shape. It means the land spirit is still alive." His words made Mo Yao shout in anger, "You bastard, such obvious reasoning, how could I not know this?" Mo Yao had done all she could to research 88 True Yang Building for her lover Bo King, in an attempt to get the fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu, and help Bo King advance to rank 9. Eventually, although she succeeded in entering the True Inheritance secluded domain, because of her insufficient power she could not obtain fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu. Instead she had to settle for something else, using her inheritance information and her own foundation as a refinement grandmaster to refine the calamity-beckoning Gu. Because of this, she understood the value of the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land extremely clearly. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not rank 9, he had won in the competition for Imperial Court Blessed Land's inheritance, and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. When he became rank 9 and was invincible in the world, he had the superior Grotto Heaven, Longevity Heaven, and thus Imperial Court Blessed Land became one of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's multiple residences within the world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created 88 True Yang Building and set it up within Imperial Court Blessed Land. This formed a relationship. If one was targeting 88 True Yang Building, they would need to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land thus became a protective shell for 88 True Yang Building. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, this shell had been exerting great use. In that Gu Immortals could not enter. But in this setup, there was a huge flaw. Any Gu Immortal could see it clearly. That was the existence of the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land. This flaw did not exist when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still alive. Because Giant Sun was the master of the land spirit, the land spirit would obey and do whatever he told it to do. But after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died, Imperial Court Blessed Land became ownerless. As long as one could meet the land spirit's expectations, anyone could become Imperial Court Blessed Land's new owner. And 88 True Yang Building was situated inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus whoever controlled Imperial Court Blessed Land would have 88 True Yang Building in their grasp. As long as one was a Gu Immortal, they would understand this from just a small amount of thinking. In Mo Yao's lifetime, when researching 88 True Yang Building, she had spent a huge amount of time and effort in this field. But eventually, she made no progress. All the hard work and effort she put into this resulted in nothing. What sort of person was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? How could he be unaware of this loophole? He dealt with this perfectly, sealing the land spirit deep within, And in Mo Yao's eventual exploration, she could not even find a single feather of the land spirit. To think that the land spirit was hidden inside the true inheritance secluded domain. Only when the true inheritances fly at a certain speed would this loophole appear, and allow for the possibility of opening this gateway. Mo Yao's heart was shaken. At this moment, she understood what had happened. The more she thought about it, the more she viewed Feng Yuan with a new and higher level of respect. This lad, I underestimated him. What sort of background does he have? He actually knew this method of entry. Mo Yao was shocked and curious. Feng Yuan's performance was very shocking. It greatly exceeded her expectations. What she did not know was, this was inside the video from Central Continent Sku Immortals in Feng Yuan's previous life. In fact, the deep research of Central Continent Sku Immortals was actually built upon the foundation of Mo Yao's findings. Mo Yao was an impressive refinement grandmaster. For her lover, she researched the 88 True Yang building, and charged in alone. After she died, the previous research material that she left behind was in the hands of Spirit Affinity House. For the 10,000 years after that, generations after generations of geniuses within Spirit Affinity House continued their research on it. At the same time, 88 True Yang building had been corroded by the power of time, showing more and more loopholes over the years, becoming easier to exploit. But Spirit Affinity House knew that to take down this juicy meat called 88 True Yang building, it was not something a superforce could do alone. Thus, Spirit Affinity House secretly worked with several other Central Continent sects and planned this for thousands of years. Spirit Affinity House took the lead as they controlled the most important research materials from beginning to end. Later, good preparation would be the key to success. When Central Continent Sku Immortals attacked, the group was led by Spirit Affinity House's fairy of that generation, Black Moon. As he walked up the stairs, Feng Yuan arrived at the foot of the green copper divine bird. This tall statue was Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, except that it was sealed tightly by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and could not move. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, throughout the ages, it had been standing here without any movement. As they got closer, Mo Yao had a discovery. Hey, lad, your plan will be hard to execute. The green paste on the Frost Jade Peacock's body is created by the Rank 7 Immortal Goo Earth Prison. The black chains that are coiling around its body are made from the Rank 7 Immortal Goo Earth Net. While saying this, Mo Yao thought of something and her words stopped. At once, in Feng Yuan's mind, she was staring with her eyes wide open, like she had seen a ghost. Because she had suddenly remembered, not long ago, Feng Yuan summoned 2 immortal goo. One of them was Gruel Mud, Earth Prison Goo, Earth Net Goo, although they were rank 7 immortal goo and were higher than Gruel Mud by 1 rank. But they were one-time expenditure goo. They vanished after one use. The 2 rank 7 immortal goo worked together to seal the land spirit. But after hundreds of thousands of years of corrosion from time, this strength had weakened greatly. And Gruel Mud was a direct counter to this strength. Ha ha ha, it seems you have already thought about it. You are not too stupid. Feng Yuan laughed heartily as he took out the Gruel Mud immortal goo from his pocket. Although this goo was rank 6, because it was an expenditure type goo, it was comparatively easier to use. There was no need to inject immortal essence into it. He just needed to squeeze it. Feng Yuan squeezed lightly and it shattered. The goo worm burst and oozed out a brown-green light that was like liquid. The light followed Feng Yuan's will and flew up, fusing into the divine bird statue. Throughout the process, Mo Yao watched in a daze, unable to say a word. After the light fused into the statue, a slight tremor occurred, but this tremor was simply too light. It was almost like an illusion. But soon, this tremor became larger, the entire divine bird statue starting shaking. Cracks were forming on the green paste covering the divine bird statue. Next, the chains starting colliding with one another, making a loud and sharp noise. Success? Don't tell me, after hundreds of thousands of years of wear and tear, the powers of the 2 immortal goo were used up? Mo Yao muttered to herself. She had a complex expression. There were disbelief, surprise, suspicion, and denial. But afterwards, the tremors became smaller. The divine bird statue became silent, and the chains stopped clashing. The entire White Jade Hall became quiet once again. Mo Yao was deeply disappointed. She sighed. Failed in the end. There was the difference of a rank, plus this was the setup of an immortal venerable. He. But at this point, Feng Yuan laughed lightly. Mo Yao, look at the divine bird's head. Mo Yao's will looked over and was shocked. The green paste on the land spirit's head is slowly melting. That's right, this is the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo's real effect. I was too caught up with the commotion and got carried away. I lost my bearings and did not think of this. Laughable, how laughable. Mo Yao suddenly shook her head and sighed. Immediately afterwards her expression had vanished completely, restoring the demeanor of a legendary Gu immortal, a refinement grandmaster. Actually, she could not help but briefly lose her cool. In her life, she had paid too huge of a price for Imperial Court Blessed Land, for 88 True Yang Building. Right now, Earth Prison Gu and EarthNet Gu, the powers of these two immortal Gu, although corroded mostly by the power of time, they still had a portion remaining. Although Gruel Mud Immortal Gu was effective against them, it was only rank 6, it was still very difficult to get rid of the remaining power. But don't forget about the existence of the land spirit. The tremors earlier were due to the land spirit. It was the one which exerted strength, causing the two immortal Gu to divert the majority of their power to suppress it, allowing the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's power to sneak in. As the green paste melted, it turned into Gruel mud on the white jade floor. The green-black mud was a great contrast to the white tiles on the ground. Drop by drop, they fell on the ground. The frost jade peacock's head was released, but after getting to its neck, the speed of melting greatly reduced. Evidently, Earth Prison and EarthNet Gu's remaining power reacted and started to resist Gruel mud, causing the efficiency to reduce greatly. Hey, just like in the video in my previous life, it is exactly the same. Feng Yuan laughed as he looked at the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Oh Imperial Court land spirit, look down at your feet. I was the one who released you. How does it feel to breathe again after hundreds of thousands of years? As long as you recognize me as your master, I will help you to regain freedom. Frost Jade Peacock's angry expression was still fixed on its face. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, it laughed arrogantly. I am one with the blessed land. All the things that happened in the blessed land for the last hundreds of thousands of years are clear in my heart. If you want to be my new owner, you will need to fulfill one condition. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Giant Sun Immortal Venerables fulfilled this land spirit's request and became Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner. Today, Feng Yuan was facing this request as well. At this point, the video in his previous life had no more value. Feng Yuan laughed as his eyes shone, asking, "What condition?" Chapter 603, Sleepless Night. No, don't abandon me. Save me, benefactor. The voices were reverberating in Tai Yuansheng's ears. He opened his eyes suddenly and sat up on his bed. Huff, huff. He was panting, with his body covered in sticky sweat. It was very uncomfortable. Another nightmare. Under the dim light, this rank 5 peak stage expert's face showed an old and weary expression befitting his age. In the silent room, Tai Yuansheng's breathing sounds became softer, as his frown slowly eased. Sitting on his bed, he fell into deep silence, like he was in a daze. There was an extreme fatigue hidden in his gaze. Ever since he failed the round, he had been in deep guilt and self-blame for causing Zhao Yang and Zhu Zai to be sacrificed due to his own greed. Almost every night, he had the same nightmare. In the nightmare, blood was pouring everywhere, the smell was overbearing. All sorts of ugly blood beasts bared their claws and fangs as he was encircled, facing Zhao Yang and Zhu Zai's pleas. They called him benefactor, they asked him to save them. But every time, even though Tai Yuansheng had an aperture full of primeval essence, he would be unable to move, watching Zhao Yang and Zhu Zai get surrounded by blood beasts and eventually consumed, leaving behind their pale white bones. Throughout the process, Zhao Yang and Zhu Zai would sometimes beg him, sometimes they would protect him, or curse furiously, or taunt him. Eventually, When they turn into pale white skeletons, lying in the pool of blood, they would still say with their remaining skulls, "I believe in Lord Taibei, he is so kind and righteous, he will definitely never abandon us. I believe in him too. Even if I die, I will believe." Taibei Yunsheng was in pain, he felt sadness, helplessness, and regret. Especially at the end, he would kneel on the ground helplessly in his dream, letting the blood dye his white hair red as he cried profusely. He felt that he was no longer Taibei Yunsheng. This experience made him reevaluate himself, but every time he examined, it resulted in a severe negative answer. Sometimes when he looked in the mirror, he felt that he was looking at a stranger. Taibei Yunsheng was not the only person who had a sleepless night. It was late at night. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night was dazzling with silver light, shining on the land. Hai Lu Lan looked out of the window. Above the sacred palace, 88 True Yang building was still forming new floors. The dazzling aurora was shining brightly in the sky, creating a beautiful scenery. Damn it, the owner token went missing. What in the world happened? Thinking back to the time when he challenged the round, Hai Lu Lan gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as his eyes shone with ruthlessness, ready to devour people with one glance. Throughout history, there had never been any lord of the imperial court who lost their owner token, but this had to happen to Hai Lu Lan. Forget it. So what if I don't have the owner token? So what if I cannot use the Grey Meltdown killer move? Whatever the difficulties, they cannot stop me from getting the Strength Path Immortal Goo. Mother, if you can watch this from the afterlife, see how I take revenge for you. Fang Yuan was slowly walking in the sacred palace's garden. His expression was not nice, he had a grim look on his face. In the flower garden, there was a jade fountain and a stone bridge, with flowers blooming and flourishing like it was spring. This beautiful environment was not something he could currently enjoy. Right after coming out of the White Jade Hall, Fang Yuan was feeling vexed about the matter of subduing Imperial Court land spirit. In his mind, Mo Yao's will chuckled, he, to think that Imperial Court Blessed Land's condition for ownership was like that. Lad, with your gloomy personality, it will not be easy for you to find a woman that you love, while she also has to be deeply in love with you. Not long ago, Fang Yuan faced Imperial Court land spirit Frost Jade Peacock, and was told the condition to become the owner of Imperial Court, true love. To make the Frost Jade Peacock willingly submit to a master, and obey every command, one person was not enough, it had to be a Goo master couple who were deeply in love. It was very easy for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to fulfill this condition, but for Fang Yuan, it was filled with difficulty. Not mentioning the other parts, just requiring Fang Yuan to be truly in love with a certain woman was a near impossible matter. If this was in my previous life, I would be able to fulfill it. But now. Fang Yuan took a few steps and stopped at the stone bridge. He rested on the railing and looked at the jade lake below the bridge, laughing coldly. The lake was like a mirror, under the radiance of the silvery night sky. It was a dazzling sight. What he did in 88 True Yang building that night was really a scary experience, but that was over now. At this moment, he was basking in the beautiful scenery around the sacred palace. Compared to the dangerous predicament he was in earlier, this truly felt like a dream or illusion. Life is like a dream, like morning dew and nocturnal flower, like the shadow of a bubble. Fang Yuan muttered, going into a daze. The light breeze caused ripples on the surface of the lake. Among the ripples, a blurry image of a woman's figure seemed to appear in Fang Yuan's absent-minded gaze. That was the woman he had buried deep in his memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had faced disaster and was a destitute wanderer. During the lowest time of his life, he had met her. The world's encounters were just so amazing, and the toying of fate was simply cruel and merciless. If we are talking about true love, why am I thinking of her? Fang Yuan's fingers which were holding the railing exerted force unknowingly. He frowned suddenly, and his gaze turned ice cold. The woman's figure silently vanished, and the surface of the lake appeared before him once again. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. The current situation was not looking good. Frost Jade Peacock was formed from the obsession of the Blessed Land's original owner, although it was arrogant. It would acknowledge true love. But it was near impossible for Feng Yuan to meet its requirements. If he could not subdue the land spirit, then Feng Yuan's plan for taking over 88 True Yang Building would fail completely. He would have to stop here. No wonder the Central Continent Gu immortals in my previous life chose to destroy Imperial Court Blessed Land, and destroy 88 True Yang Building. Gu immortals have lots of deep secrets and often have extreme personalities. It is harder for them to experience true love than mortals. After using gruel mud, even though the melting is slow, the land spirit's seal is getting weaker. After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, the land spirit is filled with hatred and desires freedom badly. It will definitely try to break the seal. Although Giant Sun's will is still slumbering, when the seal melts to a certain degree, or if the land spirit continues to resist, it will definitely awaken. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will. When an immortal venerable rages, blood would flow like a river, all beings would mourn. But the land spirit has the territorial advantage. As long as the blessed land remains intact, it would have a continual source of strength. When the two contest, it would be scarier than deities fighting. At that point, those who were mortals like Feng Yuan would suffer, especially when Feng Yuan was the culprit who released the land spirit. If he was targeted by Giant Sun's will, he would face a terrible end. There was no way out. Feng Yuan's original plan was like this. First, he would enter Northern Plains and make his way into Imperial Court Blessed Land. He achieved this flawlessly. Using his previous life's memories, he killed the Wolf King Chang Shanyin, who was at his last breath, taking over his identity and becoming a higher-up of High Tribe Army. Next, he hid within the Alliance Army and got into Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second step was to get into 88 True Yang Building and gain the most benefits for himself. Using the video from the Central Continent Gu Immortals in his previous life, he would subdue the land spirit, and without alerting the Immortal Venerable's will, he would become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. The third step, after becoming the owner of the Imperial Court, he would not be in a rush to take down 88 True Yang Building. Instead, he would hide in the background and develop in secret. Within 88 True Yang Building, there was an Immortal Venerable's will. It was not easy to deal with. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a sacred place in the hearts of Northern Plains Gu Masters. It could not be defiled or tainted. If he was discovered, Feng Yuan would face the assault of the entirety of Northern Plains. Such frightening power. Even if Feng Yuan escaped to other places, it would be pointless. There would not be a single superforce that would protect him from the pressure of the whole of Northern Plains forces, unless it was during the chaotic Five Regions battle, when no one had the spare energy to bother with him, and when all 5 regions suffer setbacks. Feng Yuan would survive even if he was exposed. After becoming the land spirit's owner, Feng Yuan would order the land spirit to stay inside the White Jade Hall, while cooperating with 88 True Yang Building's operations. This way, everything would progress smoothly. First, he could use Imperial Court Blessed Land's strength to deal with the Gu Immortal Taibei Yunsheng. This way, he would have a greater chance of success, and regardless of how their battle end up, Feng Yuan would not lose. Even if he failed to take the Immortal Gu landscape as before, Feng Yuan would not be in any mortal danger due to the land spirit's protection. Secondly, Feng Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to move between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Imperial Court Blessed Land freely. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was being covetously eyed by Immortal Crane Sect, and every once in a while, there would be an earthly calamity. It would be the center of many struggles and not the ideal place to cultivate peacefully. By becoming the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he could use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as his cover and Imperial Court Blessed Land as his true base. While cultivating, he could scheme against Immortal Crane Sect to gain the most benefits. If it failed, he could discard Hu Immortal Blessed Land and retreat into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was protected by an Immortal Venerable setup. It was hard for Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to make deductions involving it. Moreover, Feng Yuan would continue to fix and repair the loopholes in the future, thus it would be much safer than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thirdly, Feng Yuan would own this precious resource. Every time True Yang Building opens up, he could collect all these vast amounts of resources including immortal goo without putting himself in danger. When the time comes, he would do what he did in his previous life, subduing a Bloodpath Goo worm and becoming a Bloodpath Goo immortal. It would be slow and steady, safe and sound. But though the plan was perfect, reality was not. Fang Yuan put in his best effort, but he was stuck at the second step. Unable to become the land spirit's owner, he could not borrow its strength. As immortal, there was nothing much he could do. The situation was progressively getting worse. Giant Sun's will was definitely going to awaken. If Fang Yuan wanted to escape, he could use Whole Earth Goo and connect to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to flee. But he could not bring these few Immortal Goo with him. Moreover, even if he obtained landscape as before Immortal Goo, how would he quickly and safely return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, without the land spirit's help? As immortal, Fang Yuan could not do that. At present, the plan can only be to first think of every possible method to convince the land spirit. If I am on its side, we can deal with Giant Sun's will together, and I might be able to borrow some of its strength. Sigh. I really do not want to use that final method. Chapter 604, Luck Inspection Goo. Half a month later, 88 True Yang Building, the wind scythe birds were densely packed together. A great number of them engulfed the sky as they charged towards the Alliance army. These wind scythe birds had beaks as sharp as swords, their wings were curved and razor-edged, like that of a scythe. They flew extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the air, and had no fear when they charged towards their enemies. Kill, kill, kill. Hai Lu Lan shouted. The black smoke around his body was rolling, creating multiple black tentacles as they one after another captured the surrounding wind scythe birds and devoured them. The battle of the army fighting against the wind scythe birds had been ongoing for an hour, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The floor was littered with bird corpses, but there were also many dead Goo masters. Hai Lu Lan screamed. He was going berserk from fighting, stretching out his right hand. His right arm was in a claw shape. As a dark spiral was formed, it rotated in the air and converged at the center of his right claw. In the blink of an eye, thousands of dark streams gathered like they were flowing into the sea, into Hai Lu Lan's right claw like a black light ball. The light ball was dark and mysterious, it spun on its own and gave out a thunder-like sound. Go! Hai Lu Lan's eyes suddenly opened wide as he shouted, using all his strength to point his claw at the sky. He grabbed the round ball of black light like he was lifting heavy weight. His movement was very slow and strenuous. Following this movement, the light ball slowly flew into the air. In the air, it rapidly expanded. In a few breaths' time, it expanded to the size of a mountain. At once, the black light ball occupied the sky, covering half the Alliance army's surface area. Countless wind scythe birds were engulfed by it, melting and corroding. Not even their bones were left intact. The entire process was silent and strangely overbearing. People's hearts were turning cold from seeing this. This was Hai Lu Lan's signature killer move, Dark Vortex. After lasting for 6 breaths' time, the vortex killed tens of thousands of wind scythe birds. The numbers of the wind scythe birds were too huge, and because they gathered above the Alliance army, they were a terrifying threat. After the dark vortex vanished, a huge clear hole appeared in the sky, but soon, the wind scythe birds flooded in like a tide, covering up the hole again. Above the Alliance army, there were countless wind scythe birds again. This was the 25th round of the 68th floor of 88 True Yang Building. The numbers of wind scythe birds were too great, among them were large numbers of bird kings. Their assault was too powerful. Actually, according to their experiences, they knew there had to be an easier way to challenge this round, but Hai Lu Lan directly charged in and mobilized all his strength to overwhelm the birds. This attracted the revenge and counterattack of the frenzied wind scythe birds. Ha ha ha, kill all these damn birds. At one side, Yi Luosang laughed. Hai Lu Lan's explosive strength triggered his fighting spirit. Yi Lua tribe was on the same level as Hai tribe. They were both super forces, having Goo immortals backing them. Yi Luosang and Hai Lu Lan had the same status. They were both the tribe leader of their respective super tribes. When he saw Hai Lu Lan's killer move that killed countless wind scythe birds, he was not willing to hold back anymore. "Look at my newly developed killer move, Flame Demon," Yi Luosang shouted loudly as his sleeves fluttered, and his primeval essence rushed into the goo worms in his hands. With a loud thud, his body was clad in flames as the flames burst out. All goo masters near him moved away. Within the radius of a few hundred steps, he was the only person left. His body trembled and the flames that could rise to heaven split to form a 10-meter bronze ape that was completely made of flames. The flaming bronze ape had an ugly appearance, with teeth like a gorilla, strange horns and bulging muscles. This was the Flame Demon. The Flame Demon rose into the sky, crashing around as all the wind scythe birds that collided with it were ignited, screaming from being burnt alive. Along its path, flames were burning, causing a straight line of them to form in the sky. Large numbers of wind scythe birds were roasted, falling to the ground. The Flame Demon rampaged arrogantly, attracting the attention of many birds. It greatly reduced the pressure of the goo masters in the Grand Army. "What Fire Demon, it is nothing much." Far away, Hai Lu Lan laughed loudly, showing his smug arrogance. Yi Luosang laughed as well. "High tribe leader, take another look." In saying this, his body shook as the flames fell off him, forming another Flame Demon. Hai Lu Lan's expression changed, not just him. Even Feng Yuan, who was in the army, took a serious look. The Flame Demon had great strength, but to think he had more than one. 88 True Yang building gave lots of opportunities. It was not just Feng Yuan and Hai Lu Lan who were improving, other goo masters were gaining many rewards as well. When 6 Flame Demons entered the battlefield, the flames on Yi Luosang were finally extinguished. 6 Flame Demons, thankfully. Feng Yuan retracted his gaze. Hai Lu Lan's expression soothed as well. Yi Luosang had true capability. This killer move was really extraordinary, but that was as far as it got. In terms of power, it could only be on par with Dark Vortex. The Flame Demons rampaged for an hour as their strength fell more and more, eventually perishing among the wind scythe birds. But soon after, Feng Yuan, Tai Bei Yunsheng, Zai Zhu, Pei Yanf, Tao Yu, Gu Golong and others attacked, using all their killer moves. The great strength of rank 5 experts quickly changed the battlefield, tilting the scales of victory towards the Alliance army. Eventually, they succeeded, getting into the 26th round. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, 13 tribe leaders have submitted a letter of request. They are asking for a temporarily halt of advancement. They are worried about the huge casualties. They need to rest and recover. Before Hai Lu Lan had finished probing this round, his attendant Hai Shu had already reported. Hai Lu Lan frowned immediately, shouting, "Begrudging already despite such few casualties. These useless bums, they are all useless cowards. Return this request to them, and tell them we will advance no matter what. Whoever dares to escape or run away from the Alliance army will have their entire tribe and any related tribes executed. None will be spared." Saying so, he held the letter in his hand and tore it into pieces immediately. "Continue advancing, charge." Hai Lu Lan waved his hand, shouting as he commanded the army. He was anxious. These days, 88 True Yang building would emit a strange tremor every few days. Coupled with the disappearance of the owner token, Hai Lu Lan felt that this was not a simple matter. His instincts were telling him that something unthinkable was about to happen. To avoid any accidents in the future, he had to quickly get the Strength Path Immortal Goo now. Only after advancing to a Goo Immortal would he have the strength to control this changing situation. The challenge this time lasted until the 28th round. Only after everyone was unable to continue and the casualties were too heavy did Hai Lu Lan have no choice but to retreat and recuperate. In his room, Tai Bei Yunsheng showed a bitter smile as he held several East Window Goo in his hand. These East Window Goo contained the cultivation experience of previous generation Goo masters. Among them, most were time path attainment. These were all the round rewards obtained from 88 True Yang building. Don't tell me, this is the arrangement of destiny, for me to advance to Goo Immortal Realm? Back then, Tai Bei-yun-sheng had failed in searching for a lifespan gu. After wasting all his life's savings, he had to become High Tribe's external elder. He was a time path gu master, rank 5 peak stage. With his sensitivity towards time, he knew that he had little time left since a few years ago. Although advancing to Gu Immortal Realm could allow a Gu Master's life to improve qualitatively, it could not increase his lifespan. But Tai Bei-yun-sheng's situation was a little special. His time path inheritance was extraordinary. It was a Gu Immortal inheritance. The core of his inheritance had 3 Gu, river as before Gu, mountain as before Gu, and man as before Gu. The inheritance has theorized long ago, when he becomes an immortal, using the supreme opportunity of the resonance of heaven and earth, he could advance his man as before Gu into an immortal Gu. The mortal man as before Gu could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before could be used on himself. If I have the man as before immortal Gu, I can use it on myself and extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, man as before is not like the spring-autumn cicada. I cannot save Jiao Yang and Zhu Zai. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tai Bei-yun-sheng's heart was worried. The intense regret and guilt assaulted him once again. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of the tall tower, looking at High Tribe. Luck Inspection Gu had been activated for a while. It gave him a different field of vision from others. This rank 5 mortal Gu was the sole, unexpected gain that he obtained inside the true inheritance secluded domain. Luck Inspection, as the name suggests, could be used to inspect luck. It was an investigative Gu worm. In his vision, in the living quarters of High Tribe, there were countless smoke-like luck strands, but among them, 2 were extremely thick, like cranes among chickens. Even the palace's rooms could not hide them. One came from Hai Lulan. His luck was like a huge pillar, with an azure color. It was thick and long. The other came from Tai Bei-yun-sheng. His luck was like the flames burning during sunset, red and bright. It accumulated above the roof of his house. It was like the feeling of dazzling flames. The luck of these 2 are extremely high, but they are different. Hai Lulan's luck has a lasting feeling. Tai Bei-yun-sheng's luck is like a pile of old firewood, burning at the last moment. In recent days, I secretly manipulated the rewards and placed many time path attainment experiences as rewards to give them to Tai Bei-yun-sheng. Every time he gets one, the fiery red luck above him turns brighter by a bit. The possibility of becoming an immortal also increased slightly. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time. He sighed in his heart when he thought about the mysterious and unfathomable luck path. But he had only obtained a single luck inspection Gu. He did not know the details of the inheritance. It was like opening a new window towards this new path. He could only explore it slowly. He used the luck inspection Gu on himself. Fang Yuan's body was shrouded in black ink like luck. This luck gathered and formed a huge coffin shape, completely covering his body. They were emitting a dense death energy, the energy of great misfortune. Even though Fang Yuan had looked at this many times, his heart always sank when he observed this. My luck is not looking optimistic. But these days, all my talks with the Imperial Court land spirit have had no progress. This land spirit is too arrogant. It only wants to break the seal and regain its freedom. True Yang building has already shaken 38 times. Eventually, giant suns would awaken. Fang Yuan gasped. He looked at a group of Gu masters. They were all shrouded in a black coffin like luck, heading in the direction of High Tribe. A moment later, they all entered Tai Bei-yun-sheng's residence. Fang Yuan thought about briefly before understanding their intentions. This is a good opportunity for me to understand the meaning of this black coffin luck. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. He gave a deep glance towards Tai Bei-yun-sheng's location. Chapter 605, Pitiful Person, Double Chapter. We implore you to help us, Old Sir Tai Bei. I am sincerely asking Old Sir to go forward and plead for us. The whole of my tribe, our elderly, the weak, the women and children too, the future of all of our tribesmen are in Lord's hands. In the room, a group of Gu masters were kneeling on the ground, crying profusely or showing a sad expression. They were desperately asking Tai Bei-yun-sheng for help. These Gu masters had rather special identities. They were all the tribe leaders of their respective tribes: Lu tribe, Zai tribe. All of these tribes were middle-sized tribes or small-sized tribes. During the process of challenging 88 True Yang building, they suffered the greatest numbers of casualties. If this were to continue, they might face the threat of being wiped out for good. The previous few times, they had as a group written letters of request, asking to retreat, but they were all harshly rejected by Hai Lu Lan. Survival was the #1 priority. Hai Lu Lan's oppressive and all-out tactics had already severely harmed the survival and development of these small and middle-sized tribes. But because of the Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, these tribe leaders did not dare to approach Hai Lu Lan himself. After discussing among themselves, they decided to jointly approach Tai Bei Yunsheng for help. Tai Bei Yunsheng was the current #1 healing master in all of Northern Plains. He was well known to be kind and merciful. His reputation in Northern Plains was second to none. Now that he had become Hai Tribe's external elder, he was greatly trusted and depended on by Hai Lu Lan. If they could obtain Tai Bei Yunsheng's help, their respective tribes might very well gain the precious time to rest and recuperate. "Please get up and speak," Tai Bei Yunsheng urged them. "Old sir, if you do not accept our request, we will not get up. Please go take a look at our tribes. You will understand our pain and grief then. Our injuries and casualties are simply too great. Our women have lost their husbands, our children have lost their parents, and our elderly have lost their children. Old sir, please go and talk to Lord Hai Lu Lan. If this carries on, our tribe is going to perish for good." HMPH, we did not die in the Imperial Court contest, but instead, we are facing extermination with an Imperial Court-blessed land. If word gets out, where would Hai Tribe's reputation go to? This is simply too ironic. The tribe leaders talked one after another. They held a firm attitude and refused to get up from the kneeling position. Sigh. Tai Bei Yunsheng heaved a long sigh. He had already been very unhappy with Hai Lu Lan's actions to begin with. There was enough time to go about this slowly. Why did he have to be so anxious and rush their advancement, causing such grave and severe casualties? He could not bear to see this in his heart. From Tai Bei Yunsheng's perspective, most likely, losing the owner token during the challenge of the second round had triggered Hai Lu Lan. Another reason was that the supreme elders of Hai Tribe were pressuring him greatly. Because of this pressure, Hai Lu Lan had no choice but to give it his all in challenging the rounds. "My servants, quickly come and serve tea to the tribe leaders," Tai Bei Yunsheng instructed his servants. He next turned around and consoled the band of tribe leaders. "This old man will do his best to talk to tribe leader Hai Lu Lan, but all I can say is, I will try my best. Old sir, you are truly a kind person, you are so benevolent." Gaining old sir's help, it is truly our tribe's greatest fortune. "Old sir, this is a letter of request that we have written collectively. We will be waiting for old sir's good news patiently." All the tribe leaders were filled with gratitude and joy. Tai Bei Yunsheng received the letter of request from them and kept it in his pocket. After bidding farewell to the tribe leaders, he came to the Grand Hall and looked for Hai Lu Lan. Hai Lu Lan was not settling the administrative matters of the army in the Grand Hall. Instead, he was relaxing in the flower garden. Tai Bei Yunsheng hurried over quickly, and when he saw Hai Lu Lan, the latter was playing chess in the lake pavilion. Hai Lu Lan heard his intentions and first rejected him strictly, but when Tai Bei Yunsheng urged him with reasoning and kind words, Hai Lu Lan slowly became less strict as he said, "How about this? I can let these tribes rest and recover temporarily, but they must lend out all of their goo worms. My army will continue to advance, but we cannot reduce our strength just because of their absence. Every goo worm that they lend will entitle them to one person who can rest. Rank 2 goo worm will exempt a rank 2 goo master. A rank 3 goo worm will exempt a rank 3 goo master, and so on." Lord Tribe Leader is wise and merciful. I will thank Tribe Leader for his magnanimity on behalf of all the different tribes and their tribesmen. Tai Bei Yunsheng knew this was the best result he could get. Thus he returned and informed all of the tribe leaders about this result. The tribe leaders looked at each other as they pondered over this. eventually accepting this condition. Goo worms were the foundation and base of a goo master. Goo worms that were led out were easy to get damaged, but it was much better than losing their own lives. The casualties that these tribes were facing were simply too severe. The next day, Hai Lu Lan ordered the Black Banner Army to go to the respective tribes' resting area and collect their goo worms. Being late was not an option. He also sent Tai Bei Yunsheng to control the situation and settle the relevant administrative matters. After 3 days, this matter was finally settled. Tai Bei Yunsheng returned and reported to Hai Lu Lan, who invited him to a banquet. During the banquet, Hai Lu Lan lifted his wine cup as he said, "Old sir, please have a drink." It was our great fortune that Old Sir joined our tribe, allowing the army to face much fewer casualties and injuries. Old Sir, you revived countless people, you have accomplished great deeds. I am not worthy of such praise, but we have to try our very best at things. Whether we succeed or not is up to heaven. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best. Tai Bei Yunsheng showed a look of shame, replying as he raised his cup. Hai Lu Lan's praise reminded him of Jiao Yang and Zhu Zai. In truth, ever since he returned from the blood hall, every word of praise that he heard felt like an insult, like sarcastic comments that were whipping at his soul. But today, after settling this matter, he resolved the conflict between Hai tribe and many small and middle-sized tribes. In a way, he saved the lives of many goo masters. This made him feel slightly better. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best. Hai Lu Lan drank his wine in one gulp, putting it down as he muttered, sighing, "Old Sir's words are very accurate and articulate, it is truly well said. Longevity heaven is watching us, the road to the future is filled with mystery and unexpected circumstances. As mortals, we can only do our best." Elder Tai Bei had already done his best. Hai Lu Lan, should do the same as well. Tai Bei Yunsheng heard this and suddenly felt that Hai Lu Lan had some additional meaning in his words. He immediately asked, "Lord Tribe Leader, what do you mean by that?" Hai Lu Lan laughed heartily. He was about to speak when Hai Shu came in with a report. His body was covered in blood, his expression was respectful and cautious. He came to Hai Lu Lan's side and said, reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, "The Black Banner Army has not failed your expectations, we have already settled it appropriately." Tai Bei Yunsheng felt the killing aura around him and had a very ominous feeling. He quickly asked, "What do you mean by settled it appropriately?" "Hai Shu, what did you guys settle?" Hai Shu did not speak, he raised his eyebrows as he gave Tai Bei Yunsheng a passing glance, showing disdain in his eyes towards Tai Bei Yunsheng's compassionate and benevolent attitude. "Ha ha ha, Elder Tai Bei, it is exactly like what you said, we can only do our best." "You are doing your best, and I am doing the same. I have to do all I can to break through the rounds, and accomplish the mission given to me by the Supreme Elder." "Tell me, these people ran away in the middle of our task, what crimes have they committed?" "They were able to develop to this extent because they relied on me, taking advantages when they can, and hiding when there is trouble. Is there such an easy and simple thing in this world?" "HMPH, if everyone was like that, would my army need to exist anymore? Will there be anyone left who would challenge the rounds with me?" Hai Lu Lan said this with a sharp and resolute tone, his eyes were shining with a ruthless light. Saying this, there was no need to mention what the task given to the Black Banner Army was. "Hai Lu Lan, you!" Tai Bei Yunsheng stood up in a flash. He stared at Hai Lu Lan with a furious gaze. He showed shock, anger, and even hatred on his face. "Insolent!" Hai Shu was unhappy and was about to strike, but Hai Lu Lan stretched out his hand and stopped him. "Elder Tai Bei, do not forget your current status." Hai Lu Lan kept away his ruthless expression and poured another cup of wine indifferently. Tai Bei Yunsheng clenched his fists. His body was shivering from pure anger. He stared at Hai Lu Lan fixatedly. He wanted to scold him, but no sound came out of his mouth. Hai Lu Lan chuckled, pouring a cup of wine for Tai Bei Yunsheng personally. "Old sir, take a seat. Such beautiful and relaxing scenery paired with good wine and food, we should not let it go to waste." "Screw your good wine and food. Tai Bei-yun-sheng swept his sleeves furiously. With a loud crash, all the wine cups fell onto the floor. Hai Lulan was unmoved. Instead he pointed at the dishes on the table as he laughed loudly. Elder Tai Bei, this is a banquet to celebrate your success. If not for your support, why would they trust us so much and lend out their gu? As they did not have their gu worms with them, my Black Banner army could quickly swoop in and take them down, easily obliterating them. I have no one but you to thank for this. Tai Bei-yun-sheng heard this and felt like lightning had struck him. He staggered 3 steps back as his face turned completely pale as paper. Hai Lulan, you are really an unscrupulous scoundrel. Unscrupulous? I cannot believe this. You are saying such naive things? Elder Tai Bei, you were also once the young tribe leader of a tribe. After living for so many years, have you not seen the reality of this world? These so-called political affairs have always been dirty. Tai Bei-yun-sheng wanted to rebuke him, but there were no words he could say. He snorted coldly, turning around and leaving, walking out of the hall quickly without even turning back once. Lord Tribe Leader, should I send people to surveil Tai Bei-yun-sheng? Hai Shu inquired. Hai Lulan raised his wine cup. His expression was plain, without a bit of nervousness. He glanced at Tai Bei-yun-sheng's back as he laughed coldly. Tai Bei-yun-sheng is merely a healing gu master. What's there to be afraid of? His reputation? He. After this matter, who would dare believe in him again? Good deeds go unnoticed, while bad deeds travel 1,000 li. Hai Shu heard this and his heart jumped. Anyone who holds a high political position is an unfathomable schemer indeed. At this point, he could see that Hai Lulan's actions were killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, by causing bloodshed in these small and middle tribes, he was creating an example to show the others. Secondly, he could suppress Tai Bei-yun-sheng, making him understand what status he is currently holding. Thirdly, it is to attack Tai Bei-yun-sheng's reputation, in order to strengthen his own political power. Tai Bei-yun-sheng walked quickly towards the scene of the incident. The slaughter had ended. In order to create more fear in people, Hai Lulan did not order his men to clean up the area. Tai Bei-yun-sheng looked around, his expression turning white, and his heart was shivering. The sacred palace was dyed in blood. Corpses were everywhere on the ground. Not just strong adult men, there were even the old, the weak, women and children. Some of them had their eyes wide open, dying an indignant death. Some of them had their arms and legs chopped off. Some were cut in half. It was a gruesome sight. Some had messy clothing. Their expressions were twisted and in agony. It was evident that they had been humiliated in an inhuman way before they died. All of this, it was all caused by me. If not for me trusting Hai Lulan, if not for me trying to mediate the tension between the two, I was too foolish, I was too naive. I did not manage to see Hai Lulan's ugly and evil intentions. All these people, they all died because they placed their trust in me. Tai Bei-yun-sheng's body was shivering, the intense smell of blood was assaulting him, and the scene of a sea of corpses lying on the ground was causing a huge impact on his fragile state of mind. His back was hunched, the mild wind blew at him and caused his beard to move slightly. He had deep wrinkles and a dazed expression, his fists were tightly clenched, soundlessly expressing the grief, agony, regret, and self-blame that he was feeling deep in his heart. Plop! He kneeled on the ground weakly, holding himself up with his hands as the blood dyed his palms, his knees, and his pants bright red. Sorry, I am sorry. Tai Bei-yun-sheng wept profusely. At once, his face was like an overflowing river. This is a good person. Even though there is also darkness in his heart, in the end, there is great terror when one is between life and death, facing death, which normal person would not lose themselves. Far away, at a hidden corner, Feng Yuan had been observing this intently and silently. He watched the scene unfold with his very own eyes. It turned out that the black coffin luck represented a severe disaster that would threaten his life. The extermination of these tribes was the best proof of that. Meanwhile, the death energy on his body was more than dozens of times thicker than these tribes' members, even 100 times as thick. This is so interesting. Luck huh? Feng Yuan's lips curled into a cold and arrogant smile. He wanted to see if this so-called bad luck could stop him in his steps. In this life, there is no person, any reason, or any difficulties that can affect my determination in moving forward. His gaze was cold and still as ice, looking towards Taibei Yunsheng, who said that kind people will be rewarded. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's cold expression turned into one that had a trace of sarcasm. Then let me give you a hand. He activated his goo worms in secret, forming an illusory voice that was untraceable, as the sound waves entered Taibei Yunsheng's ears one by one. Taibei Yunsheng's state of mind was close to collapsing. His mind was extremely susceptible to influences. At this moment, he could hear voice. It sounded just like Zhao Yang and Zhu Zai. I believe in you. You will definitely save us. Isn't that right? Old sir, you are our benefactor. We are grateful to you. We are willing to risk our lives in order to come forward and help you. Ah! Taibei Yunsheng screamed suddenly, opening his eyes abruptly. With his blurred vision due to his tears, he looked at the blood puddle on the ground. The blood puddle rippled, as the nightmare that haunted him appeared once again, the image of Zhao Yang and Zhu Zai dying from the sea of blood beasts. Taibei Yunsheng's body shuddered. He was still like a statue, but the next moment, he raised his head and screamed with all of his energy. His shrill and hoarse voice resounded in this bloody slaughterhouse. He, hi he, ha ha ha. When his screaming ended, Taibei Yunsheng started laughing like a maniac. His laughter contained a feeling of madness, but also anger and sadness. There was also a trace of mockery towards himself, towards the mortal world. Crazy? He's crazy. Elder Taibei has gone mad. The surrounding Hai tribe Gu masters were shouting in shock. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was curling his lips and smiling. He was a transmigrator, and had also undergone rebirth. His rich life experience had allowed him to grasp the psychology of people to a very precise degree. Taibei Yunsheng was a very good person, but his subconscious action in the blood hall was akin to betrayal. This action created suspicion, doubts, and denial that he felt towards himself in terms of his personal values. If a person denied himself, and suspected himself, then he would no doubt fall into a deep abyss of agony. Very evidently, Taibei Yunsheng was in great pain. He felt guilt in his heart. Almost every night, he was tormented by a similar nightmare. For him to accept that he had some kind of despicable and lowly character as a fact, it would be impossible to do so. His entire life revolved around justice and benevolence. He had walked on this road for too long. He wanted to return to it, but he knew that in the deepest part of his heart, this action formed a barrier that he could not cross. He was stuck in the abyss of agony, sinking deeper and deeper the more he struggled. The tribe leader's request towards him was a chance that he had towards salvation, and a redemption for his mistakes. If he could really succeed, it was undeniably the best medicine for him to pay for his sins, and he would be able to forgive himself. But the truth was, Hai Lulan ordered a mass slaughter, not leaving even a single woman or child behind. This in turn caused Taibei Yunsheng to become the biggest assistant in this murder spree. His medicine turned into a heart-piercing poison. The intense toxins caused him to lose himself. His mental state was close to breaking down. At this juncture, Fang Yuan pushed him lightly, finally causing Taibei Yunsheng to explode, breaking from the deepest part of his heart. Perhaps only Fang Yuan could understand him at this point. To put it in another way, after searching through his soul, Fang Yuan, who had seen Taibei Yunsheng's entire life, could be said to know him intimately. But the cruel reality was, this person was not his kin or his friend, he was an enemy plotting against him. Fang Yuan, who was hidden in the darkness listening to Taibei Yunsheng's laughter, looked on with an expression of appreciation, smiling lightly. This was a respectable and pitiful old man. He screamed his lungs out, in his laughter, on his face full of tears. He was questioning himself, he was questioning the cruelty of this mortal world. Fate was toying with him and he was helpless to resist. If you deny even yourself, what can you do? Fang Yuan muttered lightly. His gaze was as deep as night. Go to the blood hall again and try to challenge the round? No, if you are there, your mind will be full of Jiao Yang and Zhu Zai's images. Go seek help. Who can help you now? Hai Lulan, it can be assumed that you have just fallen out with him, or rather, even if you manage to get the lifespan goo, will you be able to use it with peace of mind? The current you. What options do you possibly have? What choices can you still make? Denying yourself, wallowing in self-pity, feeling intense pain and grief. You, a person who is facing a trial of your conscience, what option do you have? In Fang Yuan's heart, an answer was becoming clearer. Thus, go ahead and make your decision. I hope you will not let me down. In the darkness, Fang Yuan's gaze was shining as he looked at the crazy Tai Bei Yunsheng. Tai Bei Yunsheng was laughing wildly. His voice was bitter like he was wailing. He tore his clothes, as tears and mucus were mixing on his face. He did not have the demeanor of a rank 5 peak state expert at this point. He was someone who feared death, but he was also a good person who was pushed into a corner by this cruel and ice-cold mortal world. In truth, he was more like a pitiful person. Since some time ago, a mild wind had started blowing. The wind gradually grew bigger and bigger, as clouds were forming in the sky. With Tai Bei Yunsheng as the center, the surroundings were quietly and rapidly transforming. Some sort of mystical change had started. Heaven and earth were beginning to tremble. You did not disappoint me in the end. Fang Yuan was extremely excited. He took his leave and vanished without a trace. He rapidly traveled far away, retreating, because it was no joke when a Gu Master advances into an immortal. Soon, the wind and clouds went wild. As heaven and earth changed, the dark and thick black clouds looked like they were about to collapse at any time, destroying the sacred palace. In and out of the sacred palace, shouting could be heard everywhere. What is going on? What in the world is happening? Countless people did not know what was happening. They fell into a panic. Could it be? Some people with greater knowledge and experience stared at this grand scene with a dumbfounded expression. Go investigate. Go investigate. Who is it? In the hall, Hai Lulan was furiously screaming. Lord, it is Tai Bei Yunsheng. Hai Shu was full of sweat as he stumbled his way into the hall and reported this. Hai Lulan's expression froze. He was as still as a statue for a moment. A few breaths later, he reacted and shouted with a twisted expression, "Retreat! Order everyone to leave the sacred palace." Of course, those who wish to die can stay here. Chapter 606, Awakening. The sky turned dark and gloomy, and the wind howled. A formless heavenly power slowly lifted Tai Bei Yunsheng into the air. He laughed maniacally, his white beard fluttering in the wind. There were no signs of the usual warmth and benevolence on his face. It was replaced by a crazed and distorted look. Everyone in the sacred palace was in panic. Gu masters fled in a hurry, forming a huge stream of people that was fleeing for life towards the outside. Only after running an immense distance did the crowd anxiously stop. Expert Gu masters moved toward the peaks of hills or directly flew to the sky, and used investigative Gu worms to observe the scene above the sacred palace with different thoughts going through their minds. Other Gu masters also raised their heads to gaze at the floating Tai Bei Yunsheng with looks of respect, reverence, affection, worry, envy and so on. The news of Tai Bei Yunsheng advancing to Gu Immortal had already spread amongst everyone. Advancing to Gu Immortal, this was something that most people would not experience in their whole life, and unexpectedly it was happening before everyone's eyes at this very moment. Inconceivable, Tai Bei Yunsheng has yet to use any Gu worms, but he actually caused such a change in weather. Looking at the surging clouds and hearing the raging winds, many Gu masters shouted out in surprise. Soon the surprised voices surged into a commotion, because it was not only the weather that had changed, even the ground under their feet was beginning to shake. At first, it was only a negligible tremor, but soon vast smoke and dust started to rise from the ground. This is the turbulence of Earth Chi. According to the records in the tribe, Gu masters have to first break their aperture to advance to Gu Immortal. After breaking their aperture, they can attract Heaven Chi and Earth Chi. Yi Luosang, Hai Lulan and some others were from super tribes, and knew a lot more than normal people. At this moment, Shock could clearly be seen in their eyes. The first step in advancing to Gu Immortal was breaking the aperture, using primeval essence in an all-out assault to completely shatter one's own aperture. Like this, the sealed aperture that was covered by the crystal wall would turn into a hole in the Gu Master's body. Just this first step needs extremely great courage, because there is no turning back after shattering the aperture. Gu tribe leader Gu Golong said with a sigh. Advancement to a Gu Immortal is extremely difficult, with minuscule chances of success. Tai Bei Yunsheng is too courageous, actually daring to take this step. He truly leaves us in admiration. Ni tribe leader Nia King was deeply moved. Hai Lu Lan's expression was complex. He knew some inside details. A part of the reason why Tai Bei Yunsheng was advancing to Gu Immortal was probably due to his actions. I was the one who provoked Tai Bei Yunsheng, leading to him choosing to take the risk to advance in his crumbling mental state. This is good, although I learned about immortal ascension from records. I really want to personally observe it. Tai Bei Yunsheng's advancement into Gu Immortal will provide a great reference and be helpful to me. It is just that. So be it if he fails. But if he really successfully advances into a Gu Immortal, how should I treat him? Hai Lu Lan immediately frowned at his thought, feeling a headache. Fang Yuan observed the scene while sitting on a back of an Azure Wolf King, surrounded by an Azure Wolf group. Advancement to Gu Immortal. His dark gaze had excitement and also showed an expression of recalling the past. He again used luck inspection Gu to examine Tai Bei Yunsheng. The luck on him was now like a raging wildfire. Originally it had been like flames with a growing red glow. Now, it was even more flourishing, blazing like an inferno. His luck is blazing. He had successfully advanced into a Gu Immortal in my previous life. That should not be a big problem for him in this life. Fang Yuan inwardly nodded. Unlike Hai Lu Lan with his doubts and hesitation, Fang Yuan already had a plan to face the Gu Immortal Tai Bei Yunsheng. He tried to look once more. But the luck inspection Gu actually suffered injuries from the extreme pressure. His own eyes also felt a burning pain. Fang Yuan immediately stopped the activation, not surprised at all. Tai Bei Yunsheng had already broken his aperture, attracting heaven and earth chi in a huge surrounding range. Using Gu worms in this range will naturally create chain reactions, making the heaven and earth chi surge and trigger a backlash. If one was stubborn and forcibly activated their Gu, even an immortal Gu would be injured and might even die, not to mention mere mortal Gu. Fang Yuan had not considered using Gu worms at this time to plot against Tai Bei Yunsheng because of this reason. If he rashly made a move in this period, he himself might be implicated. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky surged, and together took the shape of a giant vortex. In response to this, yellow-brown dust churned endlessly on the ground, creating a vortex that resembled the formation of a loophole. This Tai Bei Yunsheng has deep foundation and accumulation. His human chi is so majestic, actually attracting so much heaven and earth chi. This scene is actually more spectacular than when my tribe's supreme elder advanced. Yi Luosang was endlessly shocked. Tai Bei Yunsheng had an immortal inheritance and roamed northern plains his whole life, gaining extremely rich experience. By now, he had almost run the course of his entire life, thus his accumulation was incomparably deep. The two giant vortexes covered miles of range. Tai Bei Yunsheng gazed up and saw the majestic and fierce vortex which looked like a giant beast opening its mouth. In comparison, Tai Bei Yunsheng's body was small, like a tiny insect near a pond. But Tai Bei Yunsheng still kept on laughing maniacally. "Come, come!" he shouted. His body shook with fear and excitement, but also relief. Even if he failed, he would at least be freed from this nightmare. Seemingly hearing his shout, the brewing vortex began to slowly rotate. In the sky and on the ground, two giant vortexes rotated like a millstone. Lightning flashed in the dark and cloudy vortex in the sky, with the thunder rumbling repeatedly. On the ground, the dusty vortex caused purple smoke to ascend with violent explosive sounds. Like grinding stone, the dark and cloudy millstone sprinkled down a clear and bright aura, while from the dusty one below, rose a golden aura. They were heaven chi and earth chi. Heaven chi was clear and moved freely, Earth Qi was profound and dense, and Taibei Yunsheng's body released a white human Qi. This human Qi was extremely dense and like a cocoon. It formed a large sphere that tightly covered Taibei Yunsheng. Heaven Qi was raining down while Earth Qi was bubbling up, both intertwined in the air with human Qi. Heaven, Earth and human, the three Qi converged together and began fusing. First step is breaking the aperture, the second step is taking in the Qi. Hailu Lan mumbled. Breaking the aperture is a point of no return. The only possibility of survival is in success and failure means certain doom, and taking in Qi tests the nature of the Gu Master and their ability to control it. This step is extremely crucial and is like walking between cliffs on a tightrope. If the balance is even a little off such that the human Qi is slightly in excess, it will lead to self-detonation. If heaven Qi is slightly more, the Gu Master will dissolve into the sky. If Earth Qi is slightly more dense, the Gu Master will turn into a fossil and suffocate to death. Difficult, truly hard, truly difficult. Yi Luosang lamented while shaking his head. Even as a spectator, his heart shook at this sight. One can only move forward when they begin the advancement to a Gu Immortal. There is no going back. The danger is extremely high, thus many rank 5 peak stage Gu Masters, even if they knew the method to advance to a Gu Immortal, would not choose to take the risk unless as a last resort. The expert observes the process while the layman simply enjoys the show. Most people only watched the sight while bustling with noise and excitement, but the few expert Gu Masters who knew the inside details were dripping with sweat, their hearts palpitating with fear from the sight. Fang Yuan was the one with the most experience regarding this. The process of charging to Gu Immortal realm and becoming a blood path Gu Immortal in his previous life had left behind an extremely deep impression on him. This second step is extremely difficult. It not only tests the Gu Master's ability to control the balance, what it tests even more than that is the Gu Master's nature. He inwardly sighed. Heaven Qi and Earth Qi attacked the body, and the three Qi converged. This was the process of immortal blending with heaven and earth. An ordinary person would never have such a moment where they are this intimately close to heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were the cornerstones to nurture all living beings. The resonance between heaven Qi and earth Qi would fill the Gu Master's mind with the wonders of the Great Tao. Experiencing the Great Tao was an extremely rare opportunity and the Gu Master could easily lose themselves in it, not being able to extricate themselves. This could very easily lead to an imbalance between the three Qi. Even more crucially, the higher the amount of heaven Qi and earth Qi taken in, the higher the chance of advancing to a Gu Immortal. At this crucial time, the Gu Master would often get greedy and take in too much heaven Qi and earth Qi, leading to an imbalance between the three Qi and perishing. Taibei Yunsheng did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He persevered and stabilized the situation, controlling the three Qi perfectly and progressing slowly. This Taibei Yunsheng probably received an expert's guidance. Taibei Yunsheng actually accomplished it. The second step could not stump him at all. This man really is not simple. We need to keep on watching. Being able to do it now does not mean he can maintain the state until the end. Hailu Lan and Yi Luosang were feeling bewildered. Rumble. Right at this time, a change occurred. As the aurora in the sky shook, 88 True Yang building experienced intense tremors. As its cornerstone, the sacred palace started shaking as well. Dust rose and many beautiful courtyards collapsed. What is going on? 88 True Yang building. Everyone shifted their gazes in shock. HMPH, it is here. Fang Yuan sneered, but was well aware of this. Inside the True Yang building, the land spirit was furious. Taibei Yunsheng advancing to a Gu Immortal meant he was taking in heaven Qi and earth Qi. But this world was not the outside world of Northern Plains, but was Imperial Court blessed land, a small world of its own. Taibei Yunsheng was using up this small world's heaven Qi and earth Qi, which was akin to weakening Imperial Court blessed land, and was basically extracting the source of the land spirit's strength. Could the land spirit not be angry? It had been imprisoned for countless years and now finally had the hope of obtaining freedom. Although it was formed from an obsession and did not know how to tell lies, but it had intelligence and understood the strategy of concealing itself. The land spirit had originally planned to restrain itself. Fearing Giant Sun's will, it would wait till Gruul mud had corroded the shackles on it to a certain degree before it broke out in one violent move. But now that Tai Bei Yunsheng was charging into Gu immortal realm, he was not only extracting the strength of the land spirit, but was sure to awaken Giant Sun's will. The land spirit would then have all its hopes dashed. Even more likely, it would be forcibly suppressed by Giant Sun's will again. With no choice, it could only make a quick decision and take advantage of Giant Sun's will still being in hibernation at the moment, to resist and avoid giving Giant Sun's will time to be prepared. Thus, everyone looked on as the Truyang building shook, bringing destruction to the fish in the ponds as many structures in the sacred palace collapsed. In the Truyang building, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock let out a loud cry. Its attack was extremely effective as the green paste covering its body immediately melted until below its neck, and 5 to 6 black chains on its body also broke. Huh? A light mumble, as if just waking up from a dream, echoed out from the depths of the Truyang building. Who has such guts to awaken me from my slumber? From the infinite and eerie darkness, a giant will resembling the sun slowly woke up. It was originally only a small glimmer, but soon brightened up to the extent that it could pierce through 10 layers of the underworld, sweeping past every corner of the Truyang building. Fang Yuan's will that had refined the guest halt steel simply could not defend itself and was immediately wiped out. The glass owner token he held also started becoming boiling hot. Chapter 607, Ambushing Giant Sun's Will. A will blazing like the sun passed through the glass owner token and attacked Fang Yuan's mind. The will was like a golden flood as it rampaged directly into Fang Yuan's brain. Will was formed from large numbers of specific thoughts. If Giant Sun's will was allowed to erode his mind, Fang Yuan could very likely turn into a demented amnesiac. This is bad. Quickly throw away that damned owner token. Mo Yao's will appeared in his mind, and screamed. She was the will of a Gu immortal who had reached rank 7 before death. Her background knowledge of will was much deeper than Fang Yuan's. Her own gains and losses were linked to Fang Yuan, like two locusts tied with a thread. The mind was a vital place. Fang Yuan would not want to start a battle in there. No need to worry. He sneered. He was already prepared, so he was not concerned, soon activating the special will Gu. The special will Gu received the primeval essence and directly flashed into Fang Yuan's mind, blocking the will of Giant Sunday. The golden-like will came to an abrupt stop, completely halted by special will Gu. The special will Gu then burst out with a strong absorption force, devouring Giant Sun's will unceasingly. The small will swallowed the big will, as if an ant swallowing an elephant, but Giant Sun's will had no ability to resist. This is. Mo Yao's will was stumped for a while before coming to a realization. So Giant Sun's will was a special will. Wisdom Path had developed for a long time since its start at the remote antiquity era, continuing to this day. Will was classified under Wisdom Path, and naturally the contents regarding it were plentiful. Not only was will divided into many types, there were also all sorts of effects. Back when Fang Yuan had just ventured into it, he had already bought many Wisdom Path Gu worms. For example, Special Will Gu, Deliberate Will Gu, Play Will Gu, Keep Will Gu and New Will Gu, which were specially used to condense Special Will, Deliberate Will, Play Will, Keep Will and New Will. These 5 types of will had their advantages and disadvantages, requiring the Gu master themselves to choose the appropriate will according to the situation. Among them, Special Will could be arranged in advance and automatically trigger under special conditions. To explain this in a simple fashion, let's take a rat trap as an example. When a rat comes in contact with the trap, fulfilling the special condition, the rat trap will then activate, trapping the rat. The prior setup is triggered, activating the trap. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable considered dangerous situations occurring in the future, and for the benefit of his descendants, he chose to use the most suitable special will Gu to create a will of himself and placed it in 88 Truyang building. As long as the danger reached a certain degree, the special condition would be fulfilled and the special will would trigger Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's prior setup. As for what the activation requirement of this prior setup was, Outsiders did not know. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn, was not clear about it. But from the video clips in his previous life, he knew Giant Sun's will was a special will. Knowing this made it easier for Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will was an immortal venerable's will, but it must also follow the laws and great Tao of the world. The will was condensed by a goo worm, and similarly could be subdued by the corresponding goo worm. Thus, Giant Sun's special will was greatly restrained by special will goo. Within Fang Yuan's mind, Giant Sun's will had yet to show its might before it was swallowed by Fang Yuan's special will goo. After swallowing this will of Giant Sun, special will goo's belly immediately bulged like a fatty who had stuffed himself to the limit. Haha, what a great will! Fang Yuan praised it but was inwardly shocked. That was dangerous. Although it was restrained, it was after all an immortal venerable's will. Even if it was only a strand, it was really not easy to deal with. The glass owner token was a part of 88 True Yang building. Giant Sun's will attacked Fang Yuan through this owner token, but if the owner token was compared to a passage, this passage was way too small and could only allow a strand of Giant Sun's will to pass. If the passage was just a bit bigger, the situation would be completely different. This strand of will that special will goo had eaten was simply negligible compared to the Giant Sun's will in True Yang building. Falling prey to Fang Yuan's small scheme, Giant Sun's will could not contain its anger. Swindler, you dared profane my, Giant Sun's, honor. I will crush you to pieces. Rumble. True Yang building started shaking, giving off all kinds of lights which infused the sky. A peerless power seemed to manifest, shaking heaven and earth. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already died and was unable to mobilize 88 True Yang building using just his will, but within 88 True Yang building, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind a large amount of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Wild goo could directly absorb the primeval essence in the air, but would lose this ability when they are refined and have to absorb the Goo Master's primeval essence. 88 True Yang building was an immortal goo house and was under the command of Giant Sun's will. It could activate by absorbing the immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was extremely simple and easy, as if it was natural. Run. Looking at 88 True Yang building about to show its power, Mo Yao's will anxiously warned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a despicable thief who had refined a part of True Yang building, and now that Giant Sun's will had awakened, it classified him as an enemy. Fang Yuan did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. This enmity was too big. Fang Yuan was directly marked down and an unprecedented killing intent was about to befall upon him. There's no hurry. Calamity was coming right for him. But Fang Yuan appeared indifferent and relaxed. He tightly held the glass owner token. This particular token was not simple. It was a product created by expending an immortal goo using an owner token as the base. It was a crucial key for which Central Continent's goo immortals and several large forces had prepared with meticulous care over thousands of years. Still causing trouble after death. HMPH, what era are we living in now? Fang Yuan snorted and with no fear sent a thought through the glass owner token, launching an ambush. True Yang building shook intensely. The aurora that filled the sky instantly collapsed by over half. The phantom image that appeared when condensing the floors was like a candle in front of a great wind. As it collapsed and dissipated, everything came to an abrupt stop. In True Yang building, Giant Sun's will let out a frightening and furious howl as it was besieged and attacked by countless special will goo. These special will goo were the preparation of Central Continent's goo immortals which had been accumulated for thousands of years, a trump card specially arranged to deal with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will's weakness was thoroughly targeted. Like a sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves, it had immediately wanted to activate goo worms to massacre these special will goo. 88 True Yang building was an immortal goo house, a solidified killer move formed from many immortal goo and mortal goo. Naturally, it had methods to clean up the enemies, but Central Continent's goo immortals had researched deeply and already calculated this. Coordinating with special will goo's attack were other shocking methods. Actually sealing all of the yellow apricot immortal essence Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind. True Yang Building was not able to move without the immortal essence and immediately stopped all actions. Even though Giant Sun's will was seething with rage, it did not have any method to instantly resolve this, thus landing in a predicament. True Yang Building sank into deathly stillness as Fang Yuan put his mind at rest. In his previous life, Central Continent's Gu Immortals relied on this method to slay Giant Sun's will and destroy 88 True Yang Building. A pity I am still immortal and not a Gu Immortal. There is no way for me to reap profits from this. Fang Yuan felt a slight regret. This was Giant Sun's will, even at its weakest moment. It was not something he could meddle with. In truth, even if he advanced into a Gu Immortal, with just one Gu Immortal's battle strength, the result would not be good. When the Central Continent Gu Immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they had altogether 11 Gu Immortals, each of them an elite expert, but even then only 3 were able to return in triumph. However, the sacrifices were worth it as they received rich battle spoils. True Yang Building was a spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, and when it was suddenly destroyed, the whole of Northern Plains suffered heavy impact. Their morale fell to the abyss and they were forced into retreat continually in battles. If not for the Gu Immortal Ma Hongyan, who repeatedly playing a vital role as a pillar during the most crucial times, Northern Plains would have already been annexed by Central Continent. As for the current Fang Yuan, he was safe for at least a period of time. What happened to True Yang Building just now? Could it be the influence of Taibei Yunsheng advancing to a Gu Immortal was too big and even 88 True Yang Building was affected? Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibits the entry of Gu Immortals. Advancing to a Gu Immortal here like Taibei Yunsheng is an extremely rare event. Does this violate the arrangements made by old ancestor Giant Sun back then? True Yang Building's abnormal changes caused this crowd of people who did not know the truth to be bewildered and start making guesses. True Yang Building fell into a deathly stillness and did not show any movement for the moment. Soon, everyone's gazes were attracted towards Taibei Yunsheng again. Taibei Yunsheng was floating in between the sky and the ground, continually taking in heaven chi and earth chi, combining them with his own human chi. The balanced 3 chi were pouring into the space where his aperture had once been. An extremely mysterious transformation was happening to his body. Whether it was his physical body or soul, they were both being tempered by heaven and earth chi. The essence of his life itself was elevating to a higher level. There were 3 steps in advancing to a Gu Immortal. The first was breaking the aperture. The second was taking in the chi. Taibei Yunsheng had an intact Gu Immortal inheritance and thus had a clear understanding of the key concerns in the process. So far, he was able to stabilize with no major hindrances. But how could advancing to a Gu Immortal only have these obstacles? Compared to the majestic heaven chi and the vast earth chi, human chi originated from only Taibei Yunsheng himself. Thus, there were endless amounts of heaven chi and earth chi, but human chi was limited in quantity. The 3 chi needed to be in balance. There was no way to take in the surplus heaven chi and earth chi, so they were excluded and left to the side. As time passed, these heaven and earth chi accumulated in the sky and on the ground, gathering and condensing, the sheer quantity causing a qualitative change. Taibei Yunsheng had too deep of an accumulation. He was able to draw in so much heaven and earth chi. Now the extra heaven and earth chi are condensing into calamity and tribulation. Yi Luosang's eyes flashed with burning light. The deeper the accumulation of the Gu Master, the greater the difficulty in advancing to a Gu Immortal. But if they succeeded, their potential future accomplishment would be that much higher. The risk and profits in this were directly proportional. Hai Lu Lan watched on tightly without saying a word, putting all his effort in observing and gaining reference. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. How did they form? The scene in front of them was displaying the whole process before everyone's eyes. Golden earth chi continued to become denser and the turbid chi condensed into shape, gradually forming a one-horned great tiger, and the green heaven chi condensed into countless giant green willow leaves. Every willow leaf was the size of a boat. The one-horned great tiger was as large as a hill. It raised its head while crouching down, taking a jumping posture. The green willow leaves swayed as they spread in the sky, ready to strike. This is the earthly calamity lofty tiger and the heavenly tribulation willow wind. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed with a sharp light. Tai Bei Yunsheng stopped his crazed laughter, a grave expression filling his face. The crowd who were so far from all this could feel the endless power of the earthly calamity and the heavenly tribulation. Then what about Tai Bei Yunsheng, who was at the center of this, the target of the earthly calamity and the heavenly tribulation? The spectating crowd was silent, the atmosphere turning heavy. Imperial Court land spirit, however, laughed loudly. The opportunity to break free from my captivity has appeared. Chapter 608, Giant Sun's Retaliation. Inside Truyang Building, the land spirit was using all of its strength to attack the seal on it. Bang bang bang. 3 soft explosive sounds could be heard consecutively, as 3 black chains binding it were broken. The green paste on it had thoroughly melted from its neck and even to the tips of its 2 wings, revealing the bright and lively feathers. Little sparrow, you dare! Giant Sun's will was bursting with fury. Giant Sun, despite being dead, you actually still imprisoned me for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I will definitely break out of your damn cage. Frost Jade Peacock let out a shrill scream, similarly furious. Trapped for so many years, unable to even budge, the suffocation and indignance from being in captivity turned into the strength needed to break its seal. Giant Sun's will gave a deep shout. The sun-like will suddenly flared up, rushing in all directions like a majestic golden flood. 10,000 special will goo were already surrounding him in layers after layers. They were like a dam blocking the flood, which was Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's special will was completely restrained by the special will goo. The whole dam held tight without any cracks, but the situation only lasted for a few breaths of time. The special will goo had already been swallowing Giant Sun's special will to the limit and started to burst one by one. Several breaths later, the dam formed by the special will goo trembled, broke down and shattered apart. Giant Sun's special will might have been subdued, but the size of it was extremely large, having originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even after the wear and tear of over hundreds of thousands of years, this was still not something 10,000 special will goo could suppress. Restraint was relative. Water could extinguish fire, but if the fire was fierce enough, it could directly evaporate the water pouring on it. Giant Sun's will that was like a sun was extremely grand and large. Although there was a lot of consumption when he attacked special will goo, it was still able to destroy the 10,000 special will goo in the end. Without the besiegement of special will goo, Giant Sun's will was like a tied-up prisoner who had broken out of the shackles, and immediately tried to control Truyang Building. But the next moment, a full 50,000 special will goo rushed out and gathered again, forming a new encirclement. Central Continent's goo immortals had researched very deeply and would never underestimate Giant Sun's will. Thus they had made sufficient preparations. Special will goo is not an immortal goo, its quantity could be piled up. Giant Sun's will, who had just obtained freedom, was again sealed off, letting out a furious roar. He started attacking again, his momentum as vast as a rapidly flowing river, breaking apart the encirclement of special will goo. But soon, the third wave of special will goo surrounded it. The quantity was even more this time, reaching over 100,000. Central Continent's goo immortals had spent thousands of years for this. Several great superforces had joined hands, making large purchases, refining goo non-stop, and spending an astronomical amount of goo refinement resources. They had paid such an astonishing price, and now they were all being used by Fang Yuan, displaying extraordinary effects. Being trapped once again, Giant Sun's will did not shout or roar. Giant Sun's will was the will of an immortal venerable and knew how to think. When he realized he had fallen into a scheme and the enemy side had made sufficient preparations, he became calm again. He began to think and soon discovered a flaw in the encirclement. Although Giant Sun's will was surrounded tightly in all directions by special will goo with no area neglected, this did not signify there was no flaw in this encirclement. These special will goo were refined by goo immortals, and refined goo worms were unable to directly absorb the primeval essence from their surroundings, and there was no supply of primeval essence for them in here. Then, Where did the primeval essence used to activate these special will goo come from? There were so many special will goo, and there could even be more. Their primeval essence requirement would be gigantic. Giant Sun's will slightly thought over it and realized, what these special will goo absorbed was not primeval essence but immortal essence. A bead of the lowest grade rank 6 green grape immortal essence could convert to what was practically an almost unlimited amount of primeval essence. Immortal essence was the source of fuel for these special will goo, and these immortal essence were concealed very well. Clearly, there were other supporting goo worms coordinating with special will goo to form an enormous and hidden goo formation. So long as I break their connection with the immortal essence, these special will goo would not be of much threat. Giant Sun's will soon thought of this method. However, to break the connection between the special will goo and the immortal essence, he had to fully grasp this goo formation first. Just like how Central Continent goo immortals sealed all the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun immortal venerable to suppress 88 True Yang building, Giant Sun's will also had a similar idea. On the spot, Giant Sun's will thought rapidly and soon found over 10 clues. Following these clues and making deductions, the vague structure of the goo formation began to gradually become clearer. The land spirit naturally would not sit and wait for its death. When it had sensed Giant Sun's will being suppressed, it mustered all its strength to break the seals on it. Gruel mud had terrifying effectiveness against these seals. The green paste on its body was full of cracks and the edges were rapidly melting down. The black shackles on its wings once again consecutively collapsed and 4 broke apart. The land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, gave a shrill cry. Its whole body shook intensely, shaking away most of the green paste on its 2 wings. Shortly afterwards it impatiently unfolded them. Cold aura permeated out from all over its spotlessly white body as it raised its head high, appearing noble and beautiful. But it had yet to completely unfold its large wings when they were tightly pulled in by the black chains. Its movement came to a sudden stop, the intense pain making it even more furious. Although there were only 3 chains left, they still tightly shackled its freedom. Break them. Frost Jade Peacock suddenly turned around its elegant neck, its sharp brows flickering with terrifying cold light. Damn it! Giant Sun's will, who had been thinking intensely, could not help but stop his thoughts as he sensed this situation. If the land spirit broke his control, then 88 True Yang building could be thrown out from Imperial Court Blessed Land at any time. Without Imperial Court Blessed Land's protection, countless goo immortals would start rushing over to loot True Yang building. At that time, it would be the case of an army of ants devouring an elephant. Even more yellow apricot immortal essence would not be able to stop the consumption from the dauntless advance of countless goo immortals. But Giant Sun's will was powerless to stop the land spirit at this moment. He had been making several probing attacks while thinking at the same time, and although there were some results and he was able to recover some methods, they were still very limited and were not enough to suppress the situation. At this moment, outside the True Yang building, roar! Lofty Tiger roared and jumped. The world trembled as the hill-sized Lofty Tiger jumped into the air. Its enormous and malevolent tiger claws slammed towards the insignificant insect like Tai Bei Yunsheng. Tai Bei Yunsheng gave a light shout as he dodged quickly. The tiger claws could not strike him, but the huge wind force from it was still able to make Tai Bei Yunsheng feel uncomfortable. At the same time, the willow winds in the sky fluttered down. These willow winds were as large as a canoe, and their descent was graceful, resembling falling leaves. But the movement that felt slow was actually fast, and the destructive power contained within them was terrifying. Tai Bei Yunsheng was bathed with blood, paying close attention to the movements of the willow winds. Previously, he had carelessly come into contact with 3 willow winds, but just that had already destroyed all the defensive goo on him. Right now, when he saw the willow winds falling down, he quickly evaded them. From the earth, the malevolent tiger pounced up, while from the sky, the willow winds fluttered down one after another. Tai Bei Yunsheng was already finding it difficult to continue after a while. He was in a sorry state and was facing the danger of losing his life. Sigh. It bodes ill for Tai Bei Yunsheng. His accumulation is very robust, but he has not made sufficient preparations to advance to Gu Immortal. Lord Taibei Yunsheng, you can do it. Even Fang Yuan could not help but feel nervous at this scene. Is Taibei Yunsheng going to fail in advancing to a Gu Immortal in this life? He suddenly had a thought and, disregarding the backlash, forcibly activated Luck Inspection Gu. But the luck on Taibei Yunsheng was still burning and raging like boiling water, and was still blooming. But the next moment, a quarter of this flaming luck had suddenly dissipated. What's going on? It was the first time Fang Yuan was seeing such a change in luck. And right at this time, a light pillar suddenly erupted from Truyang Building. The light pillar that was as thick as an ancient tree charged straight to the sky. The willow winds were pierced through by this light pillar, immediately crumbling apart and turning back into clear heaven chi, pure and warm. The light pillar swept through repeatedly, shattering most of the willow winds in the sky, before shooting towards the lofty tiger. The lofty tiger dodged while howling in grief, but the light pillar followed it like a shadow, impossible to avoid. The earthly calamity lofty tiger continued to decrease in size the more the light pillar touched it, till it vanished into thin air. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. 88 Truyang Building has made a move. Old ancestor protected Lord Taibei Yunsheng. Many people cheered, but there were also some who scoffed. Nonsense, Taibei Yunsheng does not have Giant Sun's bloodline, why would old ancestor protect him? Could it be the workings of the rumored divert disaster Gu? Yi Luosang was endlessly shocked. Hai Lulan was even more excited. The luck path's divert disaster Gu can divert heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, greatly reducing their might, even directly obliterating them. If I can obtain this immortal Gu. Divert disaster Gu was one of the cornerstones of 88 Truyang Building. It was also one of the limited methods Giant Sun's will could mobilize currently. Giant Sun's will's actions did not stop at this. He had forcibly extracted a trace of yellow apricot immortal essence by rampaging multiple times. After activating divert disaster Gu, Giant Sun's will mobilized the human chi immortal Gu in true inheritance secluded domain. Right under Fang Yuan's sight, Taibei Yunsheng's burning luck aura suddenly decreased by another quarter. Human chi immortal Gu was activated, which similarly let out a ray of white light. This white light, however, directly shone on Taibei Yunsheng. Human chi immortal Gu could increase the Gu master's human chi, raising their future potential after advancing to a Gu Immortal. When Taibei Yunsheng obtained its help, the human chi on him instantly inflated by 10 times. With the increase in human chi, he naturally needed even more heaven chi and earth chi. However, heaven chi and earth chi were drawn out of Imperial Court blessed land. Taibei Yunsheng laughed heartily. Truyang Building's help had been out of his expectations, but he still quickly accepted it and absorbed large amounts of heaven chi and earth chi, merging the three elements into one, not only averting danger, his potential had also greatly increased, and his future prospects had turned much better. The land spirit Frost Jade Peacock gave a shrill, furious cry. Heaven chi and earth chi were extracted in large amounts, causing an intense feeling of weakness to fill its body. Little sparrow, you are still too green. Giant Sun's will snorted. He had used all the immortal essence he was able to extract on the most crucial area, acquiring the greatest results, greatly relieving the dangerous situation. Giant Sun's will was after all a will that originated from an immortal venerable. Its wisdom was extremely high. The situation had turned around quickly now, and it was advantageous to Giant Sun's will. The weakening of the land spirit gave Giant Sun's will plenty of time to grasp the Gu formation of the special will Gu surrounding him. Once Giant Sun's will breaks apart this encirclement, he would regain control of the situation, and it would be extremely easy for him to undo the seal on the immortal essence then. As long as the seal on the immortal essence was broken, 88 Truyang Building would be able to display the supreme might of a rank 8 Gu house in all its glory. This is bad. I still underestimated an immortal venerable's will. I have less than half the expected time left. Fang Yuan was able to understand the situation in Truyang Building through the glass owner token. His heart sank. Now, I can only put my hopes in Taibei Yunsheng. Hopefully, He can quickly become a Gu immortal and refine landscape as before Gu. Chibi General hopefully he dies immediately after. Chapter 609, Better to Die Than Not Be Free. At the center of the scene, the three chi were fusing. With the help of Giant Sun's will, the thick chi flows had almost formed a cocoon around Tai Bei Yunsheng. All his injuries were long gone without any trace. His body, soul and consciousness were all being refined to a higher level. He looked back on his life, the scenes of the past quickly flashing through his mind. The mysteries of the great Tao circulated in his mind. Inspirations came to him without pause. He was obtaining perfect solutions for the difficult problems in cultivation that had restrained him in the past. At this moment, heaven and earth were like selfless teachers, imparting all their knowledge to Tai Bei Yunsheng. However, the mysteries of heaven and earth were too vast and profound. The more Tai Bei Yunsheng knew, the more he realized his minuteness. He had no choice but to focus on his time path, refining and developing his knowledge. His understanding towards time path reached the peak of his lifetime. Inspiration from nature. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Gu masters used Gu, refined Gu and raised Gu. This was actually an unending process of learning, exploring and studying the world. In the process of advancing to a Gu immortal, a Gu master need not use Gu worms to indirectly understand the world. Instead, it was a direct interaction with heaven and earth. This was probably the only chance in one's whole life before becoming a Gu immortal to have such a precious opportunity. Rank 5 peak stage was the finishing line of mortal Gu masters, but rank 6 Gu immortals were beyond mortal. Becoming a Gu immortal was only a new starting point. At this crucial starting point, every Gu immortal's future achievements would be different depending on the potential they accumulated. Such a beautiful experience, but my human chi is not sufficient. Tai Bei Yunsheng wished to continue immersing himself in this feeling but could not do so, a regretful expression appearing on his face. His human chi was already nearly exhausted, and this was after obtaining the help of human chi immortal Gu, otherwise the time would have been even shorter. The chi cocoon dispersed and Tai Bei Yunsheng's silhouette was revealed again. The three chi had merged and shrunk down to a mass of tricolored primordial chi, condensed into where Tai Bei Yunsheng's aperture had originally been. This step signified the completion of the second step in advancing to a Gu immortal, receiving chi. Next was the final step of becoming a Gu immortal, releasing Gu. Tai Bei Yunsheng was being extremely serious, as he took out river as before, mountain as before and man as before Gu. These three Gu were his core Gu worms and he was exceedingly familiar with them. Moreover, man as before Gu was even his vital Gu. Finally, the most crucial moment. Tai Bei Yunsheng first sent his vital Gu to the mass of tricolored primordial chi in his body. Boom! All of a sudden, a mystical sound like that of thunderstorm echoed in Tai Bei Yunsheng's ears, causing his whole body to intensely shake. The tricolored mass of chi was originally merged together and constantly flowing in circulation. But after man as before intruded in, it was like it had ignited an explosive. The primordial chi mass immediately exploded loudly. There can be no creation without destruction. In death there is new life. This moment was when a mortal could ascend to a Gu immortal. The explosive sound was truly mystical, exploding out the marvels of life, exploding out a whole new world. The mortal aperture was broken. An immortal aperture was being formed. The immortal aperture was like a small world. The sky was azure like crystals and the ground was a desolate wilderness filled with yellow stones. It was like a newborn baby and intensely demanded nourishment, erupting at the outside world with an extremely strong force of suction and absorption. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, heaven chi and earth chi madly poured into Tai Bei Yunsheng, flowing non-stop into the immortal aperture. In the immortal aperture, the ground quickly expanded. 2/3 of 1,000 square kilometers, 4/3 of 1,000, 2,000 square kilometers. And time flow also rose from the 1-to-1 ratio to 1-to-10, 1-to-20. The immortal aperture was gradually starting to become unstable from the mad flow of chi. Tai Bei Yunsheng then sent in river as before and mountain as before, Stabilizing the situation, the immortal aperture was expanding continually, and a tributary of the river of time flowed in the darkness, causing the time flow to increase steadily. Time passed. Tai Bai-Yun-Sheng kept on placing goo worms to maintain the stability of the immortal aperture, 3 1/3 thousand square kilometers, 4,000, 4 2/3 of 1,000, 1 to 30, 1 to 31, 1 to 32, 1 to 33. The immortal aperture had reached its extreme at this point, as if it had drunk and eaten to its fill, abruptly stopping its growth. But the clear heaven chi was still pouring in from the sky, and golden earth chi was still surging up from the ground. At this moment, the immortal aperture absorbed heaven chi and earth chi much slower than before. At first, it was drinking in big gulps, while now it was taking slow sips. Heaven and earth chi converged into the immortal aperture. Green and golden mists and clouds filled the whole immortal aperture. The dense chi flow was brewing beads of immortal essence within. They were precisely the green grape immortal essence of a rank 6 gu immortal, 36 of them in total. The tribulation clouds in the sky and the calamity dust in the ground began to gradually dissipate. The mist-like heaven chi and earth chi in the immortal aperture, however, had yet to dissipate. They condensed around man as before, river as before, mountain as before, and other goo worms, causing a dense chi cocoon to form over these goo worms. The two chi mixed, heaven and earth interacted. Within the chi cocoons, each goo worm was beginning to ferment mysterious changes. It is time. A goo recipe flashed in Tai Bai-Yun-Sheng's mind. This goo recipe was only a theoretical goo recipe of an immortal goo. It was from the old beggar's goo immortal inheritance. Tai Bai-Yun-Sheng could not guarantee whether this theoretical goo recipe could succeed, but he no longer had another option. His lifespan was near its end, about to exhaust completely. After advancing to a goo immortal, his senses reached a whole new level. Especially the sense regarding time had heightened the most. It was precise to within a single breath. This novel sensation did not put him in a cheerful mood for long before he fell into silence, feeling oppressed and even afraid, because he could sense that the time he had was truly not much, just like a small puddle under strong sunshine, with his lifespan being the thin layer of water left in the puddle. He had planned to get lifespan goo, but it failed because of Fang Yuan's secret manipulations. The bloody road he had experienced in reaching the Great Hall even became a knot in his heart. Now, his only hope was in man as before goo. According to what the theoretical goo recipe showed, when man as before goo was advanced to rank 6, it could be used on oneself. Refine. Tai Bai-Yun-Sheng gave a soft shout. Countless thoughts emerging in his mind. These thoughts formed the theoretical goo recipe, which directly poured into the immortal aperture and then into the thick cocoon covering the man as before goo. These heaven and earth chi were the source of all living beings. As the two interacted, they evolved into all things in heaven and earth. These two chi were the origin of all living beings and could replace any goo refinement materials. Tai Bai-Yun-Sheng's thoughts were like keys that directed the heaven and earth chi in the proper direction. The thoughts entered the cocoon and immediately brought upon a violent change. Although it could not be compared to the explosion of the three chi in the first step of releasing goo, its effect was not small either. The chi cocoon erupted with devouring force, swallowing the remaining heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture without pause. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The chi flow surged non-stop, forming a screaming gale. Man as before goo turned into the eye of the storm. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi poured into it, turning into goo refinement resources. This is it. Tai Bai-Yun-Sheng mumbled softly in the air. His tone carried gratification and also expectation. After so much effort and risk, he was now finally seeing the hope of success. Although the process had been filled with inconceivable events. If Truyang Building had not made a move, Tai Bai-Yun-Sheng was sure to fall in the second step. As he thought of this, he glanced at the Truyang Building. He was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but Truyang Building had actually helped him. This was a fact. Did Giant Sun's will wake up? Tai Bai-Yun-Sheng inwardly guessed. He had a goo immortal inheritance, His experience and knowledge were not lacking compared to people like Hai Lu Lan and Yi Luosang. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable prohibits the entry of Gu Immortals. I have already violated this taboo by advancing into a Gu Immortal here, so why would Giant Suns will still help me? Tai Bei Yunsheng was puzzled. Even with his plentiful experience, he could not anticipate the things occurring in the Truyang building. Within the Truyang building, Frost Jade Peacock gave shrill cries. The green paste on its body kept on shaking and bouncing. The iron chains also shook, producing clanking sounds when they collided with each other. The powers sealing it were melting down from the corrosion of gruel mud. But Frost Jade Peacock showed no signs of joy. Instead, it was filled with fear and anxiety. Giant Sun's will, however, laughed brightly. Little Sparrow, your struggle is of no use. Through Tai Bei Yunsheng, Giant Sun's will was able to exploit some methods to ingeniously strike the Imperial Court land spirit, weakening its strength at its foundation. Despite the powers binding Frost Jade Peacock weakening constantly, Giant Sun's will had already bought some time. He had already seen through most of the special will Gu formation that had besieged him. How could an immortal venerable's arrangement be so simple? As long as Giant Sun's will was completely free, he naturally had large numbers of methods to choose from, like metal path, water path, fire path and so on, to seal the land spirit again. I have slept for too long. But it doesn't matter. I will first put this disobedient land spirit in its place, then I shall completely eliminate the minute loopholes in Truyang building. At that time, 88 Truyang building will once again be like an iron bucket, standing tall for hundreds of thousands of years longer. Giant Sun's will's tone was deep and profound. I won't let you have your way even if I die. After hearing standing tall for hundreds of thousands of years, all the hairs on Frost Jade Peacock stood on their ends. A land spirit was formed from an obsession, and the matter of recognizing the master was not a flexible one. Frost Jade Peacock was distinct in this even from mother land spirits. It was incomparably proud and would not yield even a little. But Frost Jade Peacock did not struggle anymore. Instead, it strangely lay down dispiritedly. However, its gaze was still sharp as a knife, filled with hatred completely. Giant Sun's will was stupefied before suddenly realizing something as he shouted in rage, Little Sparrow, you dare to do this? Outside the Truyang building, the tribulation clouds and calamity dust are gradually dispersing. Has Lord Tai Bei Yunsheng succeeded in advancing to a Gu Immortal? Those who did not know the truth felt excited at this sight. I had never expected Tai Bei Yunsheng to actually reach the third step. Looking at his appearance, the immortal aperture has already formed. I wonder what grade of blessed land he has formed? Yi Luosang mumbled. In advancing to a Gu Immortal, after passing the second step, the Gu Master could form an immortal aperture. Immortal apertures of rank 6 and rank 7 Gu Immortals were blessed lands. Rank 8 and Rank 9 Gu Immortal apertures were grotto heavens. Blessed lands are divided into 3 grades, corresponding to large, medium, and small in size. The more heaven, earth and human chi are fused, the higher the grade of the blessed land. Small blessed lands have an area of up to 2,000 square kilometers. They can draw in a small tributary of the river of time, and form over 10 beads of immortal essence. There are few resources. Medium-grade blessed lands can range from 2 2/3 to 4,000 square kilometers. They can draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the river of time, and form over 20 beads of immortal essence. They have plentiful resources. High-grade blessed lands can range from 4 2/3 to 6,000 square kilometers, and draw in a large tributary of the river of time. The quantity of immortal essence formed surpasses 30. And there will be plenty of heaven and earth chi remaining which can mutually interact and refine immortal Gu into an immortal Gu. Hai Lu Lan's gaze was fixed directly ahead, the relevant information flashing in his mind. His brows slightly furrowed. Tai Bei Yunsheng was able to pass the second step with Truyang Building's help, reaching the third step. And now, it looked like there was a great chance for him to succeed in becoming a Gu Immortal. If Tai Bei Yunsheng becomes a Gu Immortal, then what stance should I take? How should I treat him? Hailu Lan pondered over this issue. If nothing unexpected happens, Tai Bei Yunsheng will no doubt obtain a high-grade blessed land. However, refining an immortal gu carries risk, forming calamities and tribulations in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's gaze continuously flickered. For a mortal to advance to a gu immortal, there naturally were special risks. Gu masters were like this. It applied to gu worms too. Humans took in heaven and earth chi, fusing with human chi. The fusion of the three chi would lead to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Gu worms took in heaven and earth chi, and also would induce calamities and tribulations. It was hard for outsiders to interfere in the calamities and tribulations within one's own blessed land. True Yang building could influence Tai Bei Yunsheng, but it could not influence the blessed land, the immortal aperture in his body. In other words, Tai Bei Yunsheng could only rely on himself. Fang Yuan suddenly looked at the sky. Regarding the sky of Imperial Court blessed land, in daytime, golden light glittered, while at night, warm silver radiance shone down. But right now, pitch black scars appeared in the golden sky from which specks of starlight shone down. This was the night sky of the outside world of northern plains. The whole of Imperial Court blessed land began to tremble. Everyone started crying out in surprise and shock. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust which had almost dissipated condensed again. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi poured into Tai Bei Yunsheng's body non-stop, directly entering his immortal aperture like moths to a fire. What's going on? Hailu Lan was dumbstruck. What the hell happened? Yi Luosang held his head, shouting involuntarily. Too much heaven and earth chi were absorbed from Imperial Court blessed land. Its foundation was injured, thus it is revealing the outside world, in linking up with northern plains. Fang Yuan's mind shook. His gaze moved from Tai Bei Yunsheng to 88 True Yang building. He had guessed the truth. Frost Jade Peacock was actually so proud, it would rather die than be suppressed by Giant Sun's will any longer. It lived up to its words. Chapter 610, The Key to Victory and Loss. When a gu master advances to an immortal, their aperture will transform into an immortal aperture. The immortal aperture is a qualitative evolution of the aperture. It is like the creation of a whole new small world. Rank 6 and 7 gu immortal apertures were known as blessed lands. Rank 8 and 9 gu immortal apertures were called grotto heavens. If a gu immortal's lingering obsession was left behind when they died, it would combine with the heavenly power inside the immortal aperture and become the land spirit. Every immortal aperture is unique. It is a part of the gu immortal's body. In some ways, even if a gu immortal dies, the land spirit and immortal aperture that they leave behind could still be considered a strange form of life extension for them. Precisely because the land spirit is formed from obsession, it is rigid and not flexible. In history, there were many such cases. For example, if a gu immortal forcefully takes down a blessed land, but did not meet the requirements to become the owner, the land spirit would reject them. In the end, the land spirit may directly self-detonate, causing the gu immortal's efforts to be for nothing. Giant Sun's will forcefully sealed Imperial Court blessed lands Frost Jade Peacock. This had accumulated hundreds of thousands of years of anger in the latter. Now that he wanted to continue sealing it, Frost Jade Peacock's resolute heart was finally ignited. What is going on? Lord Tai Bei Yunsheng's immortal ascension caused a loophole to form in the blessed land. Imperial Court blessed land is currently being exposed to the outside world. This is unbelievable. This has never happened in the past. This is bad. I have a very bad feeling. Do you think the blessed land is going to be destroyed? In the blessed land, everyone was shouting in fear. They were panicking and their doubts were spreading. In the sky, countless cracks were formed. The sky of the blessed land, which was silver and gold, had lots of cracks now. From these cracks, one could see the starry sky of northern plains. Fang Yuan's gaze was still calm as ever. Imperial Court blessed land would not self-destruct so easily. He muttered in his heart. Regarding this he was extremely confident. In history, there were many cases of the land spirit suiciding, destroying the blessed land along with them, but that was not going to happen here. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. How could it be broken so easily? This was the hard work of a rank 9 Gu immortal. This setup covered the entire region of Northern Plains. 88 True Yang building was the biggest obstacle. If this was in the past, how could the land spirit cause such trouble? Except that now, Giant Sun's will had just awakened. He was caught off guard and had to waste time to resolve this mess. Meanwhile, the seal that imprisoned the land spirit had weakened drastically because of my Gruul Mud Immortal Gu. This allowed the land spirit to struggle so violently. In his analysis, Feng Yuan could not help but internally praise Giant Sun's resolution and methods. He had used the chess piece Tai Bei Yun Sheng, and with his limited methods, he managed to fight for precious time and allow the scales of victory to tilt towards himself. However, even though the land spirit cannot self-destruct, it could still do the most basic thing like absorbing its own heaven and earth chi. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan directed his gaze towards Tai Bei Yun Sheng. Above Tai Bei Yun Sheng's head, the scattered tribulation cloud formed once again, and the calamity dust on the ground also started spreading. Large amounts of heaven chi and earth chi gushed out. They were about to form a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. What is going on? Why are there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Wasn't it over already? Seeing this, Yi Luosang's eyes were wide open in shock. This is different from what is in the records. There is something strange going on with Tai Bei Yun Sheng. Why are there 2 heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in a row? Hai Lu Lan was very confused as well. Even they had no idea, not to mention the others. Looking at the imposing heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity forming once again, many people were lost for words as they felt very worried regarding Tai Bei Yun Sheng's situation. Tai Bei Yun Sheng's expression was ashen. Why is there still a heavenly tribulation forming? My inheritance did not state that this would happen. He was shocked and furious, because not just on the outside, at the same time, the immortal aperture inside his body was also forming another heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. When immortal Gu becomes an immortal Gu, it is like a Gu master becoming an immortal. It is a dangerous process to make a qualitative change that defied heaven. When Gu worms were refined into immortal Gu, they would need to involve heaven and earth chi. This way, the corresponding heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would form. Being faced with trouble both internally and externally, Tai Bei Yun Sheng could neither advance nor retreat. He could not attend to one problem while neglecting the other. His situation was very worrying. Feng Yuan used the Gruul Mud Immortal Gu to awaken the land spirit. Tai Bei Yun Sheng's immortal ascension became a crucial chess piece in the fight between the land spirit and Giant Sun's will. This immortal ascension had already gone out of his control. Other than Feng Yuan, everyone else was kept in the dark. They were unaware of the truth. Only Feng Yuan knew the land spirit's intention. In a race against time, the land spirit could not compete with Giant Sun's will. Thus it placed its attention on Tai Bei Yun Sheng. The heaven chi and earth chi were extracted by sacrificing the land spirit's own foundation. Its intention was to form the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity that would destroy Tai Bei Yun Sheng. What benefits would the land spirit gain from killing him? This would involve the devouring of the immortal aperture. Mortal apertures were not easy to devour and combine, but after ascending to immortal, the immortal aperture was a small world. Between worlds, they could be devoured and assimilated. There were great benefits to Gu immortals. On Tian Ti Mountain back then, Feng Yuan discarded a portion of Hu immortal blessed land's territory, which were quickly taken by the other Gu immortals. Swallowing other immortal apertures and strengthening one's own immortal aperture, there was much to gain from this. If the land spirit destroyed Tai Bei Yun Sheng, after he dies, his immortal aperture would remain. It would then be absorbed and assimilated by Imperial Court Blessed Land. After devouring the aperture, the Blessed Land's foundation would rise, and the land spirit would become much stronger. This would be a great help for it to break through Giant Sun's seal. In the sky, dark clouds were rumbling as lightning and thunder resounded. Countless purple lightning bolts formed into balls of lightning. On the ground, the calamity dust settled down, exposing the bare earth. A crack formed on the ground. It was hundreds of meters wide, exposing red-hot flames from within. It resembled a desolate beast opening its bloodthirsty mouth. The flames rose up, forming many traces of restraining smoke as they gushed up. Chaotic lightning balls, restraining smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. The chaotic lightning balls not only had great power, they could even ruin the Gu Master's mind and will, inducing a chaotic effect. Restraining smoke could seal away the environment. As long as the Gu Master was trapped within, they would lose their five senses, like falling into a maze or an abyss. They would not be able to get free. Chaotic lightning balls were not fast, but together with the suppression from restraining smoke, they were perfect partners and could unleash the greatest effect. Fang Yuan could not help but feel some worry. Tai Bei Yunsheng's failure was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Holding the glass owner token in his hand, Fang Yuan tightened his grasp as his gaze turned dark. Still too weak, too weak. With my current strength, I am very heavily affected by circumstances. Howl, howl, howl. The chaotic lightning balls flew through the air, emitting a strange and shrill noise. They sounded like a woman screaming and crying at the same time. It was very painful to the ears. At the same time, the restraining smoke was rumbling, surging towards Tai Bei Yunsheng. Tai Bei Yunsheng's expression turned pale. The chaotic lightning balls changed their directions randomly. Sometimes they traveled right, sometimes left. It was hard to dodge them. Furthermore, there were traces of restraining smoke around him, like he was in the middle of an ancient forest. If I come into contact with the restraining smoke, I'll be finished. Oh no, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity in my immortal aperture is also forming. Moreover, I have already lost my defensive Gu. Tai Bei Yunsheng gritted his teeth. His gaze was shining with resolution. Risk it. His body gave off a shining light. Using several movement Gu, his body flew into the air. The intense wind blew this old man's hair towards the back, showing an unrestrained demeanor. Shocked screams could be heard coming from the crowd. Tai Bei Yunsheng charged towards the tribulation cloud. Above him, there were countless chaotic lightning balls. Looking from afar, he was like a moth flying towards a fire. Is Tai Bei Yunsheng seeking death? Yi Luosang frowned deeply. Good. Hai Lulan, however, gave high praise. Fang Yuan's eyes also shone. Restraining smoke might seem harmless without any attack power and could only trap enemies, but it held much greater threat than the chaotic lightning balls. Tai Bei Yunsheng understood the situation and made the best decision, only to see that after he charged into the thunder cloud, countless lightning balls shot down like fish swimming in water. Bam bam bam. The lightning balls continued to explode, but it did not affect Tai Bei Yunsheng at all. He flew left and right, trying to find a survival chance in the barrage of attacks. His movement speed was fast at times and slow at others. He had great control over the situation. Amazing. What level of flying attainment is this? To think that Lord Tai Bei Yunsheng is actually a flying master. He hid himself too deeply. I only found out now. Everyone was overjoyed to find out that Tai Bei Yunsheng was a flying master. To think that Tai Bei Yunsheng was skilled at using cloud path Gu worms. Yi Luosang praised. He was not very surprised at the display of flying. Tai Bei Yunsheng was a healing Gu master. These years when he roamed northern plains, he had encountered many dangers. He had to have a secret ability in order to survive till now. In truth, most healing Gu masters were either skilled in defense or movement. When these Gu masters were nurtured, they were specially trained in this manner. That was because in the battlefield, healing Gu masters were usually the first to be targeted. Many times they could not receive protection from their teammates. Thus, healing Gu masters needed to have certain ways to protect themselves. As the #1 healing Gu master in northern plains, Tai Bei Yunsheng is not skilled in defense. With his age, it is no wonder he has such flying attainment. Hai Lulan thought about this and turned his head, looking at the sky far away. There, Fang Yuan seated on the Azure Wolf King's back, observing Tai Bei Yunsheng closely. Compared to Tai Bei Yunsheng, Chang Shanyin, who was also a flying master, was much younger. Little Sparrow, you are really enjoying yourself. In Truyang Building, Giant Sun's will laughed instead of raging. 88 True Yang building was shaking intensely. The aurora was wavering in the sky as a huge pillar of light shot out. Immortal Gu, divert disaster. The light of divert disaster shone around Taibei Yunsheng, piercing through the lightning balls and restraining smoke. Old ancestor is really blessing Taibei Yunsheng, he struck once again. Amidst the shocked screams, there were jealous and envious people too. This is too weird. Taibei Yunsheng is not part of Giant Sun's bloodline, to think he could receive such blessings as well. Someone was suspicious. As expected, he struck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Taibei Yunsheng had already become a crucial factor in the contest between the Land Spirit and Giant Sun's will. The Land Spirit wanted to harm him, while Giant Sun's will wanted to protect him. Chapter 611, Landscape as Before. Luck Inspection Gu. Fang Yuan's heart moved, quickly sending his primeval essence into the Gu. The next moment, his vision changed. Luck Inspection Gu, a rank 5 luck path investigative. The Gu, it could allow him to see luck despite its formlessness. Looking at Taibei Yunsheng's luck now, his previous fiery red luck that was originally burning with a glowing red glow had shrunken by a bit. Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will was helping him, thus his luck was being expended. Now that he helped once more, Taibei Yunsheng has only a third of his initial luck left. Fang Yuan evaluated. Looking at his own luck, it was still the black coffin luck, as rich and dense as ink, and even larger than before. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but quickly snickered to himself. Looking at the people in the blessed land, the people who were watching Taibei Yunsheng ascend to immortal realm had changes to their luck as well. The overwhelming majority of the Gu masters had unwittingly developed a small layer of black coffin luck. Except for Hai Lu Lan, he still had his unchanged profuse azure luck. Looking around, Fang Yuan felt his eyes hurting. He quickly stopped using the luck inspection Gu. When a Gu master ascends, there would be endless heaven and earth chi. Using Gu worms in such an environment would cause a backlash. If he forcefully continued to use them, both he and his Gu worms would suffer injuries, or even face death. As his vision returned to normal, Fang Yuan looked at Taibei Yunsheng again. He was swimming in the thunderstorm, flying through the crevices of the clouds, showing off his master-level flying attainment. His body had no more defensive Gu, he was relying on his movement to evade the chaotic lightning balls. It was like walking on a tightrope. He was in great danger. In order to avoid the earthly calamity of restraining smoke, he charged into the thunder clouds. This was a wise decision when weighing the two difficulties, but it was also a helpless choice. If not for the fact that I have green grape immortal essence, and can dilute it to form endless primeval essence, such an insane flying speed would have drained my aperture dry long ago. Taibei Yunsheng was breathing roughly, his hair was in a mess and his body was feeling weak. The situation was getting more dangerous. Swoosh! Suddenly, a chaotic lightning ball changed directions and charged towards him. Taibei Yunsheng wanted to evade it, but it was too late. He could only stare indignantly with a furious gaze. In the moment of crisis, a white light pillar shot over, directly hitting this chaotic lightning ball. The lightning ball quickly melted from the ray of light, turning into pure heaven chi. Divert disaster Gu. 88 True Yang buildings help came once again, saving Taibei Yunsheng. So close, even though I became a Gu immortal, I do not have any defenses on me. If I was hit by the chaotic lightning ball, I'd be heavily injured. The consequences are unthinkable. Taibei Yunsheng swallowed his saliva, feeling some lingering fear. After becoming a Gu immortal, the foundation of his life had been elevated. If he was still immortal, a chaotic lightning ball could easily kill him. Gu immortals, however, were tougher. Even without any defensive Gu, they could endure over a dozen lightning balls without any problems. But the thing was, these lightning balls had special effects. After being hit, they would cause Taibei Yunsheng's thoughts to be chaotic. Once his mind is in chaos, he would not be able to think properly. At this crucial moment, as long as Taibei Yunsheng stops in the air for a moment, he would be attacked by countless lightning balls at once. If he was hit by these lightning balls consecutively, Tai Bei Yunsheng would have no chance to gather his thoughts, he would just be drowned under the endless lightning balls. Quickly look, 88 True Yang Building saved Tai Bei Yunsheng once again. That's right, this has already happened at least 10 times. With True Yang Building's help, it seems Tai Bei Yunsheng's tribulation will succeed without fail. Outside, everyone saw this with amazed and envious expressions. Such intensive assistance, will it really work? Hai Lu Lan's eyes were shining brilliantly. He saw the situation with a different perspective. In such an environment, when heaven and earth chi were rampaging, usage of any goo worm would create a huge backlash. Divert Disaster Goo was no exception. In the history of Goo Masters, there were many instances of Goo Immortals helping out during the tribulation, and eventually the backlash destroying their immortal goo. Except that most people were ignorant and did not know such secrets. Divert Disaster Goo is one of the foundational pieces of 88 True Yang Building. It is used for Imperial Court Blessed Land to divert away disasters. Without it, Imperial Court Blessed Land would face terrifying earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Giant Sun's Will would not sacrifice such a precious goo for Tai Bei Yunsheng. That means the reinforcement of Giant Sun's will is limited. What happens now is most crucial. It will depend on Tai Bei Yunsheng, whether he can quickly survive the calamity and tribulation in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, watching with growing tension. After all, landscape as before Goo was one of his main goals in coming to Northern Plains. Tai Bei Yunsheng's speed started to slow down. He was facing troubles both in his aperture and outside of it. The land spirit was causing him harm, while the calamity and tribulation was forming in his own immortal aperture due to his mortal Goo's ascension. This internal threat especially, it was taking away much of his attention. Thus his reactions toward the outside world were getting slower. Suddenly, his body shook, completely stopping his movements. Immediately after, countless chaotic lightning balls flew towards him. Divert Disaster Light Pillar was shining brilliantly. It burst out and surrounded Tai Bei Yunsheng. Now is the most crucial time. Fang Yuan, Hai Lu Lan, Yi Luosang and others could see clearly that this was it. Their eyes were shining. At this moment, in Tai Bei Yunsheng's immortal aperture, bright light exploded, engulfing the entire small world. The aura of the immortal goo was spewing out like a fountain. In that bright light, an immortal goo was rising up slowly. It looked like a ladybug. It was fist-sized and had a jade body. On its round back, there were natural markings. Half was of rivers and seas, while the other half was of valleys and mountains. So this immortal goo was created by combining river as before and mountain as before. It seems the effect is also the product of river as before and mountain as before, but elevated. Tai Bei Yunsheng analyzed. This was refined during the resonance of heaven and earth. It was not refined by him personally, thus, he was still unclear towards the effect of landscape as before. After looking at it for a few breaths' time, Tai Bei Yunsheng placed his attention on the most central area of the blessed land. Immortal goo landscape as before, it was not part of his goal, only an additional surprise. Now at the center of the blessed land, man as before goo had turned into a huge cocoon, but cracks were starting to develop on it. Dazzling rainbow light was leaking from the cracks, breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. As the thick cocoon vanished, a colorful butterfly fluttered into the sky. Wherever it went, rainbow light rained down, trailing behind the butterfly's path as a curvy rainbow was formed behind it. Success, immortal goo man as before. Ahahaha. Seeing this, Tai Bei Yunsheng was extremely happy. He laughed maniacally. So many years of accumulation, so many years of anticipation and worry, so many times he had fallen into grave danger, but at this moment, he obtained a perfect result. But his internal threat still remained. In the immortal aperture, the azure tribulation cloud was rumbling, forming a huge green-scaled snake. The snake had a silver horn on its head, and its body was hundreds of meters long. The snake tail had turned into chi, fusing with the tribulation cloud. As for the ground, it started shaking, making loud sounds that resembled thunder, causing pain to the eardrums. The newly formed earth burst out with cracks. As lava spewed out of it, the smoke was thick as trees as the surroundings withered. Heavenly tribulation, silver horn green scale python, earthly calamity, molten earth. Tai Bei Yunsheng's heart shook, facing both the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity alone at the same time. He felt an immense pressure. He placed his hopes on the immortal Gu landscape as before. Come! He willed, as a bead of green grape immortal essence flew out, fusing into the landscape as before Gu. The ladybug-like landscape as before Gu immediately flapped its wings, flying away like a flash of lightning. Everywhere it went, in the surroundings, the land returned to spring as the landscape was restored to normal, back to the moment before the earthly calamity struck. Good Gu, good Gu. Tai Bei Yunsheng's heart settled. With landscape as before immortal Gu, he had no fear towards the earthly calamity. Hiss! The silver horn green scale python opened its mouth, making a shrill sound. It shot out abruptly, its huge body bringing along a draft of wind, as it pounced on the landscape as before immortal Gu. Tai Bei Yunsheng was nervous. Although immortal Gu had huge capabilities, those which were not defensive Gu were usually fragile. Landscape as before Gu was the same. If it was destroyed by the silver horn green scale python, Tai Bei Yunsheng's situation would turn bad. Thankfully, landscape as before Gu was born from his aperture during the resonance of heaven and earth. He could control it like moving his limbs. Tai Bei Yunsheng had deep foundations accumulated in his life. He quickly mobilized landscape as before immortal Gu and escaped. The silver horn green scale python behind him had attacked dozens of times. It destroyed mountains and rivers, the earth was pierced and rocks were sent flying, as savage winds ravaged the land. Oh no! At this rate, Tai Bei Yunsheng was concentrating intensely. After a few breaths' time, sweat started forming on his forehead. His eyes were shut tight. His body was still floating in the air, as the chaotic lightning balls crashed towards him. But thankfully, due to the divert disaster immortal Gu's light pillar, his body was protected. Tai Bei Yunsheng was unable to care about the outside world since long ago, but he had not forgotten his external threat. This terrible situation forced him to cut his losses decisively. 88 True Yang Building's reinforcement is limited. It might stop any time. I can only do this, with man as before immortal Gu in my possession. As long as I have time, there is hope. Cut it off. Tai Bei Yunsheng shouted in his heart. Abandoning the territories to protect his headquarters, he gave up a portion of his immortal aperture. The sky began to cut apart. The blessed land was the foundation and base of a Gu immortal. Cutting off the blessed land was like self-mutilation. It reduced their own strength and potential. But Tai Bei Yunsheng had no other choice. Just like how Feng Yuan survived the earthly calamity back in Hu immortal blessed land, in order to get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow, he discarded a portion of the blessed land. Tai Bei Yunsheng also had to make such a sacrifice. The blessed land's sky was shaved off layer by layer. Along with the thick tribulation clouds, they were all sent out of his body. Outside his body, it was Imperial Court blessed land. Frost Jade Peacock joyfully chirped as it devoured these blessed land fragments, to increase its own strength. Giant Sun's Will shouted in anger. He was trying to protect Tai Bei Yunsheng's life, but the latter was now fueling his enemy's strength. Giant Sun's Will had to protect him, because if Tai Bei Yunsheng died, his entire immortal aperture would be devoured by Imperial Court blessed land. Most importantly, divert disaster immortal Gu was already full of cracks. If he reinforced Tai Bei Yunsheng anymore, the Gu might get destroyed from the backlash. Divert disaster immortal Gu was one of the foundation pieces of 88 True Yang Building. It could not be lost. But if Tai Bei Yunsheng died, it was similarly disadvantageous for Giant Sun's Will. At once, Giant Sun's Will fell into a difficult predicament. Chapter 612, Hoodwinking the Land Spirit. The sky and the immortal aperture started to peel off layer by layer. The dense tribulation clouds thinned out along with it. The devastating silver horn green scale python's body decreased to 1/10 of its original size. its might extremely weakened. The situation was taking a turn for the better for Tai Baiyunsheng. Success is at hand. Tai Baiyunsheng's eyes were filled with tears when he opened them. The situation in the immortal aperture was already stabilizing, and he had the room to pay some attention to the external crisis. The light of divert disaster was covering him, preventing the calamity and tribulation from touching him. Tai Baiyunsheng felt gratitude from the depths of his heart. This is all thanks to 88 True Yang Building helping me. Otherwise I would find it difficult to even have a hope of succeeding. The light of divert disaster suddenly dissipated. Tai Baiyunsheng was caught off guard and was bombarded by the chaotic lightning balls, his mind immediately turning chaotic. He flew around in disorder, knocking into large numbers of chaotic lightning balls as he was unable to act for himself with not even a trace of reason left. Everyone was shocked, but before they could express it, 88 True Yang Building burst out with an absolutely powerful absorption force again, directly capturing the hysterical Tai Baiyunsheng. Giant Sun's will could not sacrifice divert disaster Gu and also could not let Tai Baiyunsheng die. The best method was, of course, to throw Tai Baiyunsheng out of the blessed land. Unfortunately, only Frost Jade Peacock could do that in this situation. Helplessly, Giant Sun's will could only use this inferior method. This was indeed an inferior solution. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the tribulation clouds and calamity dust surged explosively, shrouding 88 True Yang Building. Countless chaotic lightning balls crashed down like a violent storm, while restraining smoke coiled around the tower like an immemorial giant python, continually seeping inside. 88 True Yang Building had brought in Tai Baiyunsheng, thus becoming the target for the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect Tai Baiyunsheng's life, Giant Sun's will chose to forcefully resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. How could this happen? Lord Tai Baiyunsheng was brought into 88 True Yang Building. How on earth does he deserve such assistance from old ancestor? This is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity we are talking about. They are extremely dangerous to True Yang Building. Everyone looked on with stupefied and shocked gazes. Under the presence of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, using Gu Worms was asking to suffer backlash. 88 True Yang Building was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. In its essence, it was an integrated body of many immortal Gu and countless mortal Gu. And now, it was forcefully resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The pressure on it was already enormous, and because of the force of the backlash, the coordination between the Gu Worms had been affected. It was clear, this was by no means a wise course of action. However, Tai Baiyunsheng had become a crucial key in the fight between Giant Sun's will and Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will, forced by the situation, could only settle for such a method. Inside 88 True Yang Building, Frost Jade Peacock rapidly moved its wings, continuously dodging in between the gigantic trees. 5 immortal Gu, with all kinds of flaming tails trailing after them, were pursuing and obstructing it. Frost Jade Peacock was not willing to be sealed again and used all its strength to run away. Gradually it lost its head and was unable to take the exact path, crashing into countless giant trees on the way. Under Giant Sun's will's control, True Yang Building was a natural cage that could utilize the strength of any round, while Frost Jade Peacock was the bird in the cage. The giant trees turned into treemen, opening their arms to block it. Ka! Frost Jade Peacock screamed shrilly as it suffered damage. It tore apart the defense line of 3 old treemen, but its speed lowered greatly by this, and was caught up by a Metal Path immortal Gu from behind. A golden stream of light rapidly flowed on its body. The golden light condensed into a thick golden shell wherever it touched, firmly covering Frost Jade Peacock. Frost Jade Peacock sensed it could not budge in any areas covered by the golden light. It was instantly startled and furious. It hurriedly flapped its wings to increase its speed again. But the next moment, it was attacked by the second immortal Gu. An intense sleepiness invaded its mind, causing its eyes to turn hazy as it felt an intense urge to sleep. Boom! It crashed down headfirst onto the ground, unable to fly any longer. It had a premonition that its fate was to be sealed again. 2 rows of tears filled with grief and indignance involuntarily fell down from its eyes. "Don't even think." Frost Jade Peacock mumbled to itself, trying to use all its remaining strength to resist. Although there was still the remaining power of immortal goo gruel mud on its body, the 2 immortal goo sealing it again were not restrained by gruel mud. "Even if I die, I won't let you prevail." Frost Jade Peacock gave off an intense suicidal will, and disregarding everything, it drew out the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Heaven and Earth Chi, to intensify the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. And it was rapidly weakening. Imperial Court Blessed Land was born from a space path goo immortal, thus the Blessed Land's territory was vast, far surpassing any at an equivalent level. Later, it was developed by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, becoming a top-notch blessed land and also obtaining the ability to transit between day and night. It could be said to be at the doorstep of transforming into a grotto heaven. If it could swallow the time path Gu Immortal Tai Bei Yun Sheng's immortal aperture, space and time could converge, which was the greatest supplement to Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was extremely likely for there to be a qualitative change which could allow Imperial Court Blessed Land to advance to a grotto heaven. If that happened, Frost Jade Peacock could break apart most of the arrangements of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although it could not suppress 88 True Yang Building, it would have the power to expel it out of the Blessed Land. However, Giant Sun's will was truly too resolute and would rather suffer the damage from the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to protect Tai Bei Yun Sheng's life. Frost Jade Peacock was only an obsession left behind after a Gu Immortal's death. How could it scheme against Giant Sun's will? But it was also because of its obsession. It was brave and unyielding, on the verge of being sealed again. It would rather be exterminated, and disregarding the consequences, it drew out large amounts of heaven and earth chi from Imperial Court Blessed Land. These heaven and earth chi were like adding fuel to the fire. As they assimilated into the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the sky rumbled with lightning. The chaotic lightning balls immediately expanded tenfold in quantity, and the restraining smoke had even more changes. Its body inflated and its dark color turned even deeper. Crack crack crack. Lightning balls rained down like a storm, fiercely striking 88 True Yang Building. Bursts of explosions sounded out. 88 True Yang Building became filled with scars. The eaves of the tower collapsed piece by piece, and a crack even appeared on the outer wall. Restraining smoke turned into an even bigger problem, becoming a deadly smoke calamity. It was much more powerful and seeped everywhere on 88 True Yang Building's surface, gradually dyeing it black. The pitch-black walls of the building seemed to have eroded for 1,000 years. As they started to peel off, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have become stronger. This is too terrifying. Retreat, retreat. What is happening? Even the wind and snow from the outside world are pouring in. Everyone started shouting in shock. Frost Jade Peacock extracted large amounts of heaven and earth chi, injuring Imperial Court Blessed Land's foundation. If Imperial Court Blessed Land was originally a strong house, now the tiles and bricks were taken out, only leaving behind the framework of the house. This caused countless holes to appear in it, connecting to the outside world. And the outside world of Northern Plains was currently experiencing the blizzard of every 10 years. Divert Disaster Gu was dormant, causing Imperial Court Blessed Land to suffer the invasion of the blizzard calamity as well. Imperial Court Blessed Land was no longer a refuge. Large amounts of wind and snow poured in. The temperature quickly dropped as the heavy snowfall flew inside. Although it had not reached the level of forming snow monsters, it was not too far away. Little Sparrow, look at what a big mess you have caused. Giant Sun's will shouted in annoyance. Blessed lands and grotto heavens would attract all sizes of calamities and tribulations in every set interval of time. The larger their fortune, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. The great snow disaster that wreaked havoc over the whole of Northern Plains every 10 years was actually the calamity and tribulation of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land had 88 True Yang Building and was also a peak-level blessed land with territory that was at the size of a small world. The fortune it contained was gigantic, thus the calamities and tribulations it attracted were extremely terrifying. Right now, Divert Disaster Goo was hibernating, while Imperial Court Blessed Land had connected outside to Northern Plains, causing the once-in-10 years blizzard to return into it. 88 True Yang Building could forcibly resist the frenzied attacks of lightning balls, the invasion of the black smoke, but it was unable to contend against the blizzard that could wreak havoc over the whole of Northern Plains. If this situation continued, Imperial Court Blessed Land would erode and crumble apart due to the snow disaster. Frost Jade Peacock did not need 88 True Yang Building, but 88 True Yang Building needed Imperial Court Blessed Land. There was one way to salvage this situation, that was to use Divert Disaster Goo to eliminate heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and turn them into Heaven Chi and Earth Chi, making Imperial Court Blessed Land take in these Heaven and Earth Chi to stabilize its foundation, and close the connection with the outside world of Northern Plains. Giant Sun's will could take the risk in forcibly activating Divert Disaster Goo, but to make Imperial Court Blessed Land take in Heaven and Earth Chi required Frost Jade Peacock's cooperation. Asking this little sparrow to cooperate is simply an impossible dream. Even if it was Giant Sun's will, this was a difficult problem. He helplessly thought of the only way. Unless Frost Jade Peacock acknowledges a pair of new owners. Giant Sun's will did not know that Taibei Yunsheng's immortal aperture contained landscape as before Immortal Goo, which could conveniently deal with this trouble. He thought of another Immortal Goo he had, False Emotion Fake Will Goo. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to acknowledge its owner was a couple who had true love for each other. However, nothing was absolute. Even the land spirit could be hoodwinked. Giant Sun's will knew as long as he found two candidates to use False Emotion Fake Will Goo on, he could hoodwink the land spirit and make Frost Jade Peacock recognize new owners. Once Frost Jade Peacock was controlled, each problem could be easily resolved. Moreover, this method was very favorable to Giant Sun's will. If a couple who had true love for each other became the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land, what would Giant Sun's will do if this couple did not obey his commands? Instead of that, he would hold on to the initiative if he found two unconnected people to use False Emotion Fake Will Goo on and satisfy the requirement to become the owners. Because False Emotion Fake Will Goo contained Giant Sun's will, False Emotion Fake Will Goo was subjected to Giant Sun's will's control. Even if the two unconnected people were disloyal in the future, as long as Giant Sun's will still held False Emotion Fake Will Goo, at worst, he could once again select two new candidates. Little Sparrow, you are a long way from being able to fight with me. Giant Sun's will was shrewd and wise, inheriting some of the main body's intelligence. The seemingly desperate situation could not hold him back. With just some thinking, he thought of a way to resolve it. He immediately mobilized 88 True Yang Building's strength to inspect the candidates. Right now in Imperial Court Blessed Land, everyone was running away from danger here and there, with many casualties appearing. The situation was quickly worsening. It was so cold that one's spit could instantly freeze into a piece of ice. The majestic blizzard was pouring in without any pause. Tall and formidable snow monsters started standing up from the depths of the snow, selecting targets to devour. But this did not pose any difficulty for Giant Sun's will. 88 True Yang Building could plunder resources from the whole of Northern Plains, let alone two people that were right in front of it. These two people would naturally be those with Giant Sun's bloodline. Giant Sun's will soon selected two candidates who satisfied it. Hailu Lan's vision rapidly changed. He was at rank 5 peak stage, but he did not even have the strength to resist as he was absorbed into True Yang Building. Save me. Not far away, Ma Hongyun was still running frantically and did not realize the changes in his surroundings. Thud. He bumped headfirst into a giant tree in front. Don't tell me this kid was running with his eyes closed. Hailu Lan was speechless. Chapter 613. Identity exposed. Painful, painful. Ma Hongyun rubbed his forehead that had turned red, pouting as he got up from the floor. What is this place? He discovered that the blizzard had vanished without a trace. He was surrounded by a spring-like warmth. It was not a world of ice and snow, instead it was a vast ancient forest. Around him were gigantic ancient trees, hundreds of meters tall, so thick that even a dozen adults joining hands could not surround it. The ancient trees were very tall, and their lush leaves covered the sky. Rays of sunlight penetrated through the small gaps, forming a tranquil scene under the shade. Compared to the outside world, this was practically a paradise. "You are in the center of 88 Truyang Building." A voice suddenly echoed within Ma Hongyun and Hai Lu Lan's ears. "Who is this?" Hai Lu Lan's pupils contracted. Ma Hongyun cried out in fear, "Ghost!" He panicked and subconsciously ran to the side of Hai Lu Lan. "Ghost? I am no ghost. If I could become a ghost, my affairs would be much easier to settle. Unfortunately, I am merely a remnant will, inferior to even a ghost." Giant Sun's will gave a sigh, and suddenly in midair, golden speckles of light appeared. These speckles of light rotated slowly and suddenly condensed, transforming into an imposing body of light and shadow, similar in appearance to Giant Sunday. "Ah, you are?" Ma Hongyun stammered, his finger pointing towards the will of Giant Sun in endless shock. Hai Lu Lan's pupils contracted. As the head of Hai tribe, he knew a lot. His complexion turned solemn and respectful. Placing his hands on his chest, he spoke dutifully. "Descendant pays respect to ancestor Giant Sun." Giant Sun sighed once again, and said, "I know the two of you are feeling confusion within your hearts." To make a long story short, this man broke into Truyang Building, undid the seal on the Frost Jade Peacock Land Spirit, and thus put Imperial Court Blessed Land on the brink of crisis. As he said that, the golden speckles condensed into the image of Chang Shanyin. "Ah, it's Lord Wolf King." Ma Hongyun immediately recognized it was actually him. Hai Lu Lan also could not help but cry out. But Giant Sun's will immediately continued, "What you see is not his genuine appearance." As he spoke, the image of Chang Shanyin changed, gradually turning into Feng Yuan's true appearance. "This is the true face of that person." Giant Sun's will spoke. Feng Yuan disguised himself as Chang Shanyin using the human skin goo. This goo was immortal goo. It was able to deceive people like Hai Lu Lan, but it failed to deceive Giant Sun's will. Even though when Feng Yuan explored the true inheritance secluded domain in secret, Giant Sun's will was asleep. But within the 88 Truyang Building, there were many goo worms that had recorded his actions. Seeing the true face of Feng Yuan, Hai Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun were unable to recognize him. So it turned out that this Chang Shanyin was merely a fake. To actually infiltrate Imperial Court Blessed Land, he is extremely daring. Hai Lu Lan let out a cold snort, sensing such a huge conspiracy. He could not help but be both startled and furious at once. He not only has guts, but he had also made ample preparations. Looking at the two methods he used to scheme against me, these are not something that one can accomplish on their own. There surely must be a larger force backing him. You two are my descendants. Truyang Building has been infiltrated by outsiders and is in deep trouble. I now need your strength. Giant Sun's will spoke. Hai Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun glanced at each other, both expressing their desire to cooperate with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will spoke concisely. In a short period of time, he was able to give a clear explanation. So it was like this. Hai Lu Lan came to a realization, and was now able to understand why Truyang Building helped Tai Bei Yunsheng. His heart jumped. Giant Sun's will's idea was for him to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner. That involved tremendous benefits. Imperial Court Blessed Land's ownership condition is special. The Blessed Land actually requires two owners. No wonder back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up the sacred palace, he made it so that his empress could stay in it. He loved his empress very much. Now it seems that the empress also had half the ownership of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using false emotion fake will goo to deceive the land spirit. This is quite a good idea. But this kid, how could he be selected to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner alongside me? Hai Lu Lan's eyes sparkled, shooting a glance toward Ma Hongyun, concealing his deep disdain. Could it be that Ancestor Giant Sun thinks that he is an easier pawn to control? Hai Lulan's gaze trembled. With Giant Sun's will present, he did not dare to do anything reckless. Differing from Hai Lulan, Ma Hongyan suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Wait a moment. Lady Zhaoyun and my wife Zhao Li are still outside. I do not want to be the owner of the blessed land. Quickly let me out, I need to save them." Lady Zhaoyun naturally referred to Zhao Lianyun. His wife Zhao Li was Chang Li, originally, Chang Biao, in order to coax Ma Yingji, allowed his adopted daughter Chang Li to be married off to Ma Hongyan, consequently turning her into Ma Hongyan's wife. Giant Sun's will seemed to have taken a fancy to Ma Hongyan. He laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, caring for beautiful women, you are truly my descendant. Boy, once you become the owner of this blessed land, this will become your domain. Then, you will be able to have all the women you desire." Ma Hongyan stared blankly, before quickly shouting, "No, it's very dangerous outside, I have to go and save them both. No matter what this affair is, we can discuss it later. Release me outside, quickly let me go." "Foolish boy, relying on your own strength, you can barely defend yourself, how can you defend other people?" Giant Sun's will laughed. "Be obedient and stay here, cooperate and become the owner of Imperial Court blessed land. I will be the one to save your women." Giant Sun's will moved rapidly without delay, starting to act the moment he finished speaking. Great numbers of Gu masters were in the Truyang building, and almost all of them were Giant Sun's descendants. These were his descendants. 88 Truyang building was built for their sake, as an inheritance for his descendants. Naturally, not all of his descendants had the aptitude to become Gu masters. Giant Sun's will had not made a move to save those. Fang Yuan had a panoramic view of this scene. Giant Sun's will made a move. This time, many people were taken into the building. Within his mind, Mo Yao's will spoke. Fang Yuan sat still on the back of an azure wolf king, floating at a high altitude in the sky, gazing at the distant sacred palace. But it was a huge distance away from his original location. The power of the calamities and tribulations getting more fearsome, Fang Yuan, in order to avoid the disaster, could only retreat. In the surroundings of the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to increase in power. The area was already extremely dangerous. This Frost Jade Peacock was putting in a last-ditch attempt. Even the once-in-10 years blizzard of the northern plains was attracted over. Now the sacred palace had mostly been destroyed, the broken walls scattered in the wind, its former splendor nowhere to be seen. 88 Truyang building was in a terrible state. It was wrapped in layers of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Inside it were the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while outside was the raging blizzard that was getting stronger. Giant Sun's will has already awakened. He definitely wants you dead. It's a blessing that he isn't targeting you now. He absolutely won't come and save us. We should retreat and return to Water Pavilion. Within Water Pavilion, there is some immortal essence that I have left behind in the past. You can use them to move the Gu house. You can return to Central Continent, and when you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, you will receive more benefits than you can imagine. There is no need for you to take a risk here. Within his mind, Mo Yao continued to coax him. Things had already progressed this far. The entire Imperial Court blessed land had been affected. Giant Sun's will had already awakened. Water Pavilion was still hidden, while Truyang building was suppressed by the heaven tribulations and earthly calamities. It was a great opportunity to retreat. Retreat? Fang Yuan's eyes were cold and detached, his line of sight turning towards the glass owner token in his hands as he sneered softly. He gripped the glass owner token tightly. This was a crucial trump card he had not expended yet. Central Continent Gu Immortals left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. The first was the Gu formation of Special Will Gu, effective in dealing with Giant Sun's will. The second method was a sealing Gu formation, which could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The third method was even more hidden but had greater power. It could temporarily expel Giant Sun's will from the True Yang building. The glass owner token was the key to all three of these methods. Now, both the first and second methods were already used. Only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger compared with the first two methods. It could be said to be a trump card, especially at this moment. 88 True Yang building was wrapped in heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Once Giant Sun's will gets temporarily separated from the building, he would definitely suffer the fearsome attack of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's plan was indeed mature and stable, but great risks come with great rewards. Meanwhile, in True Yang building, Chang Li and Zhao Yanyan were brought into the building by Giant Sun's will, appearing in front of Ma Hongyan. Lady Zhao Yan, my wife Zhao Li. Ma Hongyan was jubilant, and dashed towards them. Husband. Chang Li was happy to have escaped danger, and threw herself into Ma Hongyan's arms. Zhao Yanyan also moved quickly towards Ma Hongyan's side, her face also full of joy from having returned from death's door. She lightly kicked Ma Hongyan's leg. Foolish kid, unexpectedly, you were useful for once. Ha ha ha, it's only natural. Ma Hongyan loosened his hug and cordially looked towards Giant Sun's will floating in midair, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, old ancestor. Just as he said that, suddenly, a violent tremor occurred. For a moment, the entire forest shook. What's going on? Chang Li and Zhao Yanyan both turned pale. Alright, enough nonsense. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are getting more and more severe. Eventually, even 88 True Yang building will no longer be able to resist. You must become Imperial Court Blessed Lands owners as soon as possible. The complexion of Giant Sun's wills changed as he spoke. Bam bam bam. A group of large treemen moved slowly, each footstep they took sounding like thunder. The treemen lowered their waists, opening their branch-like bombs, revealing the giant immobilized peacock. This is the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will introduced, while at the same time, false emotion fake will Gu flew towards the Frost Jade Peacock. Hai Lu Lan and Ma Hongyan stood before the Frost Jade Peacock. As the false emotion fake will Gu let out a yellow light that resembled a fog, gradually enshrouding Hai Lu Lan, Ma Hongyan and the Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 614, Otherworldly Demon. Listen to my instructions. Hold your breath, be calm, be relaxed, and discard any superfluous thoughts. Giant Sun's will spoke in a pensive tone. Hai Lu Lan closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. Zhao Yanyan and Cheng Li stood to the sides and did not dare to speak. A light breeze blew, and the tree leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hongyan looked left and right. Suddenly seeing the Frost Jade Peacock, he was amazed, shouting, "Look quickly, the peacock is alive." It actually shed tears. The tranquil atmosphere was disrupted, and the voice of Giant Sun's will stopped. Hai Lu Lan held his irritation, and angrily opened his eyes. He berated, "Nonsense, of course the land spirit is alive. When the land spirit dies, the blessed land will be finished as well. Why do you care if it is shedding tears or not? Quickly follow the instructions." Oh, so, it's like this. My bad, my bad. Ma Hongyan was shocked by the Black Tyrant's anger. He nodded quickly. Concentrate, clear your mind, don't think excessively. This is the best way to display false emotion fake will Gu's power to its limit. Giant Sun's will continued to instruct. Hai Lu Lan closed both of his eyes and breathed gently. A light breeze blew, bringing with it the sweet fragrance of vegetation. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Ma Hongyan suddenly screamed. You despicable fellow, are you courting death? Hai Lu Lan clenched his fist, an immense rage was building in his heart. He was outraged and anxious. Old ancestor, I am a man, he is also a man, creating feelings between the two of us. I am unable to accept it. Ma Hongyan was afraid of Hai Lu Lan's terrifying aura. He whispered while being on guard against Hai Lu Lan, pleading with Giant Sun's will. You scoundrel. Hai Lu Lan gnashed his teeth and clenched his fist until they made cracking noises. his eyes revealing an ominous glint. Were it not for Giant Sun's will being right by his side, according to his brutal nature, he would have already sent a punch over, blowing Ma Hongyun's brains out. Idiot. Saving the blessed land is the most urgent matter right now. So what if you're both men? Just be free and relax. There will not be a problem. I will always support you. Zhao Lianyun called out. She was fearful of Hai Lulan, yet simultaneously her eyes showed some unexplainable excitement. That's right, husband, look at the big picture. I do not mind it. Chang Li spoke softly in agreement. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes and shouted, "Hey, this does not involve you, so you can talk about it casually." Old ancestor, I have an idea. How about you let me and my wife do it? Our love is genuine and sincere. You can even save up on using the false emotion fake will gu. Ma Hongyun was straightforward, not giving much thought to the complex circumstances. As far as Giant Sun's will was concerned, not using false emotion fake will gu was out of the question. Hai Lulan's killing intent burst out. Ma Hongyun's proposal greatly encroached on his benefits. His anger was about to explode, almost reaching his limit, but he did not dare to attack in the presence of Giant Sun's will. He did not dare to flare up. As expected, Giant Sun's will rejected Ma Hongyun's proposal. Boy, you are too young. True love, is it so easy to find? When calamity strikes, all the birds fly in different directions. Human couples are also the same. Do you think this young lady truly loves you? He. The words of Giant Sun's will made Chang Li's complexion pale. Indeed, Chang Li had never sincerely loved Ma Hongyun. Originally, she was looked upon as a political bargaining chip by Chang Biao and delivered to Ma tribe, intended to be used to form good bonds with Ma Yingji. But in the end, Chang Biao died, and Chang Li lost her backing. She could only accept her fate and stay by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun could cultivate to rank 3, becoming a Ma tribe elder. The resources he had available to him were incomparable to before, and as he also had Ma Yingji's trust, he could provide Chang Li with a good life. Ma Hongyun was to become one of Imperial Court Blessed Land's owners, and since he was close to Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun, Giant Sun's will began to investigate them. His investigative method was simple, direct, and effective. He separated a portion of his will, and ventured into Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun's minds, looking over their memories and thoughts. With True Yang building support, along with the method of an immortal venerable, Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun were not even aware that, at this time, each of their secrets were rapidly being learned by Giant Sun's will. Old ancestor, what do you mean? Ma Hongyun pursed his eyebrows. He was foolish and brazen. While Hai Lulan did not dare to offend Giant Sun's will, he dared to ask a direct question. Giant Sun's will laughed. You are indeed a fool, boy. Your mind isn't that sharp, but it is excusable. I will now give you a lesson. This little wife of yours approached you with an ulterior motive. Her adoptive father deliberately ordered her to come. Even your heroic action of saving this beauty was merely a show. Chang Li's complexion immediately turned deathly pale and she trembled from head to toe. Hai Lulan was indifferent. He was already accustomed to these dirty political games. How could that be? Ma Hongyun's eyes widened, unable to believe this. Giant Sun's will then said, and there is also your little female companion, called Zhao Lianyun. She had matured young and gained some wisdom. She was forced by circumstances to had no choice but to be with you. From the very beginning she had looked down on you, only wanting to protect herself. Of course, now that you have grown stronger, she has gradually become dependent on you. Zhao Lianyun's heart went cold. Her thoughts were exposed on the spot, making her feel extremely unpleasant, as if the clothes on her body had been forcibly stripped off by someone. But facing Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to refute anything. She wasn't a normal child, she was a transmigrator. The suffering she had experienced in this life had made her aware of the mystery and cruelty of this world. Suddenly, Giant Sun's will's words came to a stop, and his image in the air showed an expression of shock and fear with his eyes wide open. To think that Giant Sun's Will's tone changed abruptly. He stared at Zhao Yan with a hateful gaze, causing her to take a few steps back in fear. To think that you are an otherworldly demon. You are actually lurking by Ma Hongyan's side. He. You have such guts. You are really daring. Unfortunately, you met me. Giant Sun's Will exuded a strong killing intent. Otherworldly demon, what is that? Hai Lu Lan was astonished, as it was his first time hearing this term despite his status and experience. He looked at Zhao Yan but could not see anything extraordinary about her. Old ancestor, what are you trying to do? Ma Hongyan, no matter how stupid, could recognize something was wrong. He sprinted to the front of Zhao Yan, spreading both of his arms, protecting her behind his body. Boy, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Sun's Will raised his tone, his expression becoming ice cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know any otherworldly demon, I only know she is Lady Zhao Yan. Without her help, I would likely have been killed already. Ma Hongyan tried his best to defend Zhao Yan. Giant Sun's Will shook his head and sneered. He had no interest in explaining, yet for some reason, he had to explain. Killed? Boy, you are a person destined to become a Gu immortal. Had she not helped you, there would definitely have been others who would have given you assistance. Otherworldly demons are enemies of the entire world. They are a huge menace. If we let them grow, the consequences would be unthinkable. In the past, there was an otherworldly demon who managed to grow successfully. The 5 regions were almost destroyed as a result. Hai Lu Lan's eyes widened. The words of Giant Sun's Will were too sensational. Listening to his words, it seemed as if the otherworldly demons could rival rank 9 venerables. How was it possible? But the one who said these words was someone Hai Lu Lan had no choice but to believe. For a moment, Hai Lu Lan looked Zhao Yan in the eyes, killing intent emerging. No, Lady Zhao Yan is innocent, you must not harm her. Ma Hongyan was extremely determined, he wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan was stunned. She looked towards Ma Hongyan's lonely and powerless back, her eyes glistening with tears. She did not know what bullshit otherworldly demons were, but could surmise that perhaps it was related to her own transmigration. She forced herself to wipe her tears, the corners of her lips raising into a determined arc. Since Ma Hongyan wholeheartedly defended her, disregarding his own life, she consequently must not implicate Ma Hongyan. She took a step forward, stopping in front of Ma Hongyan. She looked at Giant Sun's Will, speaking resoundingly, "You want to take my life, come and take it. Good." Giant Sun's Will had a ferocious smile, killing intent boiling with no trace of sympathy. He was a huge will congealed by special will Gu. The difference between special wills and other wills were that, they could be given a special command by the Gu Master that would be triggered if specific circumstances were met. And Giant Sun's Will, during its formation, was given a profound resolve by the main body dash. If it discovered an otherworldly demon, no matter the circumstances, killing the otherworldly demon must take priority. Giant Sun's Will had to kill Zhao Yan. To have been able to restrain himself until now was already really remarkable. No. Ma Hongyan saw the situation going south. He shouted out in a moment of desperation, extending both his arms and hugged Zhao Yan within his bosom. Otherworldly demon, you deserve to die without pity. Giant Sun's Will sneered, and started to make his move. Yet the next moment, his expression became rigid, and shortly after he faced towards the sky and bellowed, "Damn it!" The roaring voice suddenly came to a spontaneous end, and the image of the will abruptly disappeared in midair. Giant Sun's Will could sense a formidable, hard-to-resist force that pulled it outside of the 88 True Yang building. What is going on? What happened? No matter if it was Hai Lu Lan or Ma Hongyan, both stared blankly at the spot, surprised by the turn of events. Just a moment ago, Giant Sun's Will was still brilliant and mighty. How could he suddenly disappear? Outside the 88 True Yang building, the golden speckles of the majestic will enveloped the entire True Yang building. Rumble. Large amounts of chaotic lightning balls bombarded in succession. The lightning balls could cause one to sink into confusion and in essence attack wills. Giant Sun's will was restrained by the chaotic lightning balls. In no time the explosions put him in a tough spot. A portion of his will was damaged and destroyed. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke took advantage of the situation, swallowing up the pieces of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will really was too majestic. Though the outer shell suffered the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the inner layer desperately tried to enter the building. 88 True Yang Building, presided over by Giant Sun's will, was now an empty building. Although the structure was intact, the goo worms stopped functioning. Like an army of soldiers suddenly losing their commander-in-chief, they can only rely on their instincts to act. At this moment, 88 True Yang Building had become exceptionally fragile. Chapter 615, We Are Fellow Apprentice Brothers. You little pest, I will kill you. Giant Sun's will was naturally furious at being subjected to such a scheme once again. A portion of the majestic will was immediately sent flooding towards the distant Fang Yuan. However, this torrential portion of will was weathered down by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer, shrinking by 30%. And after being ground down by the outer layer's blizzard, it decreased by another 20%. By the time it approached Fang Yuan, it had already been reduced by more than half. This can only last for about 15 minutes. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to the rapidly approaching attack. His mind was cool as ice, as he silently estimated the duration of this third method. His thoughts moved while tightly clenching the glass owner token, and the next moment, he teleported inside 88 True Yang Building. This was a feature of the glass owner token. Fang Yuan had been able to move in 88 True Yang Building without anyone knowing of it. Because of this, he appeared on an ice mountain, causing the torrential will to strike empty air. It was a scene of white. The icy cold wind brushed past his face. Grrr, three-eyed snow rabbits, at the size of adult men, with bulging muscles, drilled out from the depths of the snowy land, surrounding Fang Yuan in a few moments. This was the round that Taibei Yunsheng had been transported to in 88 True Yang Building. The snow rabbits kept on appearing endlessly and soon there were tens of thousands of them glaring at Fang Yuan. Just based on close-quarter combat capability, these snow rabbits did not lose to wind wolves or turtleback wolves. Under the environment of ice and snow, their battle strength even surpassed ordinary wolves. The large numbers of wild goo living in their body further increased their ferocity. One had to spend a lot of time and energy to break through their obstruction. But Fang Yuan was in control of the glass owner token and did not need to use such a forceful method. His thoughts moved and the glass owner token gave a faint glimmer. The crowd of snow rabbits suddenly appeared to be at a loss, their killing intent instantly dissipating. Fang Yuan waved his hand and they dispersed in confusion, drilling into the thick snowy ground, and before long, they were gone. Fang Yuan was able to control many floors of True Yang Building with the glass owner token. He had intentionally held back before and did not use up the quota completely, saving several uses for later. Right now, he used it and immediately obtained control over this floor. Without the obstruction of Giant Sun's will, he was this round's true controller and it was very easy for him to disperse these snow rabbits. Crack! A glacier split open, revealing a tunnel. The tunnel directly extended down the inner part of the ice mountain. Fang Yuan moved quickly in this tunnel and soon saw Taibei Yunsheng. Taibei Yunsheng was sealed inside an ice block, seemingly in a deep sleep. He had been bombarded by chaotic lightning balls when he tried to pass the tribulations before. His mind sunk into chaos and he was not able to think. Thus, he was easily absorbed into the tower by Giant Sun's will. Taibei Yunsheng was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, and moreover was a goo immortal, therefore he could not be easily controlled. To prevent him from causing trouble and to seize the moment to handle the land spirit, Giant Sun's will took advantage of this to seal him here. With a thought from Fang Yuan, the ice block dissolved and Taibei Yunsheng slowly woke up. Chang Shan Yin. Taibei Yunsheng gradually regained his consciousness. He glanced around and recalled, before gazing at Fang Yuan, although he found Fang Yuan's cruel way of doing things very repugnant, he was grateful at this moment. You saved me? Fang Yuan arrogantly smiled. If not me, Who else could it be? Tai Bei Yunsheng, do you know you are facing imminent catastrophe? Imminent catastrophe? Tai Bei Yunsheng's expression changed, but he was a famed character and was not scared by Fang Yuan's frightening words. Instead, he slowly stood up and lightly smiled at Fang Yuan. Please explain. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bei Yunsheng with indignance and explained, I was ordered by Master to infiltrate into Truyang Building and release the seals on the land spirit, to overturn Truyang Building and take control of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Master gave me a glass owner token which can use 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. But something unexpected happened midway. You suddenly advanced to a Gu Immortal and it was used by Giant Sun's will to weaken the land spirit, leading to the current peril. Did you think you were favored by Giant Sun's will? HMPH. He was only using you to protect Truyang Building. Now that you have lost your value, you were sealed up, and if not for me saving you, you would definitely fall into the control of Giant Sun's will, and end up in extreme misery. What? Tai Bei Yunsheng's brows furrowed as he revealed a bewildered expression. Fang Yuan's words not only contained a lot of information but also were very impactful. Tai Bei Yunsheng stared at Fang Yuan, his gaze flashing with a bright light as his brows furrowed deeper. I had been doubting why I suddenly received the help of Giant Sun's will, but later absorbed into Truyang Building and sealed up for no reason. Your words explain everything. But if so, who are you? Why did you save me? You might have released me from imprisonment, but it doesn't mean I will believe you unconditionally. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Who am I? Look carefully. He then took a step back and right in front of Tai Bei Yunsheng, he used a knife to slowly cut his skin starting from his forehead. A blood stain extended down to his stomach, following the tip of the knife. What are you? Tai Bei Yunsheng was shocked. Fang Yuan chuckled. He then held the knife behind his head and cut downwards. Using his hands in turn, he cut down a long wound smoothly. The 2 long wounds soon exuded scarlet blood. An intense pain attacked him, but Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Next, he started slicing at his arms, thighs and other crucial areas. His hand was steady as a rock during the whole process. His expression was indifferent as if the one being cut was not him but someone else, not expressing even a trace of pain. What are you doing? Tai Bei Yunsheng felt a chill down his spine and took a step back, doubts forming in his mind. But the next moment, his pupil shrunk and his shock could not be concealed on his face. He saw Fang Yuan clenching his teeth and peeling his skin off like stripping clothes. His movement was neat and efficient. There was almost not even an inch of skin remaining on his whole body. Like a blood monster, there was only a terrifying human shape with scarlet muscles and snow-white teeth left behind. Next, Fang Yuan activated Healing Gu. Under the emerald light, new tender skin started to grow over his body. The skin gradually covered all his body and after the emerald light dispersed, the one before Tai Bei Yunsheng was Fang Yuan with his real appearance. Ah, so you were not Chang Shanyin, but were just disguised as him. You, who are you? Tai Bei Yunsheng might have a benevolent character, but he was not foolish. He immediately realized the truth when he saw this scene. His heart was filled with extreme trepidation. Looking at Fang Yuan in front of him, he saw the appearance of an ordinary youth, but the presence he emitted was beyond ordinary, especially that pair of dark eyes, like an ancient lake with unfathomable depths. He was giving off the intense aura of rank 5 peak stage. His gaze as chilling as a knife's edge. Tai Bei Yunsheng had seen countless people and one look at Fang Yuan told him, the latter was a genius character who was lofty, resolute and did not fear any challenges. Even in all his life, the number of such people Tai Bei Yunsheng had seen could be counted with his fingers. Who am I? Fang Yuan chuckled, the corners of his lips curled up to reveal a smile. His expression was proud and vivid. His burning gaze looked at Tai Bei Yunsheng, his tone serious, containing an earnestness that made people want to subconsciously believe in them. My true name is Fang Yuan. I came to Northern Plains from Central Continent because of an important assignment from Master. We are fellow disciples. Fang Yuan, fellow disciple? Shocked and astonished feelings attacked Tai Bei Yunsheng's mind. What do you mean, HMPH? You don't even understand the meaning of fellow disciple. It means my master and your benefactor is the same person. Our relation is of fellow apprentices. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed and his tone revealed some impatience. There was no language barrier between Tai Bei Yunsheng and Fang Yuan. He naturally understood the term, but he was not able to accept the great significance of it at this moment. After he heard Fang Yuan's explanation, an image appeared in his mind. It was an image of an old beggar with disheveled purple-red hair. Occasionally he was insane, occasionally he was in a stupor, but when he was clear-headed, his gaze revealed one who had experienced vicissitudes over time, and an awe-inspiring aura manifested in him. When he was young, Tai Bei Yunsheng had given the old beggar a bowl of water out of kindness. When the old beggar became clear-headed, he gave Tai Bei Yunsheng 3 Gu immortal inheritances to choose from. The young Tai Bei Yunsheng chose the 3rd inheritance in the end. This was the most profound memory in Tai Bei Yunsheng's life, and he had never forgotten it in all his life. Many times, he had recalled the old beggar's image. It was him who saved the lost Tai Bei Yunsheng, pulling Tai Bei Yunsheng from his lowest point. It could even be said the old beggar created Tai Bei Yunsheng. Without the old beggar's help, there would not have been the current Tai Bei Yunsheng. Master. Tai Bei Yunsheng mumbled. He had always regarded the old beggar as his supreme benefactor. His whole body involuntarily trembled. He had tried to scout out the traces of the old beggar, and had never given up on this, but so many years had gone by and he had almost roamed the whole of northern plains without making any progress in his search. The old beggar was mysterious, suddenly appearing before disappearing again. Now when Tai Bei Yunsheng suddenly heard of the news of his benefactor, his heart was filled with excitement, joy, and naturally was even more in disbelief. Listen well. Fang Yuan pointed at Tai Bei Yunsheng and spoke bluntly. Benefactor's name is Purple Mountain True Monarch. Master has 6 great disciples. I, Fang Yuan, am ranked at 5th. I cultivate strength and enslavement path. Both are from Gu immortal inheritances. Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch. Tai Bei Yunsheng pondered over Fang Yuan's fabricated name like a treasure, his mind involuntarily thinking of the old beggar's disheveled purple hair. Master doesn't care about his appearance and likes to wander around, exploring the unknown. Before I came to Northern Plains, I heard him mention you and how he gave you 3 choices, but you chose the most useless time path inheritance. HMPH, if it had been me, I would definitely choose the 1st inheritance, that fire path inheritance that could burn seas and mountains. It has such extreme power. Fang Yuan's tone was filled with anger, yearning, and regret. His expression was sincere and vivid, as if this had really happened. Tai Bei Yunsheng's mind shook. He had never mentioned this experience to outsiders. Fang Yuan, however, described the situation back then so accurately. He naturally did not know Fang Yuan had once searched his soul to confirm if he had landscape as before immortal Gu recipe. Then, you are my apprentice brother? Tai Bei Yunsheng's gaze towards Fang Yuan was a whole lot different now. HMPH. Fang Yuan twitched his mouth in dissatisfaction. At most, you can only barely qualify as a disciple in name. Benefactor has actually taken in many disciples, but they cannot be compared to legacy disciples like me. But according to Master's rule, as long as a disciple in name can advance to a Gu immortal, they can become his legacy disciple. According to ranking, you are my that 5th senior brother, huh? Tai Bei Yunsheng's brows slightly furrowed. HMPH, what are you being proud for? It is only because of your Gu immortal identity that you are ranked ahead of me. Fang Yuan coldly looked at Tai Bei Yunsheng. Wait till I become a Gu immortal. With my enslavement and strength path dual cultivation, I will push you down and I will be your 5th senior brother. But looking at your elderly appearance, you clearly don't have much lifespan. I might not even need to become a Gu immortal. I just have to wait for you to die of old age. Fang Yuan's attitude was extremely rude, even revealing obvious resentment. This was where the brilliance of his plan lied. If he just spoke eloquent words and made a vow, That might not make Tai Baiyunsheng believe him too much, but it was because his words contained an attitude of rejection and also deep emotions that made Tai Baiyunsheng quietly put down his guard and gradually choose to believe him. Tai Baiyunsheng might be quite old, but his experience paled in comparison to Feng Yuan, who had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Feng Yuan did not openly explain, but using just a few words, he made Tai Baiyunsheng interpret the whole story himself and see a glance of his master's origin. Tai Baiyunsheng muttered, "Then, sixth junior brother." Feng Yuan immediately put out his hand. "Don't call me that. I am not close to you. My task had been going smoothly, but it was destroyed by you." Do you know how much time Master had spent to make all the arrangements in Imperial Court Blessed Land? Now, the situation has changed like this. How do I explain it to Master? You can just call me Feng Yuan. Tai Baiyunsheng was not angry at Feng Yuan's interruption. Instead, a guilty feeling emerged in his heart. He chuckled and cupped his fists towards Feng Yuan, asking sincerely, "Then, Feng Yuan, things have already reached this point. How should I help you to recoup the losses for Master as much as possible?" "Success." He. "Spectacular. This is too spectacular, kid. You are truly insidious, tsk, swindling a Gu immortal to your side using just a few words." Mo Yao had all along been observing this, and at this moment, she could not help revealing herself in Feng Yuan's mind to praise him. Feng Yuan sneered inwardly. On the surface, however, he showed an unhappy expression. "Hey, after such a long time, you have finally spoken sense." Master has a discerning guy. He did not nurture a thankless wretch. Knowing to repay kindness is a trait we should have. The situation right now is very bad. The crucial thing is there is not much time left. I have already used the third method Master left behind. You must cooperate with me now. It will all depend on the two of us. Please instruct me. Tai Baiyunsheng bowed. "First use this." Feng Yuan grinned and tossed out a 15-year lifespan Gu. "This." Tai Baiyunsheng's expression changed, an astonished expression appearing on his face at the sight of this lifespan Gu. "Use it. You may have immortal Gu Man as before, but that thing expends a lot of immortal essence. I don't want you to suddenly end up dead at the crucial moment." Feng Yuan spoke viciously, with an indifferent expression, but Tai Baiyunsheng instead felt a warm feeling in his heart. In his previous 500 years of life, Feng Yuan's grasp of the human heart was able to reach to pinnacle after experiencing many trials and hardships. This lifespan Gu, my glass owner token, can control only a small number of the rounds. True Yang building only has a single lifespan Gu. Quickly use it, stop wasting time. But Tai Baiyunsheng did not use it, he kept it in his pocket. He thought of Jiao Yang and Zhu Zai. Until now, he was still feeling guilty. The lifespan Gu in his hand had a scent of blood that was very familiar to him. "What is going on with you?" Feng Yuan acted furious, pretending not to know. "There are reasons." Tai Baiyunsheng's eyelids drooped, he raised his gaze, looking at Feng Yuan with a determined look. "All in all, don't worry, I can provide you the greatest assistance." Feng Yuan grabbed onto Tai Baiyunsheng, gritting his teeth. "Bastard, do you know that I disregarded the consequences in using the glass owner token just to obtain this lifespan Gu?" Tai Baiyunsheng was silent. His expression was gentle as jade, but he was very determined. Feng Yuan's words made his heart feel great warmth. His last lingering trace of suspicion vanished like smoke. After looking at each other for a while, Feng Yuan seemed to have felt Tai Baiyunsheng's determination as he retracted his gaze. "HMPH, if you did not become a Gu immortal and are also a legacy disciple, I would not care if you died." "All right. According to the details of your inheritance and your tribulation performance, you should have the immortal Gu landscape as before now, right?" Tai Baiyunsheng nodded. "Yes, that is correct." Feng Yuan's eyes shone, his mouth cracked open to show his snow-white teeth. He did not conceal his joy. "Very good, come with me." Saying so, a large number of starlight firefly Gu flew out of his aperture. "Oh, that's right. Hold these two for me, put it on your aperture, I cannot bring them along." Fang Yuan tossed casually, "Immortal Gu." Tai Baiyunsheng's pupils shrunk. A moment later, Tai Baiyunsheng and Fang Yuan entered Yu Immortal Blessed Land using the Stargate. Chapter 616, Repairing Danghan Mountain. "Master, you are finally back." Little Hu Immortal was already waiting before the Stargate, and when Fang Yuan appeared, she immediately jumped towards him and hugged his leg, rubbing it with her cute rosy cheeks. "Hee, you have worked hard during these days when I was not here." Fang Yuan smiled warmly and lightly stroked Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's fox ears shivered slightly, a blissful expression appeared on her face and her snow-white tail started shaking lightly behind her. "This is a land spirit, so this is a blessed land." Tai Baiyunsheng stepped out of the Stargate closely after Fang Yuan, and was startled at seeing Little Hu Immortal. He had heard Little Hu Immortal addressing Fang Yuan as master. Fang Yuan was only immortal, but he already possessed a blessed land. In history, there were some people who had such fortune. The most famous one was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He had luckily inherited Imperial Court Blessed Land when he was still just a mortal, and in his later cultivation journey, Imperial Court Blessed Land was of huge assistance. Haha. This blessed land's name is Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I seized it forcibly from several sects of Central Continent, under Master's order. Fang Yuan proudly replied. Tai Baiyunsheng's gaze immediately changed. There was a difference between immortal and mortal, but right now, he was looking at Fang Yuan as an equal, asking, "I would assume that the process of snatching this blessed land was very dangerous, right? Naturally, even now when I think of it, I still have some lingering fear." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, "But in the end, winner takes all. Everything is just that simple. I obtained the blessed land, becoming the final winner. The greater the risk, the greater the profits." Tai Baiyunsheng nodded, sighing inwardly. This profit is simply too immense. A blessed land with a land spirit was the immortal aperture of a fallen Gu Immortal. Possessing such a blessed land was akin to inheriting the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture and cultivation resources. Simultaneously, the impression of Fang Yuan's audacious nature deepened by another level in Tai Baiyunsheng's mind. "Master, who is he?" "His aura is strong." Little Hu Immortal sensed Tai Baiyunsheng brimming with Gu Immortal aura. She could not help but be tense, gripping on Fang Yuan's pants, appearing somewhat nervous and on guard. "Relax, he is on our side, and is here to help us save Danghan Mountain." Fang Yuan comforted Little Hu Immortal. "Take us to Danghan Mountain." Little Hu Immortal's eyes brightened upon hearing this. She trusted her master's words unconditionally. She immediately let down her guard and disappeared on the spot, taking Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng with her. The next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng were teleported to the center of the blessed land, the location of Danghan Mountain. Danghan Mountain had already been deformed completely from the corrosion of gruel mud. Only a small mound remained of the lofty Danghan Mountain. Danghan Palace, which was on Danghan Mountain previously, had naturally been destroyed. "Master, if you arrived any later, you would not have been able to see Danghan Mountain." Little Hu Immortal said with a sorrowful voice. Fang Yuan lightly petted her head, then looked towards Tai Baiyunsheng. Tai Baiyunsheng was a smart man, and from this scene along with Fang Yuan's previous words, he could guess Fang Yuan's intention in bringing him here. He nodded towards Fang Yuan, before taking out Landscape as Before Gu from his aperture. Immediately, the surging aura of an immortal Gu filled the surroundings. "This is..." Little Hu Immortal's bright eyes opened wide upon this first encounter with Landscape as Before Gu. Landscape as Before Gu was like a ladybug. It was the size of a fist and had the color of green jade. Its round shell was engraved with natural patterns. Half of the patterns portrayed rivers and lakes that twisted and turned, flowing continuously, while the other half was of mountains and hills, precipitous and overlaid upon one another. Tai Baiyunsheng gave a soft shout. A bead of green grape immortal essence turned into a stream of light that instantly poured into Landscape as Before Gu. The immortal Gu suddenly burst out with green jade light that soared to an extreme height, giving off a radiance that people could not look at intently. The light radiance covered the remaining Danghun Mountain. The corrosion of Gruul mud on Danghun Mountain immediately paused under the illumination of the green light. Immortal Gruul mud's power was quickly neutralized and then vanquished. The green light gradually dimmed. Tai Bei Yunsheng then threw in another bead of green grape immortal essence. The green light brightened again, covering the devastated Danghun Mountain and continually cleansing it. The small mound-sized Danghun Mountain started to grow and strengthen at a visible speed under the radiance. Danghun Mountain is changing back. Little Hu Immortal clapped her little hands, prancing around happily. But the good scene did not last long. Danghun Mountain only recovered by 20% when the green light weakened again. Tai Bei Yunsheng's expression changed slightly. What kind of mountain is this? It actually exhausted a green grape immortal essence. He was able to create 36 green grape immortal essence speeds in his ascension to Gu Immortal, but later, using movement Gu crazily to dodge chaotic lightning balls, expended one bead of immortal essence. Then in his own immortal aperture, to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity after the formation of immortal Gu, he had continuously activated landscape as before Gu to restore his aperture to its previous condition, spending 3 whole beads on it. Tai Bei Yunsheng had a clear understanding of how precious immortal essence was. Now he had just started to restore Danghun Mountain but had used up 2 beads of immortal essence. At this rate, he would have to at least expend 5 to 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan smiled. Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain? When Tai Bei Yunsheng heard the name, his expression underwent a great change. His eyes opened wide and he spoke with a shocked tone. Could it be? It is indeed the one in the legends of Renzu. How could there be another Danghun Mountain? Fang Yuan laughed. To think I would actually be able to see the legendary Danghun Mountain. This is the sacred land of soul path cultivators that spectral soul demon Venerable had praised endlessly. Tai Bei Yunsheng was extremely moved as he kept on exclaiming in admiration. It was the first time even for him to witness a thing of such legend. When he glanced at Fang Yuan, Tai Bei Yunsheng's gaze had another subtle change. He did not say anything else but quietly used a 3rd bead of immortal essence to maintain the activation of landscape as before Gu. This time, Danghun Mountain was restored to 40% before the green light dimmed. Tai Bei Yunsheng used a 4th bead, then a 5th bead and finally a 6th bead before Danghun Mountain fully recovered. It is truly Danghun Mountain, requiring 6 whole beads of green grape immortal essence to recover completely. Tai Bei Yunsheng mumbled while looking at the tall mountain in front of him. Danghun Mountain was magnificently beautiful. Ordinary mountains could not even compare to it. It was a pink crystal mountain, emitting an unforgettably dreamy radiance. Master, Danghun Mountain's disease has been treated. Little Hu Immortal's eyes had turned red. Sob. She cried tears of joy, before lowering her head and using her delicate little hands to wipe the tears. Fang Yuan also let out a breath of turbid air when he gazed at Danghun Mountain. Now, the objective for infiltrating into Northern Plains was finally achieved. So many days and nights of effort, taking risks in the battlefields, disguising, racking his brains to scheme, they were all not in vain. At this moment, a soaring fire burned in Fang Yuan's heart. This burning fire had a name: ambition. Restoring Danghun Mountain could no longer satisfy his appetite. There were still opportunities left in Imperial Court-blessed land. Especially now, Giant Sun's will was expelled out of the tower. 88 True Yang building had become akin to an ownerless object. Even if false emotion fake will Gu was an immortal Gu and was difficult to capture, Fang Yuan had used his silver tongue to obtain Tai Bei Yunsheng's trust, succeeding in roping in a crucial battle power that could influence the situation. When the time comes, using a Gu Immortal's will, forcefully refining false emotion fake will Gu was not an impossible matter. Let's go, back to Northern Plains. Fang Yuan came and left just as quickly, with Tai Bei Yunsheng in tow. Before leaving, he handed Burial Soul Toad to Little Hu Immortal. Burial Soul Toad was a storage Gu used to store souls. There were souls of humans and beasts, and they had mostly been gathered by Fang Yuan from the battlefields. These would turn into large numbers of guts Gu through Danghun Mountain. When they returned to 88 Truyang Building, the Starlight Firefly Gu supporting the Stargate were already spent by over half. Fang Yuan quickly stored what remained into his aperture. It was extremely difficult to accumulate Starlight Firefly Gu. The current amount could only support one more activation of the Stargate. We are back again. Tai Baiyunsheng was deeply moved. In this trip, he had directly gone from Northern Plains to Central Continent and back to Northern Plains from Central Continent. It was truly a travel disregarding distance. He felt like he was free to go anywhere in the world. Tai Baiyunsheng had only heard of Whole Earth Gu and Connecting Heaven Gu in methods that could allow one to connect between blessed lands and grotto heavens. He had never heard of the method Fang Yuan used. Probably only people like 6th junior brother are worthy of such mystical methods. Maybe this was imparted to him by Master. Tai Baiyunsheng trusted Fang Yuan even more after the trip to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was only immortal at the moment, but he possessed a blessed land. This by itself was sufficient to prove many issues. Danghun Mountain's magnificent scene was even more deeply imprinted in Tai Baiyunsheng's mind. Seeing is believing. Tai Baiyunsheng had no choice but to believe it. Fang Yuan first revealed his true appearance, then used Lifespan Gu, revealing secret information to obtain Tai Baiyunsheng's trust. Fang Yuan had also resolved the doubt in Tai Baiyunsheng's heart. Why Truyang Building had helped him endure the tribulation for no rhyme or reason. Fang Yuan's words and the evidence he showed to Tai Baiyunsheng were almost all true, except the lies at the crucial points. 9 truths and 1 lie. The lie would eventually become the truth, especially when this lie involved the deepest secret of Tai Baiyunsheng. Tai Baiyunsheng had never revealed it to outsiders while Fang Yuan knew it by soul searching. Among all these, the true marvel lied in Fang Yuan grasping Tai Baiyunsheng's psychology completely. Tai Baiyunsheng had been feeling extreme guilt after betraying Jiao Yang and Zhu Zai. He denied the value of his own existence. Under stimulation, he went through Gu Immortal Ascension and even charged towards tribulation, thinking of ending it all. But when he successfully passed the tribulation and became a Gu Immortal, he stood at a whole new height, looking at a different scene. His mind came back to life, and after passing the tribulation with much difficulty as well as getting his immortal aperture blessed land, he did not want to die anymore. He wanted to make a fresh start, but he had an unresolved matter tugging his heart. He needed hope, he needed acknowledgement. Tai Baiyunsheng himself was not aware of this psychological need, but Fang Yuan was aware and gave him this acknowledgement. Fang Yuan's acknowledgement, in a certain way, represented his master's acknowledgement, and Tai Baiyunsheng respected his benefactor deeply. His master's acknowledgement made him feel there was value in him being alive. A mysterious force and a completely new environment attracted his interest. He had been at the peak of mortals and had experienced all that the mortal world could provide, but in the journey of immortals, he was a child that had just begun to move. The 15-year lifespan Gu was in his pocket. He was no longer worried and guilty. He chose to believe Fang Yuan, not only because Fang Yuan explained everything and there were not many pieces of evidence he could contest, but even more importantly, in the very depths of his heart, he wanted to believe in Fang Yuan. Every single person who was cheated, was it because they were stupid? No, it was only because they wanted to believe in it from the depths of their heart. Here, your immortal Gu. Tai Baiyunsheng tossed fixed immortal travel and flying bear phantom Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nonchalantly accepted them. This casual attitude towards immortal Gu caused another ripple in Tai Baiyunsheng's heart and trust. But he received a great shock when Fang Yuan brought out the glass owner token, as at the next moment, he appeared in another round. Tall and ancient trees were everywhere. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng were within a dense forest. Roars and howls interlinked together. Giant trees pulled out their roots and stood up, turning into tall treemen. Within a few moments, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng were surrounded by treemen one after another. Tai Baiyunsheng had a grim expression. One treeman was nothing to him, but the number of treemen here was extremely astonishing. and to completely exterminate them would require him to pay a significant price. But the next moment, Feng Yuan lightly waved his glass owner token, and this round immediately became under his control. The treemen stopped moving forward, their killing intent gone as if it was never there. While Tai Bei Yunsheng was wearing a stupefied expression, Feng Yuan grabbed his arm and directly teleported in front of Hai Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun. There was already an enormous change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun turtling up under its wings. Surrounding it were layers after layers of treemen unfolding mad attacks. Hai Lu Lan was fighting nearby with false emotion fake Will Gu resting on his shoulder. He blocked the attacks of the treemen while also launching attacks at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun at the same time. But these attacks were blocked by the light barrier from Frost Jade Peacock before they could even reach their targets. Lord Hai Lu Lan, you are also being attacked by the treemen. Your situation is the same as ours. We have neither hatred nor grievance between us. Why must you try to kill us? Ma Hongyun shouted. Hai Lu Lan snorted. Didn't you hear what old ancestor said? Your girl is an otherworldly demon with a mysterious background and will be a cause of endless disasters. She must be eliminated. Who knows if she and the Chang Shanyin impersonator are on the same side. Old ancestor was about to attack her just earlier, but suddenly disappeared due to some mishap. You have Giant Sun's bloodline. You are a person of Northern Plains. You are actually not able to distinguish right and wrong. You dare to shield an otherworldly demon. Ma Hongyun was furious and immediately retorted. She is not an otherworldly demon that you all claim. She is innocent. Lord Hai Lu Lan, don't waste your strength in vain. We have already received the land spirit's recognition. With the land spirit with us, you can't kill us. When Giant Sun's will was thrown out of the tower, this round did not have any controller and operated by itself. The treemen treated the land spirit, Ma Hongyun and others as challengers challenging the round. Hai Lu Lan wanted to kill Zhao Lianyun in place of Giant Sun's will. Ma Hongyun was ready to give up his life to save her, which strongly shook Zhao Lianyun's heart and she started feeling true love for him. Ma Hongyun had already treated Zhao Lianyun with earnest feelings. The two loved each other, and the land spirit acknowledged them as its masters by its own accord. In this dangerous situation, the land spirit raised a defensive barrier around them, protecting them from the fatal attacks of the treemen and Hai Lu Lan. As for Chang Li, she had already died miserably under the attacks of the treemen. Feng Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng appeared on the crown of a treeman, observing the battle situation. Ma Hongyun. He actually obtained the land spirit's recognition. HMPH, this kid's dog shit luck is truly powerful. Feng Yuan mumbled with a complex expression. You know him? Tai Bei Yunsheng was somewhat astonished as he had not thought the Grand Feng Yuan would actually recognize this rank 3 initial stage minor character. It is you. Hai Lu Lan quickly sensed the distant Feng Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng. His eyes opened wide as he swiftly jumped back like he was facing a great enemy. His eyes twitched and his heart had already sunk. Giant Sun's will had suddenly disappeared, and the mysterious man impersonating Chang Shanyin appeared with Gu Immortal Tai Bei Yunsheng standing beside him, and the two seemed to have a very close relation at that. This was extremely unfavorable to Hai Lu Lan. Ma Hongyun, however, did not sense anything. The defensive barrier raised by the land spirit was shrinking constantly as it was attacked by the innumerable treemen. His and Zhao Lianyun's sight were blocked by the dense amount of trees and leaves. What do we do now? Tai Bei Yunsheng asked calmly while casting a glance towards the gloomy Hai Lu Lan. Feng Yuan sneered. We need Imperial Court-blessed lands, a land spirit. Frost Jade Peacock's strength to topple True Yang building. Frost Jade Peacock might have already recognized its masters, but because Giant Sun's will is not present, the seals on it are not being manipulated and it is barely surviving. Most of its strength had already been sealed again. The defensive barrier is also on the brink of collapse and simply won't be able to block me. I will go kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. You go deal with Hai Lu Lan and seize the false emotion fake Will Gu. I trust that it won't be a problem with your Gu immortal battle strength. Let's move. We don't have much time. Immortal and mortal are vastly different. It is just like a wide chasm separates them. You don't need to worry. Taibei Yunsheng lightly smiled, moving elegantly towards Hailulan. Fang Yuan directly shot forward towards Ma Hongyun. The surrounding treemen followed him under his control. Such a pity. Ma Hongyun, I originally wanted to use you as a key to control the events of the future. But who told you to block my way? No matter how good your luck is, your death is certain today. The brimming killing intent in his heart surfaced as a malevolent smile on Fang Yuan's face. Chapter 617, The Reason for Overwhelming Fortune. Bam bam bam. 3 10-meter-tall treemen raised their hammer-like fists as they attacked time and time again, crashing on the light barrier. Frost Jade Peacock cried out sorrowfully. Its huge wings were sealed by gold, only the land spirit's head was still exposed. My masters, I cannot hold on anymore. The land spirit sighed, its long eyelashes trembling slightly. The light barrier was getting weaker, and under the treemen's endless attacks, it was on the brink of collapsing. What was more scary was, Fang Yuan was closing in. Imperial Court-blessed land was already in bad shape, and the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, was sealed. The remaining strength of the barrier was not a problem for Fang Yuan. He could break through at any moment. The fatal threat had already arrived, but Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun still had no idea. Even though they could not sense Fang Yuan, the thick aura of death was suffocating them. Zhao Lianyun was silent and did not speak. She hid in Ma Hongyun's arms as she shut her eyes. After all, she was an ordinary woman. Ma Hongyun continually comforted her in a soft voice, even though he felt no hope himself. It's over. Fang Yuan shot out like lightning, stepping on twigs and branches as he entered the innermost layer of the treeman encirclement. But just when he was about to execute the finishing blow, as he was charging, Mo Yao shouted in his head, this aura, wait. Stop quickly. What is it? Fang Yuan's momentum was lost. He stopped at a high area on a tree as he asked in suspicion. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his head, he had never felt such intense emotions from her before. At this moment, Mo Yao showed herself in Fang Yuan's mind. She had tears all over her face as her slim body was shivering. She was muttering, this aura, this aura. There's no mistake. There's absolutely no mistake. This is the aura of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, as he immediately recalled. Mo Yao had researched deeply about 88 True Yang building in her lifetime, taking a huge risk to enter the True Inheritance secluded domain for her lover Bo King. Her original motive was to obtain the supreme True Inheritance of Luck Path. She wanted to steal the fortune rivaling heaven Gu in it. But in the end, she only succeeded partially. As she spent a lot of effort and exerted all her strength, she was able to create a crack in the Luck Path True Inheritance. However, fortune rivaling heaven Gu flew into this crack and vanished into thin air. But Mo Yao did not return empty-handed. She obtained a portion of the Luck Path Inheritance's details. Combined with her Refinement Path Grandmaster Foundation, she eventually refined Calamity Beckoning Gu. But Calamity Beckoning Gu was inferior to fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Mo Yao used it to help Bo King with his tribulation, and in the end both of them died. Eventually, Fang Yuan found Mo Yao's inheritance and refined Calamity Beckoning Gu once again, accepting Mo Yao's request to return the Rank 7 Gu House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Now, Mo Yao felt the aura of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. This was a crucial immortal Gu that she had failed to obtain after spending her entire life and putting in immeasurable effort. It was understandable that she had become so agitated and emotional. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu's aura is on this lad. I can't believe it. I, Mo Yao, spent my entire life and nearly died in the secluded domain, but eventually the fortune rivaling heaven Gu escaped and this mortal lad got it by chance. Is this life? Mo Yao raised her head and sighed, as she laughed and cried. Her tone was extremely dejected. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes glowing with cold light. He asked in his heart, that means fortune rivaling heaven Gu is currently on Ma Hongyun? Can you confirm that? Of course, I can never forget the aura of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Mo Yao replied unhesitatingly. She continued and said, fortune rivaling heaven Gu is a one-time expenditure rank 8 Gu. It is formless and ethereal, being in essence a lump of luck. It is extremely difficult to capture with ordinary methods. Back then, my main body could not capture it. Thus it managed to fly away from the scene and vanish without a trace. Even True Yang Building could not trap it. It must have escaped to northern plains, roaming until it landed on Nat Lad. So it is a one-time expenditure Gu. Fang Yuan was extremely disappointed. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is the greatest treasure in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path inheritance. It had extremely great value. Fang Yuan was unable to gain benefits in the true inheritance secluded domain, but if he could take fortune rivaling heaven Gu away from Ma Hongyan, that would be the best. But unfortunately, fortune rivaling heaven could only be used once before it vanished. Fang Yuan, you have to be careful. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is extremely special. Back then Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had fortuitous encounters endlessly. Time after time he would turn disasters into blessings. He unceasingly had great luck, and he relied on this Gu to a great extent. Ma Hongyan is affected by fortune rivaling heaven Gu. He is a true child of luck. His luck could be said to be ranked at number 1 in the 5 regions. The luck that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had back then would very possibly be replicated in him. Although luck is formless and ethereal, it is a part of strength and cannot be underestimated. Mo Yao quickly said anxiously, I know what to do. Fang Yuan held in his killing intent, his expression turning cold as he stopped on the tree branch, not attacking abruptly. He looked down from above, at Ma Hongyan and others, allowing the treemen below him to attack. Actually, the two were not too far from each other, but even Frost Jade Peacock did not discover him. This showed how weak the land spirit was right now. It was obvious at one glance that the two sides had great difference in strength. It seemed that victory was in sight, and killing Ma Hongyan was extremely easy. But Fang Yuan did not think so. He was once a Gu immortal. His vision surpassed mortals. He understood these so-called paths: wisdom path, refinement path, metal path, time path and others. They looked like they were combinations of complex series of Gu worms gathered together, but in actuality, they were the deciphering of one's understanding towards heaven and earth, towards the mysteries of the universe. Luck path was the same. Based on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's example, one could see that luck path, even compared to other paths, could more deeply explain the mysteries of heaven and earth in some aspect. Fang Yuan had never looked down on Ma Hongyan. He had always been vigilant towards him, because his previous life's memories made him understand how high Ma Hongyan's future achievements would be. In his previous life, Ma Hongyan became the pillar of northern plains, the leader that resisted the attack of central continent Gu immortals. When Fang Yuan was killed by the barrage of Gu immortals, he was still growing and developing. Fang Yuan knew about Ma Hongyan's growth, and now he finally understood the origin of Ma Hongyan's heaven-defying luck. That was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's greatest achievement in luck path, fortune rivaling heaven Gu, and the cause of all this was Mo Yao, who was residing in his mind. Luck did not have any physical form, and it could not be touched, but Fang Yuan knew the ability of this mystical power. No wonder Giant Suns will purposely chose Hai Lu Lan and Ma Hongyan as the people to become the land spirit's master. Hai Lu Lan is the strongest person among his bloodline descendants, while Ma Hongyan had fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fang Yuan felt that this situation was troublesome. Although Ma Hongyan was a tiny rank 3 Gu master, he had the power of a rank 8 immortal Gu protecting him. A rank 8 immortal Gu, only inferior to rank 9, such as the wisdom Gu and strength Gu of legends. It had absurd and unimaginable strength. Anyone who underestimated it would face a pitiful end. Fang Yuan was only a mortal. Back then in the true inheritance secluded domain, he could not even get close to the rank 7 human Chi Gu, not to mention the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Ma Hongyan looked harmless, but in all his experiences, when did he ever suffer a true loss? Every time, he benefited from difficulties and had endless fortuitous encounters. All those who wished to harm or kill him faced a terrible end. Although every time he did not personally take action, but there would always be an external force or accident, along with a series of small coincidences, all of these added together to form a shocking power. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Giant Sun's will. Earlier, Giant Sun's will wanted to exterminate Zhao Yanyan, but Ma Hongyun protected her with his life. This was as if Giant Sun's will had become an enemy of Ma Hongyun. Just as Giant Sun's will was about to strike, Fang Yuan appeared, pulling out True Yang building and causing the heavenly tribulation to strike him. Even Giant Sun's will fell prey. Fang Yuan looked at this from another angle and was shocked. I have the glass owner token. I can check the situation inside the entire 88 True Yang building. Why did I not strike earlier? Actually, it was completely unintentional, or maybe I heard that Zhao Yanyan was another worldly demon and wanted to protect her. I was curious and wanted to investigate this. Fang Yuan recalled the scene. Giant Sun's wills was expelled from True Yang building. He could be said to be the culprit. But the timing was too coincidental. It allowed Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan to escape death. If I suddenly attack Ma Hongyun, would I be like Giant Sun's will? Will an outside force intervene, or will an accident occur? Fang Yuan grabbed his glass owner token, considering his plans again. Wait. Fang Yuan thought about it again. What I've heard on this matter was only Mo Yao's statement. It seems to be credible, but what if she lied to me due to some special reason? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this. Thus, he asked Mo Yao in his heart. Strange, earlier when I used luck inspection goo, I observed the luck of everyone in the sacred palace. If Ma Hongyun had the fortune-rivaling heaven goo, why did I not discover it? I could only see that the two with the highest luck were Hai Lu Lan and Taipei Yunsheng. Mo Yao seemed to have predicted this question. She immediately answered, "What's so strange about this? Fortune-rivaling heaven goo is a rank 8 immortal goo. Your luck inspection goo is only a rank 5 mortal goo, an investigative goo that can allow a goo master to see luck despite its formlessness. How can a rank 5 investigative goo discover the luck created by a rank 8 immortal goo? If I cannot see it, how can I be sure that Ma Hongyun has fortune-rivaling heaven goo's influence on him?" Fang Yuan did not relent. He continued asking. "Oh Fang Yuan, you are too suspicious." Mo Yao sighed, immediately answering, "There is a method to make sure, that is to use investigative goo and check your own luck. Every time you act against the child of luck, because of the mutual influence between luck, your luck will become bad, or even worse. If you do not believe me, you can check it that way." Time was limited. Fang Yuan immediately used luck inspection goo. His vision changed abruptly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan's luck were rather tiny. They were the same as ordinary people. Meanwhile, there was a massive black luck, almost 300 meters tall, high enough to pierce heaven and earth. Chapter 618, Great Strength True Martial Physique. This black luck aura was so dark that it reached the point of being extremely oppressive. The coffin-shaped aura was tightly covering Fang Yuan. Since an unknown time ago, the black aura on Fang Yuan had become much larger and much deeper. Far away, Taipei Yunsheng and Hai Lu Lan were engaged in an intense battle. The luck aura of the two were exceptionally clear. Above Hai Lu Lan was still the azure luck aura that gave a lasting feeling like a towering tree. The luck on Taipei Yunsheng, however, was smaller than before, not even 1/6 of the original amount. It was no longer the bright burning red cloud, instead it was the shade of heavy evening mist that almost looked like a dark cloud. Fang Yuan moved his sight back to above him and started testing like Mo Yao said. Just like Mo Yao said, whenever he thought of attacking Ma Hongyun, the black coffin luck on him enlarged a little and its dark shade seemed to become even gloomier. "Fang Yuan, you should leave this troubled place as quickly as possible. The black coffin luck on you right now is too dense and too frightening. Your life is under great threat now. Don't underestimate luck just because it is ethereal. Just think of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's unrivaled powers. You are deep in danger right now. The black coffin luck has not worked its magic yet, but the karma will hit you eventually. It is only that the time is not ripe yet." Mo Yao continued to persuade Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan coldly snorted and replied with a resolute will, asking me to retreat, being scared off by merely bad luck. He. How could that be possible? He narrowed his eyes, his lips slightly curled up, revealing his snow-white teeth as he looked down from the cover of the treetop. No matter how bad the luck becomes, it cannot attack me directly. It will need to rely on external influences to kill me. Right now, at this moment, at this place, I want to see who can obstruct me. Killing intent surged and bubbled in Feng Yuan's heart. He believed in the power of luck path, but he believed in himself even more. He needed to kill Ma Hongyun. He had to try. If Feng Yuan cowered just because of luck, would it conform to his style? Ordinary people would feel regret after facing the consequences, but Feng Yuan would not feel any. Have you gone crazy? That is a rank 8 immortal Gu. Mo Yao screamed when she felt the dense killing intent in Feng Yuan. Precisely because the enemy is this strong, the battle would be even more interesting, wouldn't it? Feng Yuan instead laughed freely. Right now, he no longer had short hair of Changshan Yin, but had long black hair that fluttered freely with the wind, and his countenance revealed a crazed recklessness. He was never against bullying the weak, but even more than that, he had the bravery to fight the strong. How could one obtain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? If he did not stake it all at this moment, then when should he? Fate teases the turbulent sea. Cowardly insects avoid waves and flow along the current. A brave man does not need much wisdom. There is not regret or pain even if his body crumbles. Feng Yuan mumbled before restraining his crazed mood, his expression turning tranquil. Updated by NovelFull.com. Lunatic, you have gone mad. Mo Yao continued to mutter. Right now, Feng Yuan's killing intent had accumulated to the peak. The black coffin luck aura above him subsequently inflated, expanding by 3 times within moments. Let me see who will save you. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu, let me look at your might. Feng Yuan made a motion to attack. Boom! An explosion occurred. The majestic wind current it created formed into a strong gale that pressed on from a distance. Hai Lu Lan was standing unstably, while Tai Bei Yunsheng got up from the crater, fresh blood flowing from his mouth. He looked at Hai Lu Lan, who was floating in the air, shock apparent on his face. You are actually. Before he finished his words, Hai Lu Lan charged at him again. Boom! Ground shook and dust surged everywhere. 10 extreme physique. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered the answer in place of Tai Bei Yunsheng. He had never imagined Hai Lu Lan to actually have the 10 extreme physique, and from the looks of it, it was extremely likely to be the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. Several breaths later, a shadow flew out from the dust. It was Tai Bei Yunsheng. His hair was a mess, dust covered his face. His chest was caved until it revealed the deathly white bones. Blood sprayed out like a spring, but a green light soon covered his body and the blood flow immediately stopped. The heavy injuries on his body also quickly recovered. Feng Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng had exchanged intel back at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and he knew Tai Bei Yunsheng possessed 2 immortal Gu, landscape as before Gu and man as before Gu. However, Tai Bei Yunsheng was clearly not using the immortal Gu man as before, but instead ordinary healing Gu. Immortal Gu man as before required immortal essence to be activated, and had extremely great effects, but it was not easy to gather immortal essence. Thus, unless as a final resort, Gu immortals would not easily use immortal Gu. Tai Bei Yunsheng, you are a grand Gu immortal but are afraid of me, immortal? A roar shook the sky and earth. Hai Lu Lan flew to the sky and started hunting down Tai Bei Yunsheng. Such an intense 10 extreme aura. Terrifying. Hai Lu Lan not only has the 10 extreme physique, he is also already on the verge of self-detonation. Feng Yuan was able to decipher many details right now. Back then at King Mao Mountain, Feng Yuan had relied on Bei Ningbing's Northern Dark Ice Soul physique to cross realms and fight a strong enemy, and overturn the situation. Bei Ningbing was only rank 3 back then. As the 10 extreme physique's cultivation increased, the power of their self-detonation would increase sharply by many times. The self-detonation of the rank 5 peak stage Hai Lu Lan would be beyond compare. so terrifying that even killing Gu immortals would not be a problem. Tai Baiyunsheng had a bitter expression on his face, with not even the slightest battle intent. Previously, Hai Lu Lan's 10 extreme physique was sealed by immortal Gu dark limit, not leaking out even a trace of its aura. Now that he had torn off the seal, his majestic aura would cause terror to emerge in one's heart. He was now a large human-shaped bomb. Who would dare to approach him? What if he exploded? Tai Baiyunsheng had just advanced to a Gu immortal. Wouldn't it be injustice if he was killed by the desperate Hai Lu Lan in his impending death? I had never thought Hai Lu Lan would actually have great strength, true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, and he has actually managed to grow to this extent. Tai Baiyunsheng fled with astonishing speed. He was a flying master and his cloud path Gu was also one of the better movement Gu. Hai Lu Lan was hunting him down from behind but could only look helplessly as the distance between them increased further and further. Rumble. Hai Lu Lan was furious, suddenly throwing a punch. This punch had terrifying momentum as it directly broke the sound barrier and burst the surrounding air. Following this punch, a fist chi suddenly flew out, forming into a strength path phantom figure. Fang Yuan had also attacked with many beast strength phantoms back in southern border, but the phantom that Hai Lu Lan summoned was not beast-shaped, instead it was human-shaped. And this human strength phantom was a vivid image of Hai Lu Lan, the obese body like that of a bear, the jagged snow-white teeth that were like daggers, a pair of triangular eyes which flashed with malevolent glint. It was truly a second Hai Lu Lan. Even if I combine all the beast strength phantoms I used back at southern border, they might not be the human strength phantoms match. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had extraordinary judgmental ability and immediately saw the extremely high battle strength that this human strength phantom possessed. It was full of spirituality. Once it was summoned, it could chase the enemy of its own will. This was the strength of rank 5 peak stage great strength true martial physique. Simply terrifying. But how powerful this strength was, Fang Yuan could not estimate it easily, unless he personally went to battle and experienced it for himself. But he was sure this terrifying battle strength had already surpassed mortal realm. It could even be said that Hai Lu Lan was currently at a state that was half a step to Gu immortal realm. 10 extreme physique originally broke apart conventions. They were existences that could shatter opponents at the same realm. Back at King Mao Mountain, Fang Yuan used the 10 extreme physique to survive an ordeal. But this time, the 10 extreme physique was his enemy. If not for the fact that Gu masters obtain a qualitative improvement in their body's defense when they advance to Gu immortal, Tai Baiyunsheng would be in greater danger. Tai Baiyunsheng had advanced to Gu immortal just now. He has yet to accumulate the foundation of a Gu immortal. Moreover, he is a healing Gu master, but has to face against this tyrannical and battle-thirsty enemy like Hai Lu Lan. For a moment, thoughts shone in Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. The strongest advantage of a Gu immortal over mortals lies in their unlimited primeval essence. But Hai Lu Lan's main cultivation path is strength path, which relies on primeval essence the least among all paths and has the lowest primeval essence consumption. This advantage is thus almost non-existent. There is also Hai Lu Lan's killer move. It actually went in an innovative new direction, creating such a sentient human strength phantom. In just a short period, he has already created 5 to 6 human strength phantoms. These phantoms are anything but ordinary, filled with spirituality. They actually flanked and blocked Tai Baiyunsheng's retreat paths. This is truly unimaginable. Unleashing human-shaped phantoms was not a surprising thing. The crucial point was that he could create such intelligent human-shaped phantoms. Moreover, all of these human-shaped phantoms had astonishing strength. The might of their strength and wisdom made even Fang Yuan feel apprehensive. No wonder Hai Lu Lan died suddenly in my previous life, so it was because he had the 10 extreme physique. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, although he had rebirthed, it did not mean he knew everything. Right now, this unexpected twist disrupted his plans. Damn it. Fang Yuan subconsciously tightened his grip on the glass owner token. According to his original plan, he would have gone with Giant Sun's Will's train of thoughts, using false emotion fake will gu to subdue the land spirit and become Imperial Court blessed land's owner. He needed to subdue false emotion fake will gu first to accomplish this. However, false emotion fake will gu was one of the ordinary true inheritances and it contained a portion of Giant Sun's will in it. How could a mere mortal like Feng Yuan refine an immortal venerable's will? Only gu immortals will had such a possibility. Thereupon, Feng Yuan used his eloquence to dupe Tai Bei Yunsheng into become his ally. It was to make use of his will to refine false emotion fake will gu. But when he returned to True Yang Building, the situation had already changed beyond his expectations. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun obtained Frost Jade Peacock's recognition, becoming Imperial Court blessed lands owners. Frost Jade Peacock's condition for recognizing its masters was a gu master couple who had to have true love for each other. Ma Hongyun was a rank 3 gu master, but Zhao Lianyun was still a young girl and had not begun her cultivation journey yet. However, she was still recognized as a master. This showed the condition of gu master was only speaking of aptitude. As long as the person had the possibility of becoming a gu master, they could receive recognition. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Zhao Lianyun was a wisdom path gu immortal. She naturally had strong cultivation aptitude. These small details were not worthy bickering over. In Feng Yuan's opinion, what he needed to do were two things. First was seizing false emotion fake will gu. It was on Hailulan, and Feng Yuan had given this task to Tai Bei Yunsheng. Second was killing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. As long as he killed them, Imperial Court blessed land would return to a ownerless state. After completely these two matters, Tai Bei Yunsheng could help Feng Yuan to refine false emotion fake will gu and take control of the land spirit. Even if Giant Sun's will returns then, Feng Yuan had the capital to contend against him. However, right now, none of these two goals were achieved. Chapter 619, The Might of Overwhelming Fortune. Hailulan revealed his true trump card, displaying he had one of the 10 extreme physiques and was close to self-detonation. It had shocking battle strength, with him managing to suppress the gu immortal Tai Bei Yunsheng, and he was chasing after him. This was quite a shock, but after some consideration, it was nothing strange. If he doesn't defeat Hailulan, he would not get false emotion fake will gu. Without false emotion fake will gu, how will I subdue the land spirit? Damn it! Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. His plan was ruined. Is this the power of fortune rivaling heaven? The moment I wanted to strike, such an accident occurred. Feng Yuan took a look at Ma Hongyun, his expression turning grim. For some reason, the killing intent in his heart intensified. He crossed his arms, standing high up in the tree as his mouth showed a cold smile. It is getting more interesting, fortune rivaling heaven. HMPH, now that Hailulan and Tai Bei Yunsheng are fighting, if I really want to kill you, what can you do to resist me? This time, Feng Yuan did not go personally, but instead manipulated the treemen. The treemen at the most inner layer raised their hammer-like fists highly in the air. Under Feng Yuan's manipulation, they slammed down at the same time. Bam! With a loud bang, Frost Jade Peacock cried out pitifully as its raised head fell onto the ground. The defensive barrier that it had erected with all its effort was smashed. It turned into golden dust as it quickly vanished into nothingness. Even the last obstacle was removed. The closest treeman took a huge step forward. It stretched out its huge arm as it rapidly grabbed at Ma and Zhao. Zhao Lianyun shouted shrilly, while Ma Hongyun held her in his arms, his back facing the treeman's palm. Die! Feng Yuan muttered, completely ignoring the black coffin look above his head that was rapidly growing. The treeman's palm was towering over Ma and Zhu. It only needed to squeeze lightly and Ma and Zhao would turn into meat paste. But at this moment, a huge tremor occurred in 88 True Yang Building. The entire place was shaking. Scoundrel, you dare to chase me out, quickly accept your death. A loud voice could be heard, piercing heaven and earth, and causing Feng Yuan's eardrums to feel slight pain. Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Hongyun raised his head in joy, saying, "It's old ancestor did not die, he is back again." Hailulan expressed joy similarly on his face. Tai Bei Yunsheng's expression was pale, If Giant Sun's will returned, 88 True Yang Building would display the might of a rank 8 immortal goo house. It could definitely trap a goo immortal. This was no joke. How can this be? Even though I spent some time inside Hu immortal blessed land, but 15 minutes was far from over. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to the size of a pin. He was very stunned. He quickly used the glass owner token and checked the situation. Outside 88 True Yang Building, there were layers and layers of golden sand-like light particles. That was the colossal Giant Sun's will. He was still growling furiously, as he resisted the assault of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. He constantly exerted pressure and attempted to barge into 88 True Yang Building. The Giant Sun's will that is outside did not come in. Then who is this Giant Sun's will here? Where did he come from? Fang Yuan was very perplexed. But this Giant Sun's will that just appeared did not want to give him time to think. Heaven and earth shook. Those which were running, those which were helping Taipei Yunsheng, those which were standing in place, those which were trapping Ma Hongyun, all the treemen stopped their actions, standing still like statues. Fang Yuan's face was red, the glass owner token in his hand was hot like fire. Cracks started appearing on the owner token. In just a moment, the glass owner token was on the brink of collapsing. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This mysterious Giant Sun's will was getting rid of the Central Continent Goo Immortals arrangements rapidly. The third arrangement that Central Continent Goo Immortals made was extremely hidden. It was not easy for Giant Sun's will to find it. But right now, Fang Yuan had completely unleashed it. There was no way to hide it. This mysterious Giant Sun's will found it easily. Once the glass owner token breaks, the third arrangement would lose effect, and the Giant Sun's will outside would be free to enter and exit True Yang Building. By the time, even if Giant Sun's will did not use 88 True Yang Building, he could easily kill Fang Yuan using his own ability. An unprecedented danger had descended upon Fang Yuan. Don't tell me I need to use Spring Autumn Cicada? No. The risk of using Spring Autumn Cicada is too high. I am not at that stage yet. I have to persevere. I can still go on. Fang Yuan growled angrily. He sent his will into the glass owner token. Bam! The next moment, through the glass owner token, his will clashed with the Giant Sun's will that had appeared out of nowhere. Ugh! Fang Yuan's body shuddered. He spurted out a mouthful of blood as the will he injected was completely obliterated. His head hurt intensely, like it was going to break apart. His mind suffered a huge blow, as Mo Yao's will screamed continually. Fang Yuan's body shook. He felt dizzy and could not stand. After enduring for a few breaths, he fell from the tall tree branch. Swoosh! Wind blew, as the three closest treemen suddenly stretched out their tree vine hands, grabbing at Fang Yuan with ill intent. Fang Yuan lost the contest. Giant Sun's will had regained control of this round. Thus, the treemen also became Fang Yuan's enemies. They would not rest until they killed Fang Yuan. Because of this sudden event, Ma and Zhu escaped death. Under the influence of their will to live, they started escaping blindly among the chaotic tree roots. At the moment of danger, Fang Yuan was barely able to regain awareness. He shouted lightly, injecting his primeval essence into his goo worms, mustering his strength and punching and kicking the large tree hand that was coming for him. Bam bam bam! After 3 explosive sounds, the fists were shattered as Fang Yuan adjusted his balance in the air, landing hastily. The aftermath of competing against Giant Sun's will remained. His ears were buzzing and his hearing was nearly completely gone. But Fang Yuan had no regret. In fact, he opened his mouth, laughing loudly. Excellent. The earlier clash of wills was not elegant in the least, but it not only allowed Fang Yuan to keep his glass owner token, he even found out the truth about Giant Sun's will. This newly appeared and mysterious will was not as powerful as expected. He did not expect Fang Yuan to make such a choice either. This will was split into 3. The largest portion of it was dealing with the third arrangement. A small portion was busy fighting for the control rights of this round, while the last portion was victorious in the contest against Fang Yuan through the glass owner token. In the end, Fang Yuan's injected will exterminated the victorious Giant Sun's will, and combined with the third arrangement, Although his will was wiped out, he successfully caused harm to that large portion of Giant Sun's will. Thus, Giant Sun's will was only left with a small portion that was controlling this round. Giant Sun's will fell into extreme anger. He did not expect this tiny mortal to have the guts to challenge his will directly. He did not expect that this mortal had stored so many wills in his mind either. This was all thanks to Mo Yao honestly. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Feng Yuan stored large amounts of wills in his mind as a backup. He had special will, play will, deliberate will, keep will, heart will and others. He had a variety of many wills. Giant Sun's will greatly underestimated Feng Yuan's capacity, and as he was anxious to save the situation, he was counterattacked by Feng Yuan and in the end, was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. Scoundrel, I will decimate your corpse. Giant Sun's will was angered to his boiling point. He continued to manipulate the treeman to attack. Feng Yuan dodged left and right, using all his effort to heal his injuries. These treemen had thick skin and flesh. Even if their branches, arms and legs were broken, they would not die. They had very strong vitality. It was not a good idea to fight them head-on. While he dodged, Feng Yuan's injuries recovered rapidly. He quickly realized that the treemen were not only attacking him, but also Tai Bei Yunsheng and even Ma Hongyun. More accurately, they were attacking Zhao Lianyun, who was beside Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao escaped under the pursuit of the treemen. They were in a dangerous situation. They frantically escaped without a goal, but they actually got near to Feng Yuan. Please save us. Ma Hongyun finally saw Feng Yuan, shouting loudly for help. So naive. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly, immediately going closer to him. As the two sides got closer, Feng Yuan shouted loudly, Giant Sun's will is trying to kill you. We have a common enemy. Come here. Be careful. Zhao Lianyun, who was running, showed hesitation and worry. But the current situation was, only Feng Yuan could protect them. They were unable to hold on much longer. If they stayed, they would definitely get killed by the treemen. If they went to Feng Yuan, they at least had a chance of survival. Save. Of course we'll save them. Quickly save them. In his mind, Mo Yao's will suddenly shouted, /novelfull.com. What? Feng Yuan thought he heard wrongly. Mo Yao spoke quickly. Do you still not understand? Giant Sun's will is a huge special will. He knows the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. His intention is not to deal with Ma Hongyun. But when he was first formed, his main body had placed a rule on him. That was to exterminate any otherworldly demon he sees. She's an otherworldly demon. Don't tell me you are not interested. But the most important thing is, if you save that Zhao Lianyun, it will be the best weapon against Giant Sun's will. Since Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are truly in love, they will definitely be enemies with Giant Sun's will. By then, Giant Sun's will would be dealt with using the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Mo Yao's words were very moving. At once, the hidden killing intent that he had towards Ma Hongyun shrunk. Wait. Ma and Zhao are in grave danger now. They might get squashed or trampled by the treemen at any moment. If I appear now, wouldn't I be saving them? Feng Yuan suddenly thought of this, becoming stunned. Although Ma Hongyun was rank 3, he was too hard to kill. The first time Feng Yuan's killing intent appeared, Hai Lu Lan showed his trump card. He unleashed his extreme physique and chased after Tai Bei Yunsheng. The second time he had killing intent, Giant Sun's will came out of nowhere and gravely injured Feng Yuan. And now, his ears were buzzing and his mind was weakened by at least 30%. Even though he protected the glass owner token and caused harm to Giant Sun's will, he lost control over this round. Now, Feng Yuan had his third wave of killing intent, and Mo Yao was the one who stopped him. But the problem was, she made perfect sense. Even Feng Yuan himself was convinced. The reason Feng Yuan wanted to kill Ma Hongyun earlier was to change the land spirit's ownership. But now that Hai Lu Lan showed his true battle strength and protected the false emotion fake will Gu, thus Feng Yuan did not have it. What use was there in killing the two? Don't tell me that this third time, the one stopping me is actually myself? As he was struck by reality, Feng Yuan was tongue-tied. Chapter 620, stopped by himself? Fang Yuan truly experienced the might of fortune rivaling heaven Gu now. This was a form of helplessness, like being played by destiny, where one would not know whether to laugh or cry, and the more they struggled, the deeper they would fall into despair. Forced by the situation and in order to avoid calamity, it seemed Fang Yuan could only choose to maximize his benefits. The distance between the two sides rapidly shortened. To save them, or not to save them, Mo Yao repeatedly screamed in Fang Yuan's mind, save them. Reason also told Fang Yuan that saving Ma Hongyun would make him stand on the same side as fortune rivaling heaven, and he could borrow its strength to deal with Giant Sun's will. However, there was a voice in Fang Yuan's heart. This voice growled, shouted and roared, save? Am I going to surrender? Am I going to lower my head? I can kill him with one slap. What am I afraid of? Afraid of these two trash? Even fortune rivaling heaven cannot obstruct me. Fang Yuan's ears were buzzing non-stop, but this voice kept on getting louder, gradually suppressing every other sound. He felt bursts of intense headaches. He felt his mouth go dry in front of these choices. That voice in his heart, however, was getting louder and clearer till his heart started to tremor. Every howl, every roar, every shout, seemed to throw a bundle of firewood into the fury in Fang Yuan's heart. The burning flame surged. That was the fire of ambition, his fighting spirit, his unyielding, obstinate spirit of challenging the strong. The flame soared. Fang Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot, his blood boiled and surged like the surging waves. Come, let me send you off personally. Fang Yuan spoke, his voice hoarse like sand gritting on iron. He did what he would normally not do, going against his style of prioritizing benefits. With a malevolent expression and eyes shining with sharp killing intent, he smashed apart the giant treeman in front of him, tearing the countless twisting and coiling vines. He reached Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan. Then, he lifted his fist. Before his punch even struck out, the terrifying fist aura already condensed into solid. The brutal killing intent almost solidified even the air. Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, never having expected Fang Yuan to have such resolute killing intent. He turned pale with fright, and in his panic, he unexpectedly stumbled and fell to the ground. Ouch! Zhao Yanyan had been holding hands with Ma Hongyun, and was thus also pulled down to the ground. This unforeseen event shocked Fang Yuan. He was already extremely vigilant because of the repeated accidents, but he soon found that this small accident only prolonged the time he struck them by a little. At the same time, two giant treemen also reached Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan. No matter which treeman it was, it would only need 1 foot to crush these two to pieces. But Giant Sun's will truly did not want to harm Ma Hongyun, and could only mobilize vines to scuttle to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan, to separate them and then kill Zhao Yanyan. 5 treemen suddenly pierced out of the ground at this moment and coincidentally blocked Fang Yuan's way. This strong defense required Fang Yuan to waste at least a dozen breath of time. Giant Sun's will was using his previous tactics again. At present, the extremely weak land spirit was already booted from the playing field. False emotion fake will Gu was safe as it was being protected by Hailu Lan. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan might have become the owners of the blessed land. But as long as Zhao Yanyan was killed, this connection would be cancelled. At that time, it would not be too late to salvage the situation by using false emotion fake will Gu to make Hailu Lan and Ma Hongyun the owners of Imperial Court blessed land. Thus, Giant Sun's will was obstructing Fang Yuan from killing Ma Hongyun. Damn it! This kind of feeling again, always at the crucial place and at the crucial time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to forcibly break through the defensive line. Thud thud thud, thunder-like collisions occurred one after another. Fang Yuan was like a tiger let loose, his fierce offense directly breaking the treeman's defense. The whole process only lasted less than 10 breaths. However, Fang Yuan also had to pay a heavy price. 3 enormous wounds were added to Fang Yuan's body. One ran through his chest, another pierced his back, and another formed a bloody hole on his stomach with the size of a baby's fist. His right forearm was severely fractured, His left leg was twisted grotesquely to the side. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan, however, howled with laughter. He could not use his hand and leg for a while, but he still had movement goo, he could still fly. He rapidly chased after Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun through the air. Ma Hongyan hunched over, protecting Zhao Lianyun tightly under him. Vines were coiling around them from outside. These vines wanted to separate the two without harming Ma Hongyan. Ma Hongyan faced off against the vines, but naturally, he was weaker and looked on as he and Zhao Lianyun were forcibly separated. He bit his lips and glared with furious eyes, but he was powerless. No. He roared with bloodshot eyes. Despair and pain filled him as he saw his lover about to die in front of him, appearing like a beast forced into a corner. Save him quickly, now is the best time to save him. As long as you save them, Ma Hongyan will definitely feel grateful to you. You can then borrow the strength of his fortune that rivals heaven. Just think, why is Giant Sun's will not killing Ma Hongyan? It is to use his luck. Mo Yao shouted again, persuading Feng Yuan. /update by novelfull.com. You really speak a lot of nonsense. Feng Yuan replied with ruthless coldness. Success was in front of him, but he instead calmed down. He had no expression on his face, not even the previous malevolent look. Die. When Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun was in his range, Feng Yuan immediately struck out with a fatal attack. This attack had earth-shattering power, bursting all the air in front of it. The incomparably violent power was like an evil dragon rising to heaven, as it shrouded over Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun. No. This time, it was Giant Sun's will who let out a hopeless and desperate shout. He immediately mobilized the surrounding treemen to use their own bodies to protect Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun. The tree vines no longer separated the two, instead they attempted to rapidly evacuate them. But Giant Sun's will was still feeling dejected. He knew all these would be of no use. This strike filled with Feng Yuan's pent-up wrath. How could it be so easily blocked and avoided? The treemen's trunks were smashed apart. The vines also did not have enough time to evacuate Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun. In the end, the attack that still had its peak offensive power was about to directly smash them into pieces. Even though there were countless treemen filling the vast forest, it was all too late. Feng Yuan was resolute, erupting with all his strength to break through the defensive line and succeeded in grabbing the crucial moment. The treemen's movement was slow and they were not good at providing swift reinforcement. Ma Hongyan was definitely dead meat. At this moment, not only Feng Yuan, even Giant Sun's will also thought this so. Not only did they think so, even Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun did not have any hope of surviving the attack. Any factors that could influence the situation had seemingly already played their part. Hailulan, Taipei Yunsheng, 88 Truyang Building, Giant Sun's will, Frost Jade Peacock, Feng Yuan, Mo Yao. All these people or things had shown all their strength by this point. Time seemed to slow down. Feng Yuan's lips curled up to reveal a smile. Now, is there anything left that can save Ma Hongyan? However, at the next moment, rumble. A loud sound rang out, causing huge tremors and making countless trees creak. Dazzling golden rays of light shone over the whole round. Has Giant Sun's will entered Truyang Building? Feng Yuan turned grave, but soon discovered that was not the case. Giant Sun's will was still taking a beating outside the building. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had planned for countless years to create the third method. It could never be underestimated. If not for this, Central Continent's Gu Immortals would not have been able to overthrow 88 Truyang Building and return victorious in Feng Yuan's previous life. The enormous golden light lump moved like a meteor, and before the sound even registered in one's ears, it crashed onto the ground, instantly destroying the surrounding treemen and protecting Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun within it. Isn't this that luck path supreme true inheritance? Mo Yao was so shocked she involuntarily screamed out. What's going on? Shouldn't this supreme true inheritance be in true inheritance secluded domain? How did it suddenly crash into this round and throw itself towards Ma Hongyan's body? With no choice, Feng Yuan could only stop his footsteps. He had already experienced the might of a supreme true inheritance in True Inheritance secluded domain. This was not something he could touch. But why? Ma Hongyan is covered by this light, but why has nothing happened to him? For a moment, Feng Yuan could not help but feel extremely dejected. He had used all his strength in his third attempt to kill Ma Hongyan. He had even seen hope a moment ago. The success had seemingly been right in front of him, but he still failed in the end. Why did the supreme true inheritance move to Ma Hongyan? Impossible. This is impossible. Mo Yao completely lost self-control as she scratched at her head, causing her long hair to become messy, resembling a crazed woman. This was not surprising. She had suffered untold hardships, expended all her energy and effort, but was only able to open a crack in the luck path True Inheritance from which fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu escaped. Finally, she had no choice but to refine Calamity Beckoning Gu. But this Calamity Beckoning Gu was not able to assist her husband, Bo King, causing her and Bo King to perish. But at this moment, she was watching this luck path Supreme True Inheritance throwing itself at a rank 3 mortal. Even if you had fortune that rivaled heaven, isn't this going overboard? Why was it not me? I put in so much effort, paid such a huge price. Why was it not me? Why was it this mere mortal, a fool, a kid? It is a comparison that could make one die from anger. Feng Yuan forcibly calmed down and tried hard to remove the unneeded emotions. Reflecting on this event, a bright flash of inspiration seemed to roam around in his mind, but was extremely hard to get a grasp on. I understand. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's body shook as he grasped this flash of inspiration, and understood this seemingly impossible event. This supreme true inheritance recognized Ma Hongyan and not others as its master of its own accord. This was because Ma Hongyan had the power of fortune rivaling Heaven Gu on him. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu was the true essence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path, the quintessential crystallization of luck path. To the supreme true inheritance, it was the leader and the emperor. But why did the supreme true inheritance not come earlier or later, but chose this exact moment? Luck path supreme true inheritance was located in True Inheritance secluded domain. How could it come here for no rhyme or reason? These two questions actually pointed to the same factor, Giant Sun's will. Chapter 621, Fighting Hai Lulan. In the True Inheritance secluded domain, all of the true inheritances had Giant Sun's will in them. Otherwise, how could all these fated individuals succeed in taking these inheritances, especially those immortal Gu? It was just like charging through rounds in 88 True Yang building. In every one of the rounds that had Gu worms as rewards, these Gu worms were all refined by Giant Sun's will in advance. When these Gu masters succeed and obtain the Gu worms, they are able to refine these Gu worms instantly and keep them in their aperture because Giant Sun's will was purposely letting them have the Gu. Because of this reason, as long as a Gu master is willing to give his Gu worm away to someone else, they can always create a phenomenon of instant refinement. Earlier, when Giant Sun's will was slumbering, the refinement of wild Gu worms was extremely slow. When Feng Yuan first ventured into True Yang building, he made use of this loophole. Every true inheritance was governed by Giant Sun's will. The reason why the luck path supreme true inheritance did not fly towards Ma Hongyan earlier was due to this. But now the true inheritance flew into Ma Hongyan's arms and made him its master. This was not Giant Sun's will's intention. What Giant Sun's will wanted was to control Ma Hongyan. Why would he allow him to grow stronger and become more uncontrollable? Thus, the truth was revealed. Within the luck path supreme true inheritance, there was no Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will retreated on his own. This allowed the supreme true inheritance to act on its own. Thereafter, the newly created wild Gu will went towards Ma Hongyan. This created another question. Why would Giant Sun's will retreat for no reason? Feng Yuan thought about the second time he struck and was about to kill Ma Hongyan. But out of nowhere Giant Sun's will appeared. At this point, it was no longer a mystery. Feng Yuan used the third method, temporarily expelling Giant Sun's will out of True Yang building. Afterwards, he entered True Yang building and successfully convinced Tai Baiyunsheng to revive Danghun Mountain. After that he came back, attempting to control imperial court-blessed land. During the second attempt, when he tried to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by a sudden burst of Giant Sun's will. At that point, Feng Yuan was very confused. But now, he understood. This mysterious Giant Sun's will was pulled out of those true inheritances. Giant Sun's will was anxious at that time. In order to salvage the situation, he took this step. He almost succeeded by doing this, but unfortunately, Feng Yuan was too resolute. He directly faced off against him. Eventually, this forcefully extracted Giant Sun's will was left with a final small portion that controlled this round. This means, the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance was able to save Ma Hongyun because of me. If I did not expel Giant Sun's will out of the tower, if I did not face off against Giant Sun's will, why would this happen now? To think that this third attempt was thwarted by myself after all. Thinking so, Feng Yuan sighed deeply as his killing intent towards Ma Hongyun vanished without a trace. The current Ma Hongyun was protected by the Luck Path True Inheritance. As immortal, it was impossible for Feng Yuan to break through this defense. Sigh. I told you to save him earlier, you refused to listen. In his mind, Mo Yao calmed down and sighed in pity. Her tone carried some grievance. If you had saved them, you would gain Ma Hongyun's recognition and become protected by the Luck Path True Inheritance just like Zhao Lianyun. The current Luck Path True Inheritance is a newborn wild will. It is like a baby without any internal defenses. If you are inside the Luck Path Inheritance, you will be able to learn about the details of this true inheritance. This is an immense opportunity, but you gave it up. Helping Ma Hongyun would result in benefits. Dealing with Ma Hongyun would result in Feng Yuan's current heavy injuries. Feng Yuan snickered. He already did it. There was not a bit of regret in his heart. He quickly retreated while healing his injuries, meanwhile replying to Mo Yao, even if I cannot do anything to this Luck Path True Inheritance, do you think Giant Sun's will would do nothing? This Luck Path True Inheritance is one of the 3 supreme true inheritances inside the True Inheritance secluded domain. Why would Giant Sun's will allow it to acknowledge a new master like this? In Giant Sun's will's heart, it was not unacceptable to pass this Luck Path True Inheritance to Ma Hongyun. But Ma Hongyun's heart was with another worldly demon. That was a huge taboo. Giant Sun's will was a special will. When the main body first created it, he assigned a special meaning for it to do its best to slaughter any other worldly demon it comes into contact with. Now that Zhao Lianyun was protected by the Luck Path True Inheritance, if Giant Sun's will wanted to kill this other worldly demon, he would need to remove the Luck Path True Inheritance's hindrance. Thus, the entire forest flew into a rage. Countless treemen were uprooted, encircling the Luck Path True Inheritance. Large numbers of treemen were entangling with each other. All of their roots and vines were coiling around each other to form huge treemen. Each were at least 300 meters tall. Their aura was shocking to Feng Yuan. Giant Sun's will put in all its effort in order to kill Zhao Lianyun. Feng Yuan managed to retreat successfully. Exterminating the otherworldly demon was Giant Sun's will's most important mission. With the appearance of the Luck Path True Inheritance, his attention was drawn over. Feng Yuan was a threat that ranked much lower than them. Giant Sun's will also knew that he could do nothing to Feng Yuan now. Weighing the two sides, and because Giant Sun's will had limited strength, he decided to focus solely on dealing with the Luck Path True Inheritance. Very soon, Feng Yuan got close to the place Tai Bei Yunsheng and Hai Lu Lan were fighting at. Tai Bei Yunsheng was suppressed, but Hai Lu Lan had no ability to claim victory either. Tai Bei Yunsheng was a healing Gu master and a flying master. The former allowed him to specialize in drawn-out battles, while the latter allowed him to escape like a slippery eel. He was hard to pin down. The two's battle had turned into a stalemate. The two fought from the sky to the ground. Their attacks were fierce and the battle brought disaster to the nearby trees, causing the surroundings to be full of fallen trees and debris. "Senior brother Tai Bei, let me help you!" Feng Yuan shouted. "Senior brother." These two words triggered Hai Lu Lan as he immediately thought of Central Continent. That was because in the 5 regions, the other 4 regions were overwhelmingly family-based inheritances. Only Central Continent was dominated by a sect-based system. Hai Lu Lan's eyes were staring wide, as he screamed like a bear, "You're a scoundrel that had planned for a long time indeed. You two sect brothers have hidden yourselves deeply. Right now, since you are seeking your own death, I will grant you your wish." Saying this, he aimed at Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng and sent 4 punches at them. The fist chi burst out, transforming into a human strength phantom in midair, having Hai Lu Lan's appearance. The 4 fist shadows split up, one of them charged towards Tai Bei Yunsheng, while the other 3 went towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was immortal, Tai Bei Yunsheng was a Gu immortal. Targeting the weakest link was a common strategy. 3 human strength phantoms attacked Fang Yuan, and the last one was to prevent Tai Bei Yunsheng from reinforcing him. "Quickly retreat." Tai Bei Yunsheng was shocked. He gave a quick warning. He was very familiar with this strength path killer move's power. He had obtained a lot of defensive Gu worms in Hu Immortal Blessed Land thanks to Fang Yuan's gift. But after battling for so long, Tai Bei Yunsheng's defensive Gu worms were mostly dead. He even suffered heavy injuries several times. It showed the power of Hai Lu Lan's strength path killer move. 3 human strength phantoms flew over with an imposing aura, whipping up a fierce wind. What a strong killer move. Even Mo Yaozhuo in his mind praised upon seeing this. Be careful, Hai Lu Lan's strength path killer move definitely surpasses your forearm Earth King killer move. Fang Yuan snickered. He showed no fear but instead, oozed with battle intent, ready to fight. "Of course I won't use forearm Earth King, because I have an even stronger strength path killer move." Saying this, he paused for a while, before shouting, "Come, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King." Bam! A formless aura burst out. The horrifying pressure flooded the surrounding area. Intense pain could be felt, like surging waves. They attacked his heart. Fang Yuan, however, felt immeasurable pleasure. His body expanded rapidly, his skin lost its gloss and moisture, becoming dark and hard. His defense rose rapidly. In just a moment, he transformed into a 6-meter-tall giant. On his back, 6 huge monstrous arms grew out. The fingers were thick and scary, each having their own distinctive appearance. It made people feel fear upon seeing them. 3 human strength phantoms arrived before Fang Yuan. Good timing. Fang Yuan muttered, facing them head-on with no fear. As fists and legs clashed, they fought directly. Bam bam bam, thunderous explosions occurred endlessly. Be it Fang Yuan, or Hai Lu Lan's 3 human strength phantoms, they had great power and each of their blows tore through the air. Tai Bei Yunsheng had a worried expression, but after watching for a few breaths' time, his eyes expanded. Fang Yuan was a mere mortal, but he could face off against 3 human strength phantoms at once. The 2 were evenly matched. But the 3 human strength phantoms had sentience. After failing to take him down, they started cooperating, pincer attacking Fang Yuan from his front, upper left corner, and lower right corner. "Be careful." Tai Bei Yunsheng shouted to warn him. He had previously suffered greatly due to this. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, displaying his grand demeanor. He had previously activated his killer move, growing 6 monstrous arms. With his own 2 arms, he had 8 arms. The 8 arms moved in a circular motion. The punches were executed like a fierce rain. It defended him tightly. He managed to completely block the 3 human strength phantoms attacking from all directions without a single weak point. He actually blocked it, this killer move. Hai Lu Lan's heart jumped, his expression turned grim. Sigh, half an immortal's battle strength, this guy is a monster. Tai Bei Yunsheng saw this and sighed. He was surprised, and yet not surprised. Thinking of his master, everything could be explained. Thus, Tai Bei Yunsheng's heart was at ease. He could concentrate on dealing with the human strength phantom fighting against him. He waved his sleeve, and countless lights flew out from it. Chainsaw wind blade, flame sword flash, azure blue water python, golden silk net. Up to 100 Gu worms were activated at once. They gave off a dazzling rainbow light, resembling fireworks. The human strength phantom was covered by the smoke. Its speed became slower. Thus it immediately changed directions and shot out like lightning. but Tai Bei Yunxing's attacks followed after it. It was unceasing. A fireworks-like display of attacks were unleashed endlessly. The human strength phantom had the ability to think. It knew how to fly in an arc, attempting to get close to Tai Bei Yunxing. But Tai Bei Yunxing also retreated at the same time. While his attacks showed no signs of slowing down, he was a Gu immortal with near-limitless primeval essence. If not for the fact that he had just become a Gu immortal and had not made any accumulations, resulting in a low quantity of Gu worms, he would have hundreds and thousands of Gu worms. Once used together, they would create a terrifying attack. Human strength phantom could block most of the attacks, but under the flurry of attacks, it continued to be weakened, and the phantom was turning lighter and more transparent. But Hai Lu Lan's motive had been achieved. Tai Bei Yunxing did not have a strong attacking method, he could only weaken the human strength phantom slowly. He was old and wise, but because he was vigilant and had never charged ahead courageous, it was difficult for him to be an effective reinforcement for Feng Yuan. This was because of his nature, otherwise, back then, he would not have chosen the as-before-time path inheritance from the 3 immortal inheritances. However, even though Hai Lu Lan achieved his goals in this battle, he was unable to be happy. That was because he realized, Feng Yuan did not need reinforcements. Over there, Feng Yuan was fighting 3 human strength phantoms at once. Both sides used attacks to counter attacks. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's defense was truly astounding. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan got more ferocious as he fought. His punches and kicks were lively and their speed was increasing. In the end, his fist shadows turned into a black afterimage from his sheer speed. The 3 human strength phantoms were expended greatly in the battle. Bam, bam, bam. 3 explosions occurred. The 3 human strength phantoms could not sustain themselves anymore and were smashed to bits, turning into fist chi and vanishing. Hai Lu Lan's pupils shrunk, but the battle intent in his heart surged like raging tides. Interesting, this killer move is very powerful. It is almost on par with my killer move. But most importantly, he has such rich battle experience. His physical combat skills can be said to be at a master's level. If it were others, they might not be able to unleash the power of this killer move to such an extent. Hai Lu Lan licked his lips. His eyes were shining with ruthlessness and excitement. The earlier attack was not his full strength, he was only probing. The battle with Tai Bei Yunxing was very annoying, because Tai Bei Yunxing was escaping most of the time, while Hai Lu Lan could not catch up to him, thus he could not use any of his strength. Now that this Feng Yuan who was a tough opponent appeared, his battle intent naturally surged. After destroying 3 human strength phantoms, Feng Yuan did not attack rashly, but instead floated in the same spot. The 2 were about 1,000 steps away, and their vicious gazes were colliding. Stop fighting, come over here and help. At this time, Hai Lu Lan heard Giant Sun's will's instructions. But, old ancestor. Hai Lu Lan hesitated. His battle intent was wavering. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's status in his heart was still very high. This was not about personality, but because he had been influenced to feel the pride of his bloodline since he was young. This was a significant element in Hai Lu Lan's self-worth. Forget about them. Killing the otherworldly demon and taking back the luck path true inheritance is most important. Giant Sun's will replied quickly. This is the only record of this luck path true inheritance that I left behind in the entire world. Even in longevity heaven, I did not leave behind any details regarding it. I am about to open the entrance to the true inheritance secluded domain. You will go and help push this luck path true inheritance into the secluded domain. This round was already controlled by Giant Sun's will. The treeman filled the area like a sea. However, even though Giant Sun's will had the ability to break apart the luck path true inheritance by force, he could not do so. Firstly, it took too much time. That could lead to unexpected consequences. Secondly, breaking apart the luck path true inheritance was the same as destroying the supreme true inheritance. Chapter 622, Grasping the Biggest Flaw. The situation in 88 True Yang Building twisted and turned with no end in sight. Once the invincible being dominating the entire world, the ruler of an era, the rank 9 immortal venerable giant Sun, the terrifying will that he had specially left behind to take charge of 88 True Yang Building. The winner of the last Imperial Court contest, the current tribe leader of a super force, High Tribe, possessing the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, Hai Lu Lan. Standing tall above the center of northern plains as countless years of change were experienced, and yet imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock, a living legend, helping the injured for almost all his life, his benevolence and his name renowned far and wide, owning a Gu Immortal inheritance, advancing to a rank 6 Gu Immortal, possessing 2 mysterious immortal Gu, Taibei Yunsheng, as well as the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada, ranked 7th amongst the top 10 mystical Gu, the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a mortal who has possession of multiple immortal Gu, a reborn 500-year-old demon, Gu Yu Feng Yuan. Favored by rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, a Gu immortal in Feng Yuan's previous life who had successively inherited Giant Sun's inheritance and an opportunity left behind by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, becoming a great hero of Northern Plains who resisted the invasion of Central Continent, Ma Hongyun. Viewed as an otherworldly demon by Giant Sun's will, Ma Hongyun's wife in Feng Yuan's previous life who became a wisdom path Gu immortal and provided innumerable amount of assistance to her husband, the legendary woman Zhao Yanyan. And also, the former rank 7 Gu immortal, a refinement path grandmaster, the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao who had schemed against 88 True Yang Building, the mysterious will she left behind following her death. All these existences had their own thoughts with their respective goals, and on this platform of the collapsing Imperial Court Blessed Land, they collided and contended with each other. They had their own advantages, abilities and also had their respective weaknesses and flaws. These were all individuals overflowing with talents. They were elites or heroes of their generations. They were either proficient in scheming and strategizing, being master tacticians, or had immense strength or absurd luck. The intense stimulation of life and death, the enticement of enormous benefits, caused these existences to perform to their full strength, using all their abilities and trump cards, perhaps betting it all and risking everything in a single moment, or strategizing to control the situation. Thus, the state of affairs became clear from time to time, while turning indistinct at the next moment. They had contended till now, but the situation was still chaotic. Only Frost Jade Peacock was pulled out of the game, while the others could tilt the whole set of circumstances with their every move and were not existences that could be underestimated in their influence to the final outcome. Now, the main part of Giant Sun's will had been forced out of 88 True Yang Building for the moment by Feng Yuan's trump card, suffering the intense assaults of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's will was the most powerful existence among those present. On one hand, his main portion tried to return to 88 True Yang Building, and on the other, he took the risk of drawing out the subwills from true inheritances to seize back the control of the round, and then wholeheartedly tried to eliminate the otherworldly demon Zhao Yanyan. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan had become the masters of Imperial Court Blessed Land by some twist of fate. They were also being protected by the luck path true inheritance and were safe for the moment. Feng Yuan and Taibei Yunsheng had made a temporary alliance, engaging in a round of probing confrontation with Hai Lu Lan. Hai Lu Lan's battle intent soared violently and he was just about to fight Feng Yuan head-on, when Giant Sun's will asked him to leave and deal with Ma Hongyun to take back the luck path true inheritance. Hai Lu Lan hesitated, but chose to listen to Giant Sun's will in the end. "I will let you guys off for the moment." He glared at Feng Yuan before turning around and leaving quickly. Feng Yuan looked on as Hai Lu Lan left, floating in the sky without giving chase. Huff huff. Taibei Yunsheng let out a breath of turbid air, flying towards Feng Yuan. He might be a Gu immortal, but he only specialized in healing and lacked large numbers of mortal Gu. His battle strength compared to ordinary Gu immortals still had a great discrepancy. Through a prolonged battle, he had slowly worn down that human strength phantom to death. Hailu Lan is going to deal with Ma Hongyun to retrieve the Luck Path True Inheritance. Should we intervene in this? Mo Yaozwil immediately suggested. This Luck Path True Inheritance was a supreme hidden treasure left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used it as part of his journey in becoming the ruler of an era, invincible within the world. This Luck Path True Inheritance held extremely large temptation to any Gu master. Fang Yuan's gaze slightly flickered, but he did not move, instead turning his sight to look at his left. Not far from him, a whirlwind was forming. Careful, Hailu Lan's fist chi can still condense back even after being destroyed. Tai Baiyunsheng warned. Fang Yuan snorted, and with one step, appeared before the hurricane, punching it. Boom! A muffled sound rang out and the fist chi was scattered again. The first aura was mostly dissipated, but the remaining fist chi still persisted in condensing back. But this quantity was rather small and was not able to condense into form. This Strength Path Killer move. Fang Yuan's expression was heavy. Strength Path Phantoms were the long-range attacking method of Strength Path. However, this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen human strength phantoms possessing such spirituality. This seemed to be an innovation of which no records existed in all the Gu master history Fang Yuan knew of. It could be even called as Hailu Lan's Strength Path Phantom. More importantly, this Hailu Lan's Strength Path Phantom could condense back even after being destroyed. This gave the feeling of a never-ending source of harassment. Hailu Lan has certainly not used his full strength. If he can attack with 20 human strength phantoms at the same time, and the remaining fist chi can condense again, that power would be terrifying. If he can send out 30 human strength phantoms, then this Strength Path Killer move can absolutely contend with your 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Mo Yaozwil evaluated with a grave tone. What killer move is this? Do you have any impressions of it? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yaozwil slowly shook her head. I am not a Strength Path Gu Immortal. This killer move also greatly involves Soul Path and Chi Path. In addition, it has other pivotal mechanics. It should be a modern innovation as it is greatly different from ancient styles. I am guessing that this is an innovation of the current generation. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was researched by Fang Yuan and perfected by Mo Yao. But there were no lack of geniuses in this world. It was not just Fang Yuan alone who could innovate a Strength Path Killer move. Of course, Fang Yuan specialized in Blood Path in his previous life, and had only cultivated Strength Path on the side. Treemen flocked one after the other, forming a majestic green wave that attempted to drown Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan. However, Giant Sun's Luck Path True Inheritance was like a giant golden egg that firmly protected the two. Giant Sun's will was concerned about the consequences of his actions. He truly wanted to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Yanyan, but also wanted to protect this unique existence that was Giant Sun's Luck Path True Inheritance. When he saw Hailu Lan near, he hurriedly transmitted his voice. I will open the passage to True Inheritance secluded domain, help me push the Luck Path True Inheritance into it. Hailu Lan nodded. His whole body shook as he punched out with both his fists. Fist chi surged out violently. Boom boom boom. Muffled explosions rang out in the air non-stop, the fist chi condensing one after another into Hailu Lan's Strength Path Phantoms. 10, 20, 30, 40. Fang Yuan's pupils could not help but shrink upon seeing this. Tai Baiyunsheng's expression turned pale, revealing intense fear in his eyes. 40 of Hailu Lan's Strength Path Phantoms moved down together and surrounded the Luck Path True Inheritance in just a moment. A dark crack slowly appeared in the air above the Luck Path True Inheritance. The crack enlarged till it formed a large and round passage. This deep, dark passage was directly linked to True Inheritance secluded domain. Strength Path Phantoms shouted together before actually lifting Giant Sun's True Inheritance slightly. The surrounding treemen also moved their large hands to help. The python-like green vines coiled around together to assist in this. Giant Sun's True Inheritance erupted with an intense and dazzling light. The treemen melted like snow. The coiling vines could not even last for 2 breaths before being destroyed completely. Strength path phantoms also continued to crumble but condensed back a short while after. Hai Lu Lan stood at the outer periphery. He was like an endless source of strength, striking out with large numbers of strength path phantoms one after another. Under his effort, Giant Sun's true inheritance slowly left the ground. At the same time, the round passage in the air also erupted with an intense force of suction, like a giant mouth attempting to take back Giant Sun's true inheritance into its belly. He can actually form so many strength path phantoms simultaneously. What kind of killer move is this? Tai Bei Yunsheng cried out involuntarily at this astonishing sight. Mo Yao's will also said to Feng Yuan, "Your strength path killer move is specialized for close combat." Hai Lu Lan's killer move, however, is the exact opposite of yours, specializing in long-range combat. This killer move is equally matched with your six-armed Heavenly Zombie King. But in Hai Lu Lan's hands, the strength it can erupt with far surpasses yours by several times. Hai Lu Lan was the possessor of great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, and Feng Yuan was not. In the legends, Gu masters who had great strength true martial physique not only had immense strength, their stamina would also never run out. At the same time, their self-recovery ability was also extremely astonishing. Any strength path killer move would erupt with strength that far surpassed their usual strength under the hands of great strength true martial physique. What should we do now? Tai Bei Yunsheng stood beside Feng Yuan, fixing his gaze at the contest of strength between Hai Lu Lan and Giant Sun's true inheritance. He continued with a regretful tone. This is a supreme true inheritance. Giant Sun's will is taking it back to true inheritance secluded domain. Unfortunately Hai Lu Lan is there, so we cannot get a share of the action. His tone contained the meaning of not being able to contend with Hai Lu Lan. This was not surprising. Tai Bei Yunsheng had a passive nature. A wise man looks after his own hide. He would not take extreme measures unless forced into a corner. Feng Yuan looked at Tai Bei Yunsheng and smiled. What to do? He asked and answered himself. Of course we go to True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Tai Bei Yunsheng was surprised. True Inheritance Secluded Domain? Mo Yao's will shook before reacting, almost slapping her own thigh at the sudden realization. Right. There is no more of Giant Sun's will remaining in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Those true inheritances have become masterless objects. Previously, these true inheritances contained Giant Sun's will, thus one could only obtain the qualifications for the true inheritances by using an owner token. But it was different now. Giant Sun's will had moved away all the sub-wills. Young Wild Will grew soon after in the true inheritances, and they only needed to be manipulated appropriately to refine them easily. But you don't have much time. Giant Sun's main will outside the tower is going to return soon. You will only be able to choose one true inheritance in this time. Mo Yao's will reminded Feng Yuan, you must quickly consider which inheritance you are going to choose. Tai Bei Yunsheng also realized this and asked another crucial question. This round is already controlled by Giant Sun's will. How do we enter True Inheritance Secluded Domain? He had not even finished speaking when Feng Yuan took out Fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Gu. Tai Bei Yunsheng had held this Immortal Gu for safekeeping before, thus he was not surprised, but his gaze turned serious as he looked at Feng Yuan. If I am not wrong, Fixed Immortal Travel can only carry one person, right? You are right. Feng Yuan nodded. So open up your immortal aperture and let me in. I will send you the image of True Inheritance Secluded Domain through Thoughts Transmission. Tai Bei Yunsheng suddenly realized, I almost forgot that I am a Gu Immortal. The immortal aperture of rank 6 and rank 7 Gu Immortals was called a Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Langya Blessed Land and Hu Immortal Blessed Land were immortal apertures. They had vast space and were akin to a small world. Tai Bei Yunsheng's Tai Bei Blessed Land was naturally not an exception. Feng Yuan lent Fixed Immortal Travel to Tai Bei Yunsheng and entered his immortal aperture, then sent his thoughts that recorded the image of True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Tai Bei Yunsheng activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Giant Sun's will had no spare energy to stop him and could only let him go to True Inheritance secluded domain one step earlier. Within the True Inheritance secluded domain was a scene of chaos. The dozens of True Inheritances were ruled by new wild wills and were like headless chickens, flying around chaotically. From time to time, they collided with each other, letting out sparks and causing unceasing wear and tear. Mo Yao felt great heartache at this scene. Make your choice quickly. These True Inheritances are destroying each other. If the situation gets worse, even if you can get an inheritance, it might have already lost its essence. Fang Yuan did not have much time left and could only pick one True Inheritance. He had already made a plan for this. He said in a deep voice, Mo Yao, I need your help. Speak quickly. Point me the location of the final Supreme True Inheritance. Mo Yao was stumped at Fang Yuan's words. Soon, her eyes and mouth opened wide. Her mind was greatly shaken. 88 True Yang Building contained 3 Supreme True Inheritances. Mo Yao was extremely clear about them and she had introduced them to Fang Yuan when he had charged into True Inheritance secluded domain before. The first Supreme True Inheritance was Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. The second Supreme True Inheritance was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path Inheritance. The third Supreme True Inheritance was 88 True Yang Building itself. That is to say, the one who obtains this True Inheritance could control 88 True Yang Building. Why did I not think of it? Mo Yao mumbled in a daze. Giant Sun's will had transferred all the sub-wills away. Now is the best time to seize the authority over 88 True Yang Building. Right. Giant Sun's will had neglected this in fulfilling his desire to deal with Zhao Lianyun, thus exposing his greatest flaw, and giving us the opportunity to turn around this crisis. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp brilliance. He looked at his surroundings, the fire of ambition soaring ever so high in his heart. He acutely grasped the flaw in the enemy. Win or lose, it all depended on this move. As long as he could take 88 True Yang Building for himself, he would have the territorial advantage. By the time, even if Giant Sun's main will were to be more formidable, he would only be a despondent dog locked out of the house, standing at the door and barking helplessly. Chapter 623, Refining 88 True Yang Building. Fang Yuan and Taibei Yunsheng moved forward in the True Inheritance secluded domain. In the dark True Inheritance secluded domain, there was no more of the order and serenity from before. Because Giant Sun's will had been extracted fully, the dozens of True Inheritances here were ownerless inheritances. Wild wills formed in them within a short time. These True Inheritances were like shooting stars of all colors, flying extremely quickly in this dark space. They weaved a beautiful huge net with their trails. Swoosh! Another True Inheritance flew quickly past Fang Yuan's left side. This True Inheritance was only the size of a bowl. It was giving off a silvery light and was very dazzling. It almost touched Fang Yuan's body as it flew past. The silvery light shone on Fang Yuan and Taibei Yunsheng's faces. Their expressions were quite ugly. Their gazes were full of anxiety and nervousness. These True Inheritances were powerful and had special abilities. Most of them had immortal goo among the goo worms in them. Be it Fang Yuan or Taibei Yunsheng, they could not endure an attack from them. Especially now, when the True Inheritances were guided by the newly birthed wills, who knew when they would display their immortal goo abilities. This could not be predicted. Moving around this place was like walking on a tightrope above death. These True Inheritances are getting faster. Have you found the target yet? Taibei Yunsheng shouted at Fang Yuan. His voice was trembling. Soon. Fang Yuan answered. He also felt the pressure intensifying. Even though he was a flying master and had exceptional skill, the pressure now was tremendous. Bam! Just at this moment, there was a loud explosion. Oh no, quickly dodge. In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao reminded. Not far away, 2 True Inheritances collided. From the intense sounds produced by them, several goo worms were destroyed on the spot. Taibei Yunsheng had yet to feel pity at this. When his expression paled, the collision changed the 2 True Inheritances' directions. One of them, which was bright yellow, flew towards them. During the moment of crisis, Taibei Yunsheng quickly activated all of his defensive goo. setting up 100 lines of defense around him and Feng Yuan. The incoming true inheritance came with a strong force, destroying all of the defensive lines without any difficulty. But during this period, Taibei Yunsheng managed to earn some precious time for him and Feng Yuan to escape. The shrill sound almost burst their eardrums, as the meteor-like true inheritance flew away with a blazing tail. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10,000 steps away from the two of them. My defense gu were almost all destroyed. Taibei Yunsheng's expression was pale. Where there is life, there is hope. We should retreat. Taibei Yunsheng had the intention of leaving already. Feng Yuan frowned. He was very clear on Taibei Yunsheng's nature. The older one was, the more cowardly they become. Taibei Yunsheng lacked the enthusiasm and spirit to take risks now. It was fine to ask him to heal others, but he was not an expert at putting himself into life and death situations. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking of what to say to spur Taibei Yunsheng's fighting spirit, Mo Yao screamed in his mind, "Quickly look, just above you guys, we found it." Feng Yuan's mind became sharp. He quickly looked up. Indeed, a supreme true inheritance was flying slowly. The speed of the light lump was not fast. It was a stark contrast to the other ordinary true inheritances. It was the size of an adult person, glowing with an orange and red light, giving off the feeling of warmth. The surrounding true inheritances, when they got close to it, took detours and changed their directions. Between gu worms, there was absolute authority when they had a difference of 2 ranks. The authority of a supreme true inheritance was not something ordinary or unparalleled true inheritances could offend. Go! Feng Yuan was overjoyed. He shouted at Taibei Yunsheng before flying over. Hold on, all of you hold on. Yi Luosang's eyes were red. He shouted loudly as he activated his gu worms, emitting fierce flames. The flames burned, quickly spreading. The Golden Horn Leopard group that was attacking them had good resistance to high temperature, but Yi Luosang's flames used the power of an immortal gu. The Golden Horn Leopard group quickly melted in the flames, turning into puddles of golden mud. Seeing this, the surrounding gu masters cheered loudly. Lord Yi Luosang is incredible. Thankfully Lord is here, otherwise we would be dead meat. Yi Luosang breathed roughly. He was exasperated, helpless and angry. Damn it, what is going on? First, Taibei Yunsheng became an immortal. Next, Imperial Court Blessed Land was facing destruction, ravaged by the once-in-10 years blizzard. Now even 88 True Yang building has come into the picture. I thought we could leave the trap, but the building's round suddenly triggered. If I knew this, I would not have entered the last Imperial Court contest. Yi Luosang was scolding in his heart. Not just him. Ma Yingji, Luo Bojun, Gu Golong and the other survivors were all kept in the dark. They did not know the truth. These people were all Northern Plains gu masters who had entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was torn with several holes, the once-in-10 years blizzard entered and wreaked havoc, killing almost all the mortals. Large numbers of low-rank gu masters were injured or dead. But later, Giant Sun's Wills found some time, despite being busy, to save some of the blood-related descendants. Yi Luosang and the others were placed into the Golden Leopard round. When Feng Yuan activated the final trump card and sent Giant Sun's Will out of 88 True Yang building temporarily, without Giant Sun's Will controlling the round, the large Golden Horn Leopard group started attacking Yi Luosang and the others fiercely. Outside 88 True Yang building, the golden sand-like Giant Sun's Will was covered the building like a thick layer of armor. Meanwhile, the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity had combined into one, fusing to connect heaven and earth. It was pure white like snow, like a giant cocoon, enveloping the entire 88 True Yang building and Giant Sun's Will in it. Outside the cocoon, wild winds blew. Sharp blades made of ice were flying around everywhere. Inside the cocoon, lightning flashed and the snow poured like a storm. Crack! A snow-white lightning flash was formed abruptly, in the shape of a trident. The strange lightning descended from heaven, stabbing into Giant Sun's Will. Snow war tribulation lightning. Giant Sun's Will howled, This attack destroyed a large portion of Giant Sun's will. There was a huge injury appearing on the golden sand-like armor. This Snow War Tribulation lightning had amazing strength. It was extraordinary. Even Gu immortals would be moved when they see it, because it was one of the publicly recognized top 10 catastrophes. Just this hit alone destroyed countless numbers of Giant Sun's thoughts. But Giant Sun's will was left behind by an immortal venerable. Its foundation was immensely thick. The will that was like a golden sand armor quickly repaired itself. But other than the Snow War Tribulation lightning, there were also flying needle rain, explosive thunder hail, cruel wind scythe and others. These did not exist earlier. They were formed from Tai Bei Yun Sheng's heavenly tribulation chaotic lightning balls and earthly calamity restraining smoke, fusing with the once in 10 years blizzard. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to rain down, carrying the intense rage of heaven and earth. Giant Sun's will resisted them desperately. His losses were great. Soon, very soon, in just several minutes, I will be able to break free of this obstacle and enter 88 True Yang building again. You actually dared to expel me from the building, and keep me outside. I will tear your tendons and bones out. I will grind you to ashes. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Giant Sun's will had already transcended anger when he thought of Feng Yuan. Inside 88 True Yang building, there was still a small portion of Giant Sun's will. Right now, he was controlling the Treeman round, manipulating them in trying to push Giant Sun's inheritance back to the true inheritance secluded domain. Softly, don't be too rough, this is the only one in the world. Giant Sun's will paid close attention to Hai Lu Lan. Hai Lu Lan was extremely irritated, but he could only reduce his strength. This was the one and only record of this luck path true inheritance that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind. Once it was destroyed, it would be irrecoverable. Precisely because of this consideration, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were inside the luck path true inheritance, were able to survive. The two of them were hugging each other closely. They had no choice but to watch the giant light ball that was the luck path true inheritance slowly pushed towards the round tunnel. Even though they were famous and powerful characters in Feng Yuan's previous life, both Gu immortals, right now, they were still too weak. One was a newly advanced rank 3 Gu master, while the other was a mortal who had not even started her cultivation journey. Tai Bei Yun Sheng and that Chang Shanyin have gone missing. Success was at hand, as Hai Lu Lan could not control it anymore, saying, ever since Feng Yuan vanished, he had felt a vague sense of unease. Forget about them, in just a moment my main will is going to return. By then, even if 2 or 3 more Gu immortals come, they cannot do anything. The important thing now is to get this luck path true inheritance into the true inheritance secluded domain. Most luck path Gu worms are formless and ethereal. Only that place can contain these Gu worms. Giant Sun's will's voice resounded in Hai Lu Lan's ears. Hai Lu Lan nodded, shouting lowly as he mustered his strength. At once, he unleashed 50 strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had superior wisdom. They quickly rushed towards the luck path true inheritance. Enduring the blazing light, they pushed. The luck path true inheritance was finally completely pushed into the true inheritance secluded domain by this force. The tunnel closed. Success. Giant Sun's will breathed out a deep sigh. Almost at the same time, the giant main will charged into the building. Giant Sun's will, which was controlling the Treeman round, fused with the main will, sharing their memories together. Feng Yuan, where are you? The main will screamed loudly with deep hatred. Greetings to old ancestor. Hai Lu Lan bowed deeply, showing great joy. The main will was like a small sun. It shone brightly and was very domineering. It could be said that Hai Lu Lan had helped Giant Sun's will in many ways. Giant Sun's will was just about to praise him, but suddenly shouted in anger, "You are all courting death. You dare to refine my 88 True Yang building." Inside Giant Sun's secluded domain, Feng Yuan and Tai Bei Yun Sheng stretched out their palms, pressing the true inheritance light lump forcefully. Their expressions were pale and their bodies were shivering. Quickly, just one last bit and we would succeed. In his mind, Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously, Chapter 624, Shameless and Devious Scoundrel. In True Inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng were firmly holding a supreme true inheritance from its left and right. Thanks to the guidance of Mo Yao's will along with Giant Sun's will being emptied out, Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng were able to get close to the true inheritance. The most crucial point was there was no primeval energy in True Inheritance secluded domain. Wild goo worms could absorb primeval energy directly from the surrounding air for their use. Without primeval energy, most goo worms would lose their threat. This was also one of the reasons Giant Sun's will was trying to push Giant Sun's luck path True Inheritance back into True Inheritance secluded domain. The Supreme True Inheritance had been letting out a warm orange light before, but in Fang Yuan's and Tai Bei Yunsheng's hands, it let out 3 colors. Silver-white light occupied the bulk of it, caused by the refinement from Tai Bei Yunsheng's Gu Immortal Will. The second color was gray from Fang Yuan, the third was black light from Mo Yao. Silver-white light was the most abundant, gray came second and black was in the least amount. 88 True Yang Building was a rank 8 immortal goo house, formed from extremely large numbers of goo worms. Fang Yuan's group had to use all their strength to quickly refine 88 True Yang Building. It could be said, whether it was Fang Yuan or Tai Bei Yunsheng, they had both spent all their strength. Just a little left, just a little more effort. Tai Bei Yunsheng anxiously yelled. The main portion of Giant Sun's will had returned to True Yang Building. The 3 had heard its furious roar. The round light lump with the size of an adult had only a final trace of orange left on it. As long as this light was eroded, 88 True Yang Building would completely change its master and the situation would greatly incline towards Fang Yuan's side. However, Giant Sun's will furiously made his move at this final moment. The will left by an immortal venerable could not be looked down upon, and this will was the original master of 88 True Yang Building. Thus, in just an instant, the final trace of orange was replaced by dazzling golden light. Fang Yuan's group immediately felt gloomy at this color. This color meant that Giant Sun's will had refined the final remaining trace of the Supreme True Inheritance's will. Juniors, you are really audacious. You dare to go after my 88 True Yang Building. I will make you pay the most terrible price in the world. From within the light lump, a roar from Giant Sun's will sounded out. Quick! There is only a meager trace of Giant Sun's will. We need to move together and destroy it. Spare no energy. Fang Yuan shouted. Tai Bei Yunsheng's forehead was filled with sweat. He did not need any reminder to be aware of the utmost importance of this matter. The 2 gave a deep shout and moved together, mobilizing their wills to form a huge army of thoughts that unfolded a fierce assault towards the last trace of will. Giant Sun's will's roar stopped abruptly as he poured all his energy in defending against the assault. Its main body was enormous, but it had only refined a trace of the true inheritance and controlled the smallest portion. Even if it possessed majestic strength that far surpassed the allied thoughts army of Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng, it did not have the room to display its might, and the power it could let out was an insignificant fraction compared to that of the main body. The newborn wild will that had been born just recently in the Supreme True Inheritance had already been thoroughly extinguished. The tranquil True Inheritance light lump became an unconventional battlefield that pitted Fang Yuan, Tai Bei Yunsheng and Giant Sun's will. Contest between wills involved profound techniques and skill. But be it Fang Yuan or Tai Bei Yunsheng, they were not truly Soul Path Gu masters. Fang Yuan could be considered to have started it just recently while Tai Bei Yunsheng was truly a novice, relying on nothing more than the instinct to move his thoughts. As for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, his soul path attainment was definitely out of this world. Unfortunately, the one confronting the enemy was only the special will he had left behind. Thus, in this battle of wills, there were no fancy skills. It was only a head-on collision, a bloody fight. After a dozen or so breaths later, Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng's wills suffered disastrous losses. The quantity of Giant Sun's will might be small, not even filling 1% of the true inheritance light lump, but it stood lofty and majestic. The main Giant Sun's will was vast, its power flowed without pause. Every bit of loss it suffered was immediately replenished. By contrast, Feng Yuan's group might have occupied the advantage of vast quantity, but they did not have high battle strength and were soon lacking the fuel to continue. Damn it, we can't expel Giant Sun's will, the situation has gone south. Taibei Yunsheng was deathly pale. The combined attack earlier was their most powerful method, but it showed no effect. Giant Sun's will was laughing heartily. Feng Yuan and the group lacked the energy to continue the attack, and after Giant Sun's will had resisted their most intense attacks, he began to expand his territory. In the true inheritance light lump, the part occupied by golden light began to expand bit by bit. Feng Yuan and Taibei Yunsheng looked on with wide eyes. They staked all their energy, but were only able to slow down Giant Sun's will's speed of expansion. Giant Sun's will was truly terrifying, even when it was schemed against repeatedly before, and most of its will was outside, suffering the deathly attacks from the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The remaining part was still a tall, mountain-like barrier to Feng Yuan's group. This enormous difference in their strengths was like a gulf between heaven and earth. We are going to lose. Taibei Yunsheng's tone was grave. This is just a will Giant Sun immortal venerable left behind. I really can't imagine how powerful he was when alive. Damn it, only one last step was remaining. Mo Yao's will grabbed her head, her voice mixed with a tone of sobbing and extreme regret. If only we were a step earlier, as long as we had 3 breaths of time, we would have succeeded. Never mind. Feng Yuan gnashed his teeth, his expression heavy. He had not given up yet, speaking with ruthless intent. In this situation, we are unable to get our hands on 88 True Yang building. We cannot exterminate Giant Sun's will. Sooner or later it will swallow the space we occupy. But we have yet to lose. Don't forget, there are still the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities outside True Yang building. Are you saying? Taibei Yunsheng's expression changed, blurting out. His nature was benevolent and passive, but he was not stupid, and immediately realized when Feng Yuan mentioned it. That's right, if I can't obtain it, no one else should think about getting it. Since I can't get 88 True Yang building, I would rather destroy it. A ruthless glint shone in Feng Yuan's eyes. His tone was so cold it could make the listener shiver. But this is 88 True Yang building. Mo Yao resounded, but her tone was wavering. She had no choice but to accept this was the best method to escape their predicament. Giant Sun's will finally stormed into True Inheritance secluded domain. You two tiny ants, you actually forced me to this extent. You scheming scoundrels, your good days have came to an end. Your sins are so great that even death would be letting you off cheaply. I will give you a punishment worse than death. I will peel off your skin, pull your tendons and let blood flow. I will burn your souls in flames and let you taste incomparable suffering for all eternity. The golden will roared like a furious sea, and whipped up huge waves with it. Schemed upon time and time again by Feng Yuan, suffering the unrestrained bombardment of the calamities, Giant Sun's will's fury had already reached the summit, swearing to kill Feng Yuan, the main culprit. Compared to the golden wave, Feng Yuan and Taibei Yunsheng were as small as ants. The flying True Inheritances were swallowed by the golden wave, resulting in splashes, but they stopped moving soon after. Giant Sun's will had once again taken control of these inheritances. However, most of the goo worms required primeval essence or immortal essence to be activated, and just Giant Sun's will could not activate them. At present, most of 88 True Yang building was controlled by Feng Yuan's group. As long as they did not let Giant Sun's will obtain Giant Sun's immortal essence, these goo worms could not be used. Start. Feng Yuan gave a soft shout, his gaze flashing with sharp intent. Giant Sun's will's powerful approach also dispelled Taibei Yunsheng's hesitation. He was already completely tied to Feng Yuan's side and could only choose to forcibly advance together. 88 True Yang building originally shone with an aurora, but with the actions of Feng Yuan's group, the aurora rapidly dimmed until it dissipated. The furious golden sea suddenly stilled. The next moment, Giant Sun's will's furious roar reverberated, Bastards! You dared to make 88 True Yang Building stop its operation. You damned scoundrels. You damned devious, shameless scoundrels. 88 True Yang Building might have had Wild Will before, but it had just been born, thus it had still automatically operated as normal. However, Feng Yuan's group had refined most of 88 True Yang Building and they forcibly made it stop its operations. Even the strongest fort would find it hard to resist an internal collapse. Although 88 True Yang Building had not collapsed, its operations had stopped and just its shell had no might. Without any might, how could it resist the terrifying heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Feng Yuan's group could neglect 88 True Yang Building. In any case, they would not be able to obtain 88 True Yang Building if this situation progressed. However, Giant Sun's will could not neglect it. This was an inheritance from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, left behind for the benefits of his descendants. It must not be destroyed. Giant Sun's will was left behind by the Immortal Venerable to manage 88 True Yang Building. How could it just watch as the True Yang Building was destroyed? Just you wait. The golden sea of will swiftly retreated. The vast will of Giant Sun surged out of the tower like water, forming a golden armor as a defense around it. Giant Sun's will had no choice but to suffer the ravaging bombardment of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities to protect the weak 88 True Yang Building. However, it still left behind a portion of will which surged towards Feng Yuan and Taibei Yunsheng like a furious river. Feng Yuan, however, let out a breath of turbid air. Compared to the majestic furious sea from before, this will might be strong but they could deal with it, albeit with difficulty. Feng Yuan reluctantly took out a gu from his pocket. It was Flying Bear Phantom Gu. Feng Yuan's will moved and threw the gu casually. The Flying Bear Phantom Gu flew forward, blossoming with beautiful white light. The white light dissipated and a giant flying bear protected Feng Yuan and Taibei Yunsheng, obstructing the river of will. Damn it, Flying Bear Phantom Gu. Giant Sun's will cursed. Flying Bear Phantom Gu was rather special. It was an immortal gu but it could be activated with just one's mind, without requiring immortal essence. Refining it was difficult and feeding it was not easy, requiring the fresh flesh of the desolate beast Flying Bear. Fortunately, Feng Yuan possessed Hu Immortal Blessed Land and could feed this immortal gu with the help of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even so, he had to pay an enormous price, train an army for 1,000 days to use it in one fight. Now, it was time for Flying Bear Phantom Gu to show its worth. Chapter 625, Remaining Trump Card. The Flying Bear Phantom's battle strength, almost not at the level of the desolate beast Flying Bear. It had at least half immortal battle strength. Most importantly, it might look bulky and slow, but it was very agile. The river of Giant Sun's will swirled to its left and right, attempting to get past the Flying Bear Phantom, to directly attack Feng Yuan and the others, obtaining victory. But he was still obstructed by the Flying Bear Phantom. The Flying Bear Phantom, even without Feng Yuan's manipulation, had some intelligence and was quite crafty. It could battle entirely alone. Swoosh! The fat and large bear paw slammed down, carrying the sound of the wind with it. Bam! The golden sand-like Giant Sun's will was smashed into bits by the bear paw, turning into golden dust as it dissolved in the air. But this was just a subsidiary. The golden river that was Giant Sun's will was like a huge python coiling around the Flying Bear Phantom tightly. At the same time, countless subsidiaries were created, attacking many areas of the Flying Bear Phantom. The two were fighting closely, at a stalemate. Neither could do anything to the other party. Giant Sun's will could fuse and split at will. It had the freedom to change forms. Flying Bear Phantom could not take it down, but Giant Sun's will was tangled by the Flying Bear Phantom and could not deal with the most crucial person, Feng Yuan. Giant Sun's will had inherited a portion of the Immortal Venerable's wisdom. It knew from the situation after some thinking, to kill Feng Yuan, it needed to use at least half of the river's will. But the remaining half was not the Flying Bear Phantom's match. If he attacked forcefully, it was like he was handing the initiative over. If Feng Yuan retreated with the true inheritance light lump and dragged for time, After Flying Bear Phantom destroys the giant sun's will that was left fighting it, the situation would become dangerous. He had already suffered a loss from splitting up earlier when he drew his will out of the True Inheritance secluded domain. At that time, Feng Yuan had used the Glass Owner token to challenge a small portion of Giant Sun's will resolutely. In the end, both suffered injuries and eventually led to Giant Sun's will taking a huge risk and paying a huge price, but only managing to regain control of the Treeman round. Feng Yuan's expression was grim. He sustained the True Inheritance light lump, slowing Giant Sun's will's expansion progress while observing the situation and current battle state. If Giant Sun's will would split up again, that would be great. Unfortunately, it will never make the same mistake twice. Feng Yuan observed for a while, seeing Giant Sun's will fighting the Flying Bear Phantom so intensely, but yet it did not think of splitting up. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. The opponent was not making a mistake, thus Feng Yuan's predicament was getting more dangerous. Right now, most of Giant Sun's will was outside the building enduring the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect 88 True Yang building, only 2 portions were left now. A portion was fighting with Flying Bear Phantom, the other was competing with Feng Yuan and Taibei Yunsheng, trying to refine the 88 True Yang building. The supreme True Inheritance that represented 88 True Yang building's ownership only had a trace of golden color originally, but now this trace had grown to palm size. Feng Yuan and Taibei Yunsheng had already squeezed out all of their potentials. They were shivering and their expressions were pale. They were sweating profusely but could not resist the expansion of Giant Sun's will's refinement. Giant Sun's will was simply too great. Taibei Yunsheng felt like he was facing a valley and mountain during the resistance. He was helpless and felt hopelessness. Even Feng Yuan, a demonic head with an iron will, felt a strong sense of dejection growing in his heart at this point. If he allowed the situation to develop like this, one day, when Giant Sun's will successfully expands, he would regain control of 88 True Yang building. By then, Feng Yuan and the others would be dead meat. He had to do something. Despite so, Feng Yuan had already been too deeply involved in this supreme True Inheritance. He could not do anything else. His greatest battle strength now was the Flying Bear Phantom Gu, but it was already in use. Taibei Yunsheng was a temporary alliance mate that he obtained through swindling, but similar to Feng Yuan, he was already here engaging with Giant Sun's will. He could not do anything else. It could be said that other than the Spring-Autumn Cicada, Feng Yuan had used all of his trump cards. Don't tell me, I really have to use the Spring-Autumn Cicada this time? A thought flashed in Feng Yuan's mind, but immediately after, he rejected it. Spring-Autumn Cicada is not an immortal goo that has a guaranteed success rate. I could fail. The Black Death bad luck on me right now is so thick. Once I self-detonate, my remaining consciousness would enter the Spring-Autumn Cicada and travel upstream in the river of time. There is a high chance of meeting my end. My chances are probably lower than 1 out of 10. How could he resolve this situation? Sigh. Feng Yuan, we have no hope of success. Let's retreat. Using fixed immortal travel, we can return to your blessed land. Taibei Yunsheng suggested. Should he really retreat? At this point, if he gave in, Giant Sun's will would immediately regain control of 88 True Yang building. By then, through his obstruction, would fixed immortal travel Gu still activate successfully? Even if he succeeded, would this satisfy him? Feng Yuan was indignant. He had planned this for so long, he schemed so hard, victory was almost in sight, an immense fortune and benefit was right before him. He was just one step away. Just one tiny step. I am really indignant. Wait. Feng Yuan's expression changed. He thought of Ma Hongyun. I have no trump cards, but I can make use of this chess piece. Inspiration flashed in his mind as Feng Yuan had no more hesitations. He flapped his wings and flew up with the supreme True Inheritance. Where are we going? Taibei Yunsheng asked quickly. Just follow me. Feng Yuan replied curtly. Fixed immortal travel Gu was in his possession and was refined by him. Even if Taibei Yunsheng wanted to retreat, without Feng Yuan's cooperation, he could not escape. Don't think of running away. The river-like giant Sun's Will growled, splitting up and forming back into one entity again, passing the flying bear phantom and charging towards Feng Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng. The flying bear phantom reacted quickly, it followed after them. Feng Yuan snickered, changing his direction. After moving in many directions, flying bear phantom returned to Feng Yuan's side. Feng Yuan fled while battling, as the two sides fought and stopped many times. Sometimes, the river-like giant Sun's Will was in front, sometimes, Feng Yuan took detours, using the flying bear phantom to fight back. The road was filled with shocks but no real danger. Although there were true inheritances of all sizes flying around chaotically, because of the supreme true inheritance's aura, none got close. Using flying bear phantom as a shield, the river-like giant Sun's Will could not stop Feng Yuan's movement. He could only slow him down. But Feng Yuan's circumstances were the same. He and Tai Bei Yunsheng could not do anything to the portion of giant Sun's Will that was refining the 88 True Yang building. In the contest of will, Feng Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng were heavily suppressed. The golden light was expanding steadily. The two were bound to lose eventually. So you are here. When Feng Yuan saw the luck path true inheritance in his vision, he laughed loudly. What are you trying to do? The river-like giant Sun's Will felt something amiss. He screamed out in panic. Tai Bei Yunsheng looked at Feng Yuan with similar confusion. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Tell me, what will happen when two supreme true inheritances collide? The color on Tai Bei Yunsheng's face changed. Feng Yuan's insanity made his heart jump. But thinking about it, he realized, this was an amazing and brilliant plan. He and Feng Yuan were unable to turn back now. The true inheritance light lump in their hands were extremely troublesome. If they let go, they would die, but if they did not, they would die sooner or later. But if the two supreme true inheritances collided, the results would be unthinkable. The consequences were so severe even giant Sun's Will lost his composure. You, don't come over. Ma Hongyun shouted. Zhao Lianyun was tightly held in his arms. But on this stage, the two of them were simply the weakest. If not for their extreme luck, they would have been grinded to dust long ago during the intense battles. Under the influence of luck and coincidences, the luck path supreme true inheritance became their guardian angel, but it had been pushed into the true inheritance secluded domain. After entering the true inheritance secluded domain, the threat of the luck path true inheritance hit rock bottom. It was almost a guaranteed success for giant Sun's Will to deal with the otherworldly demon. If not for giant Sun's Will being careful about protecting the luck path true inheritance, and was forced by Feng Yuan thus he could not leave and had to deal with him, he would have dealt with Ma and Zhao long ago. Ma Hongyun was safe and sound here, in a way. It was all thanks to Feng Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng. But now, Feng Yuan was dragging the supreme true inheritance and rushed here on his own. What is he trying to do? Zhao Lianyun's body was shuddering. Through the translucent barrier, she was frantic and could see Feng Yuan's cold smile. No, you cannot do this. Quickly stop it. The river-like giant Sun's Will was shouting insanely from behind him. He was anxious. Once these two supreme true inheritances collide, they would definitely suffer great damages together. By the time, not only would the last remaining luck path true inheritance get damaged or even destroyed, 88 True Yang building would even suffer immense damage that would be hard to imagine. The river-like giant Sun's Will underwent intense thoughts. All of the thoughts that formed its will started self-detonating. The golden sand-like will in the shape of a river burst out with an eye-piercing light. His battle strength surged by at least half. Flying bear phantom growled angrily, but was suppressed thoroughly. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly locked. The situation was very dangerous. He had to put a portion of his concentration on the flying bear phantom, manipulating it to battle personally. 500 years of battle experience was nothing to be scoffed at. Under her manipulation, flying bear phantom moved more agilely. It ignored the injuries on it and blocked the river-like giant Sun's Will completely in the end. Feng Yuan, you are courting death. You want to deal with Ma Hongyun? But do not forget the overwhelming power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu that he has. As long as you carry ill intent towards him, your luck will decrease drastically, even if you have half immortal battle strength, and is able to resist it temporarily. How long can you last? The river-like giant Sun Will saw that he could not break through and started shouting. Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Will is absolutely right, you need to be very careful. Mo Yao's Will also said. Feng Yuan snorted, without a bit of hesitation in his heart. Seeking fortune amidst danger, to Feng Yuan, only by emerging victorious amidst chaos could he have a chance of survival. Seeing that the two supreme true inheritances were less than 1,000 steps away from each other, at this moment, there were ripples in the air, as dozens of figures were transported into the true inheritance secluded domain. They appeared ahead of Feng Yuan's flying route. They were almost all familiar faces. Yi Luosang, Gugo Long, Bian Sizhuan. The leader was a brawny and muscular man, with hammer-like fists. He laughed truthlessly towards Feng Yuan. So you are called Feng Yuan. Old ancestor Giant Sun has already exposed both of your crimes to the outside world. Your schemes have been exposed. It is all over. Your life will be over here. Who else was it but Hailu Lan? Taibei Yunsheng's expression changed abruptly. He could not free himself now as he was using all his strength to resist Giant Sun Will, who was refining the supreme true inheritance. The appearance of Hailu Lan and the others was simply too devastating. At the final juncture, this was akin to a fatal blow. Ha ha ha. The river-like Giant Sun Will laughed loudly behind them. You are all just in time. He praised Hailu Lan and the others fervently. This was definitely the act of the main will, who took some time to inform and mobilize this bunch of reinforcements. If this was during normal times, Hailu Lan and the others contained battle strength that was insignificant in Giant Sun Will's eyes. But at this time and place, they became a life-saving chess piece. They were the best bet in toppling the balance between the two sides. Feng Yuan, Taibei Yunsheng, you are all dead meat. The river-like Giant Sun Will growled, slowing down and attacking. The initiative was grasped by Giant Sun Will's side once again. We lost. Taibei Yunsheng heaved a long sigh, turning over to look at Feng Yuan, mustering his spirit. Junior brother, enter my aperture, we will retreat. I have immortal essence, and you have fixed immortal travel. Now that Giant Sun Will is being troubled by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, we have to retreat now before it is too late. Feng Yuan, however, shook his head. It is already too late. Once we let go, 88 True Yang building will fall into the control of Giant Sun Will. This building has the ability to suck in immortal goo, and the range extends to the whole of northern plains. Even if we use fixed immortal travel, there is a high chance of failing in the end. Of course I know this. Taibei Yunsheng's tone was anxious, but we can only take a risk, in order to fight for that slim chance of success. If we drag any longer and lose this last opportunity, we would not even have this slim chance of success left. Feng Yuan's gaze was flickering in hesitation. He looked at the supreme true inheritance in his hand once again. In the true inheritance light lump, the golden dazzling light had occupied a third of the light lump's capacity, and was expanding at an increasing speed. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply. I did not think that we will still get to this point. Sigh. If not for the circumstances, I would not want to do this. Junior brother, you still have a method left? Taibei Yunsheng heard this and was shocked, overjoyed, and suspicious.